Please take your seats. Our program will begin now.
We're talking about the supply chain behind making shows.
Where are we going? Barbie Land!
The boundaries of the entertainment world are blurring, and they're all scrambling for the same thing. Screen time. The stakes have never been higher for Hollywood, and navigating this multiverse is no simple task. Across film, television, gaming, technology, sports, music, and more. It's culture, business, technology, converged. Welcome to Bloomberg Screentime. Please welcome to the stage Screentime host and Bloomberg managing editor of media and entertainment, Lucas Shaw.
Hey there, thank you everybody, and for those of you here last night, welcome back for day 2. Those of you here for the first time, thanks for coming. If you missed last night, it got pretty heated, at least at the start, thanks to Ari Emanuel. He called for the dismissal of the leader of Israel. He called his competitors at CAA, I don't know if it was morally bankrupt, morally corrupt, it was something not very nice. The good news for you guys is that we have CAA CEO Brian Lord here later today. I have a feeling he's going to have some thoughts on it, but just a hunch. Last night, after we wrapped, or around when we wrapped, there was also some news that the talks between Hollywood Studios and the Actors Guild broke down. That's not great for this town. Our next speaker will address that to the best of his abilities. For those that don't know me, my name is Lucas Shaw. I'm the managing editor for Media and Entertainment at Bloomberg, which again, I think they announced, but I keep saying it anyways. And I write a newsletter called Screentime, to which I hope you subscribe. I oversee a team of very talented people, many of whom you'll be hearing from today. Some of them are moderating sessions. Some of them will appear in various places. When I tell people what I cover, what the folks who work with me cover, the first thing a lot of them think of, I have to say, is still TMZ. They hear business and media, they think Hollywood, they think celebrity gossip. We don't really do the gossip thing. We do cover Hollywood, but my team covers everything from film to TV, music, podcasting, video games, sports, social media. The internet has transformed culture in a way that we're still coming to grips with. You look at it, and streaming has in many ways replaced television or replaced cable as the primary way people watch TV. But the cable networks still generate most of the money, with the exception of Netflix. Most streaming services lose money. Video gaming is bigger than the film business and the music business combined, and gets almost none of the coverage. And pretty much all of you could be a content creator if you wanted to. Now, it's not clear how this is all going to result, and so we thought it would be a good idea to have an event and talk about it, try and figure out where we're headed. I don't have the answer, but a lot of the people who are speaking probably will, or at least they think they do. We've got a great lineup. We're kicking things off with Ted, the co-CEO of Netflix. Then we'll have Neal Mohan, the CEO of YouTube, and the great programming will stretch throughout the day. Unlike yesterday, we have simultaneous programming, so we also have a bunch of stuff happening on the stage right across there. I forget if it's Studio Theater. I apologize, Chelsea, but you'll figure it out. I'll mostly be here, but I am taping a live episode of Matt Bellany's hit podcast, The Town, on that stage. And we've also got AI demos, data stuff. It's going to be great. And then we have community curators in the lounge back there. Some really interesting conversations around investing, documentary filmmaking, executives from gaming. So I hope that you will check all of that out. Now, before we get started with the programming on this stage, I do want to run through a few things. I want to start by thanking our two presenting sponsors, BMW of North America. Yeah, just give it up. And the Red Sea Film Foundation. I also want to thank our supporting sponsor, Amazon Music. For those, stick around after the end of the day because we have a live musical performance that they have helped bring together. It's going to be great. Now, this is a good time to take out your phones, if you wouldn't mind. You got your Wi-Fi information on both those screens. It should also be on your badge. And then we are also going to be running kind of polls and taking audience questions throughout the day. You can access that through this QR code. I screwed up and I asked you guys all to participate in a poll yesterday, which I then did not reveal the results of. But we rectified that with Donna Langley. We got her to talk about which 80s horror movie she would most like to remake. Her answer was the same as your answer, which was Gremlins. I was not getting to the poll yet, but here we are. Today's poll. If you could watch one streaming service for the next year, which of these would it be? Keep in mind that we do have someone from Netflix right over there. But please go in, vote here, and we'll look at the results in a second. A couple other things. Social. You can follow along. I believe the hashtag is Bloomberg Screentime, although a lot of people yesterday were just doing Screentime. So whatever floats your boat there. You can follow us on all social platforms at Bloomberg Live. And if you are one of the people in here who's lucky enough to have a Bloomberg terminal, you can follow on Live Go. Last QR code of the day, there is an app. As it says, you can talk to people. There's an agenda. There's a map. Super useful. And I think that means it's time for our poll results. YouTube, oh man, YouTube wins. Netflix is second. And this is fairly accurate with, I'd say now people are tilting it towards Netflix. If you follow Nielsen's The Gauge, YouTube and Netflix are the two most popular streaming services in the US, and then if you factor in globally, they're way ahead of everybody else, so that makes a lot of sense. That brings us to the start of our program. Much like with Ari, we got a sizzle reel for Ted. He started his career, or he'll correct me, at least he started his career in Hollywood, I think, working for a regional video rental chain, and he's now one of the most powerful people in this town. So please welcome Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos. No sizzle, okay, speed that one up.
How you doing? Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I know you've had a busy...
Yeah, how was your week?
My week was pretty good.
Yeah. Hey, if you don't mind, before we start, I just wanted to say something real quick that's just on top of mind and in my heart right now. You know what? We're here talking a lot about the future of media. A lot of folks in Israel are still reeling from this horrific terrorist attack by Hamas. And I'm reminded all the time when these things happen how small the world is. Many of us in this room probably have lost friends and family, or friends and family of friends and family. And at Netflix, one of the victims of this terrorist attack, Lior Weitzman, was working on our first Netflix original series there called Bros. He worked in the sound department. On Saturday morning, out biking, stopped and texted his wife that there's been a shooting. And that's the last you heard from him, because he was a victim of that terrorist attack. It's a horrific thing that's happened in the world. And just want to say our hearts are out to Lior and his family and anyone else who may have lost somebody in Israel on Saturday.
Thank you for sharing that. I don't mean to...
Lior, by the way, was a fantastic. I mean, worked on Fauda and Taran at Apple. And
That made me, so even though this is your first Israeli original?
that we produced, yeah.
Because Fauda came out.
Fauda was a co-production, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm just curious, I assume then production has shut down on that show? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for indulging that.
No, as with Yesterday with Ari, there's no seamless way to transition out of that.
Yeah,
I'm going
sorry
to
to
do my best.
Hope that did not break rhythm.
Not at all.
Yeah.
One of the themes of this event, one of the big things happening in the industry, obviously, is we're in sort of a ceaseless moment of kind of tumult and change. A lot of people, or a lot of that comes from companies like YouTube. And we've reached this point where it's clear that sort of streaming has won, right? Or at least it is slowly replacing television as the dominant way that people watch.
I mean, ultimately, consumers decide what wins, right? And I think they're saying loud and clear that they like the control and the choice of streaming.
But there remains a pretty healthy amount of skepticism as to streaming as a business. Now, you guys are profitable. Some people would say, and we can debate this, that you are less profitable than the most profitable TV networks were. Pretty much every other media company that is trying to compete with you is losing money trying to do that. So give me the case for why you think streaming is already a good business and will only get better going forward.
Yeah, look, I think it's a great business, and I think it's in its infancy. We've been streaming for, in some form for about 16 years. And our original content initiative, we just passed our 10th anniversary of our first original show. So if you think about it in that way, and you think about the network business that's been at it for 75 plus years, and before that, most of those were radio networks. So they've been at this for a very long time. And I think that ultimately these consumer-driven things cause businesses to react and reshuffle. And I'd say consumer-driven because now we didn't just put something on there and say, now this is how you have to watch. When we started doing this, streaming actually, I would say, saved this industry. Because where we were heading at that time, remember when we started this business of streaming, we started licensing content from the networks. And at the time that we were licensing, we could only get what was available, which was nothing. So we were licensing from the bottom of the barrel, things that had no revenue for anybody. Shows that didn't get to syndication, things that weren't otherwise sold.
Kind of like what Tubi and some of the AVOD services did when they came around, where they started.
And we gave it away with the DVD business. And you got what you paid for back then. But I'd say what happened was that's created a whole new revenue stream for the networks and the studios. It created a whole new residual revenue stream for actors and performers who performed in those projects that were sitting on the shelf. And really kind of got the ball rolling in a way that, that we've, obviously I think these things can take decades to build, but with their big, meaningful businesses, that's a good investment. And I'd say good business for us, it's $32 billion of revenue and $6 billion of profit. And we've been growing the business pretty dramatically and pretty quick. We grew pretty quickly. We're not growing as fast right now as we want to, but we are still growing the business.
So I'm curious on that point, because you guys in your remarks, I think your last earnings report talked about how you still aren't growing as quickly as you'd like to. There was a point in time where every year, like clockwork, Netflix would basically add 25 million to 30 million customers.
Yeah.
That obviously, post-pandemic, has come way down.
Yeah.
What are you doing about that? And do you think you can get back to the level of growth you were at 3-4 years ago?
Look, I think the key to it is growing growing revenue, and I think for us that's a combination of putting a great product on the board. When you talk about is streaming a good business, it is if you do it well. And I think I would say the team at Netflix, in terms of the programming, Bella Bajari and her team are phenomenal at focusing on what people love. And their creative team is great at delivering for what people love. The team that delivers the UI experience. Remember, something that happens at Netflix that's almost impossible anywhere else. And I'd say because of our distribution footprint and our recommendations, that you have the ability, if you're telling a story from Korea, to be the biggest television show in the world. That can only happen on Netflix. It's not just taking obscurity and making it big. Imagine somebody as big as David Beckham, who releases his documentary on Netflix and in days grows his social media following by 500,000 people. And I think this happens over and over again with the combination of our distribution footprint and recommendation, and which I think is what distinguishes the business. And the way you grow it is by keep doing that better and better. And the opportunity to grow it is enormous. We're about 10% of screen time when people are using watching on their TV and at home. About 10% in our most penetrated markets like the U.S. Around the world, we're significantly smaller. We're about 5% of consumer spending in the businesses that we're in, which is paid television, advertising-supported television, and games. And so as you look at that, and we're just in our infancy in those businesses, and about 5% of consumer spending. So we've a ton of room to grow revenue from here. And I'd say that we're pretty underpriced based on those kind of statistics of 10% of screen time and 5% of revenue. So I think that there's plenty of room to grow as long as we're have a high level of satisfaction with the product. The consumers, it's a one-button, easy cancel service. So if you're not loving the new season of The Crown when it comes out in November, you jump. So we know we have a constant feedback circle with our feedback loop with our members that if we're not pleasing them, they jump.
Yeah. So you said underpriced. When is the next Netflix price increase coming?
Nothing to announce, but our pricing philosophy has not changed, which is we have to add more value to the consumer, and then we come back and ask them to pay a little bit more for it if they agree. So it's been a successful formula.
Have you done, on that point, what does your research tell you about sort of the upper limit of what people would pay before they start to really question the value of Netflix?
We really don't spend that much time on trying to figure out how much we'll get you to pay, because I think it's a fluid thing. So basically, if you're delivering, you have to continue to deliver. So it's all in the hypothetical. So what I don't want to do is come in at a period of great strength and someone say, oh, I'll pay anything because I'm in the middle of the new season of Stranger Things. And then we have to come back, but we do it every week. So, a lot of these services and a lot of that are out there, they get a couple of hours of engagement a month. We get a couple of hours engagement a day. And that to me is like, there's all this mystery around what is success in streaming. It's engagement. It is how much time do people spend on the service, because that tells you how much they'll pay and how long they'll stick around.
So I'm curious, you mentioned the success, which has been a subject of a lot of discussion over the years with regard to with you guys and streaming more broadly, as it feels like people have less visibility into what works and aren't really sure what you guys think matters.
Yeah.
What are the metrics for Netflix that are most important when evaluating a show or a movie?
Yeah, you guys take us to task a lot on this transparency issue. I would say, look, definitely relative to peers, we're incredibly transparent. And we're completely transparent with our producers, so they know exactly the viewing data. And then we're going through things like the top 10 and through things like we publish the viewing hours of the top shows. And we're definitely heading towards a much more transparent time in the business. Streaming itself is not that exotic anymore. And every other segment of the business does have Nielsen ratings or box office reports or the New York Times bestseller list, all those things. So we're heading towards that for sure. To a time we'll be fully transparent on viewing data.
Does that mean it's, sorry, go ahead.
No, so that will demystify this for a lot of people, which is basically what I can care about the most is relative to what it costs to put on the air, are people watching? And when they push play, do they stay? So if they push play and then drop out in the second or third season, or third
which is completion rate for...
Yeah, so those things all matter, but they all add up to the same thing, which is engagement. So I think all the data is really there. You might have to triangulate it a little bit to get to it, but all the data is really there.
What was the toughest cancellation decision you've had recently?
They're all tough. The reason why, because I think that people have got a real fandom. They really love these. Some people really love all these shows, even if the rest of the world doesn't agree with them. So for them, that's why you see sometimes these very obscure shows, and you hear very loud campaigns about stop the cancellations, because they have such an intense relationship with it. That's why I love this business so much. I relate to it. Sometimes my personal taste is really far outside of the norm, and what I've been decent at over the years, and pick people who are good at doing this. But when I look at it, I think it's if I was programming to my taste, we'd be very small. So we're trying to program to the world's taste. But they're all hard. They really are all difficult decisions to make because people love these shows so much, and there's some things are just a puzzle. You scratch your head, but relative to what it costs to put on the air. Did we pick a good show? Did we execute on it well? And did we pay the right price to make it?
Right.
So
I'm wondering, you talked about the world's taste, and that has, I think, as Netflix has expanded, your approach to programming has evolved as well. You also mentioned that you started programming, it's been about 10 years. Would you say and when you started, that was when a lot of people talked about sort of the golden age of TV, right? This was coming out of Mad Men and Breaking Bad and some other shows. Then we got ushered into the era of peak TV, where there was just more and more being made. Do you think that the film and TV being made now is better or worse than it was when you started?
I think it's better because there's more of it at a very high quality. So basically, there's more of it, more to choose from. I think there's something really romantic about prestige TV. That's why we do a lot of it too. Beef this year, when you see the new season of The Crown, is probably the most ambitious works you've ever seen on television and maybe in the history of television. So I do think that there's part of that that's really important. What I'd love to do is take those shows that are incredibly well executed, critically acclaimed, award-winning, and popular. And I think things like Beef, I'm really excited about Beef this year because this is one of the critics wrote it that it's the most popular piece of art of the decade. And that's a really great place to be. So it's something that people really love and admire. And I think about critics and awards as a constituency, a group of influencers, and what they like is important. But so is what the audience likes. And that's what really drives us.
Right.
Yeah. But I do think there's every once in a while you think, oh, what's going on with TV? And then something fantastic lands every time. And I think the more times, the more shots on goal you get at it, the more likely you're going to get something that really breaks through. And sometimes it's completely unintuitive. Squid Game did nothing to be a global show. It's made for Korea. It's pure Korean cinema in the form of a TV series. And it is the most watched show on Netflix history and likely the history of television in the time period that it was on.
Right. You guys have you still program more than anyone else, basically, to your point. You put out multiple new pieces of content every week. Others do not. But you have leveled that off. I think we showed the chart earlier where you sort of hit like 17, 18 billion and said, okay, that's a good amount. It's a good amount for now. Like I said, I think as we continue to accelerate revenue and subscriber growth, we'll continue to add to that too. Got it. Yeah. As you see some of your peers pull back a little bit, especially overseas, do you think that's a mistake?
Look, it's hard for people to remember that we're a big global company. So 2/3 of our subscribers are outside of the U.S. And I think it's one thing we first started doing this. I thought it was kind of an unusual figure that about 80% of television viewing around the world was U.S. content, and we're 5% of the population. And I figured it probably isn't a taste thing. It's probably a distribution thing. People didn't have access to, or certain markets may not have had the scale to produce the way that Japan did or Korea did, which had very big local audiences and very big local taste. So they didn't care that much for international, including U.S. content. But mostly because they didn't have access to it. The same way we didn't have access to Korean shows before people fell in love with Squid Game, or Spanish television before they fell in love with La Casa de Papel, or French TV like Lupin. So, and I just think that keeps happening over and over again because you can produce, as long as you really focus on the local audience, you can produce at a slightly larger scale because if you really kill it, you can get out there globally. And that the ability that we brought that to the table, and I do think for me when I look at that, it's like I'm glad we're not pulling back. In fact, we're growing our production outside of the U.S. and in multiple languages. We produce in almost every language now, and so I feel like there's still a lot of room to grow there. So when I watch them pull out of it, I think it's because the streaming, while it is a very good business, it's a hard one, and it's one you have to do well, and you have to do it at scale. And it's really hard on legacy businesses trying to navigate that.
Yeah. One of the poll question that I mentioned I was going to ask that I'm happy to throw up there is what do you think is going to be, this one is about in the last year your favorite series has come from one place, which I'd love to hear your answer on. But I'm also curious, South Korea has had kind of such a moment culturally over the last few years. Do you have a country that you think is the next South Korea?
I think a lot of people ask that because they think there was some path that we were on to make South Korea into this thing.
No, it wasn't you. No. It was the country that really put a lot of resources behind it.
What I think is fascinating, I think in Mexico, I see it on the screen, so it's a little bit of a cheap, but the production ecosystem and the storytelling culture is phenomenal. And I think most American audiences think of Mexican TV as novellas, and I think most people think of Mexican movies like westerns and Cantinflas, and in fact, it's some of the most incredible storytellers and filmmakers in the world are in Mexico right now, and the ecosystem for it is getting bigger and bigger. So I'd keep an eye on Mexico.
Okay. We've made it far enough. I have to ask about the strike.
Yeah.
Studios issued a statement last night saying that the gap between the AMPTP and the actors is too great, and that talks are no longer productive.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought that this would end quickly once you guys got the writers' deal
Me
done.
too.
So why isn't it?
Look, I'm going to let the statement speak for itself, if you don't mind. There's a lot of detail in the statement around the offers and the current state of it. I will say that I know Donna Langley was here yesterday. Donna and I and Bob Iger and David Zasloff have been at the table with SAG. We had very productive talks going. They kind of what happened last night is that they introduced this basically a levy on subscribers on top of this deal, which in each of the areas of the deal, which is all in this statement, you see historic highs in terms of the increases across the board. And we had offered a success-based bonus, meaning that we completely wrap our arms around the idea that...
Similar to what you offered the writers, or?
Yeah, very similar. In fact, it will cost 4 to 5 times more to implement it with SAG because of the residual
number of people,
participants.
yeah.
And that was rejected, and the counter was this levy on every subscriber. And prior to that was a levy on all revenue.
Where basically the union will take a certain amount of money for every subscriber to a service?
Correct. And originally it was to every penny of revenue.
Right.
And we said, look, we agree that we could entertain a success-based bonus, which led to this transparency issue that we were able to get to where we would share the viewing data with the Guild. And like I said, that issue that resolved with the writers was not only accepted in the deal, but ratified by a 99% vote of the Writers Guild. So I know that all these guilds are not created equal, and they all have different needs and more bespoke needs. But like I said, that is one that worked, that rewarded success, which we agreed with. But a levy on top of our revenue or per subscriber with no insight into the revenue per subscriber or anything, it just felt like a bridge too far to add this deep into the negotiation.
Right. Now I'm curious. There were a couple of people yesterday who were telling...
And I should say, by the way, this has been a very difficult time, obviously, doing this. And the goal here is to get people back to work. The goal is to get the town opened up. This is not just hurting our industry, it's hurting every other business that supports our industry. And not just in California, but it's been extremely painful in California. We are desperately trying to get folks back to work, and we've been at the table to do this. We pulled the group of CEOs together to sit at that table. All the CEOs of the MPTP have been involved in this every day. The 4 of us have been at the table, but everyone has been deeply engaged in this every day, treating it with the same urgency that we did trying to get production open during COVID. We understand a deal has got to get made, and the one thing about it, why these deals can take a long time sometimes, is this is the one deal we will make. This is the deal that SAG knows they're going to make with us, and this is the deal we know we're going to make with them. It's just a matter of how we get there. And as long as we can have steady, progressive talks, it makes sense. But what happened last night was not steady or progressive.
When you resolve this, what do you think is going to be the impact on the business?
Well, you got to remember the prices escalate. The cost of content escalates, on a per performer or per title basis all the time. So this is going to work into the economics of that, and some of that is forecast to happen every time you have a new contract. So I don't know what'll happen because I think it'll happen company by company. We are not changing our spend forecast or any of those things. So we think that it will change incrementally the cost of content over time for sure.
Right. That is potentially where the price increase comes in.
Yeah, it wouldn't be just because of that, because obviously we've had, in non-contract years, we've had price increases too.
Yeah.
So remember, the reason why this is particularly troubling on the ask on the levy is that on top of all of the deal and all the improvements in the deal, this is also still a very competitive business. So you're paying top of market clearing price for all the talent involved in every show, above and below the line. So that's all still intact. So I just think, like I said, it's a part of the economics of the town is that and I think it's really important to pay people what they're worth. And I think the performance bonus really adds an enhancement to that because sometimes that success does drive a business.
Right. I'm curious, one of the things or over the last 12 to 18 months, you guys did 2 things that you had long said you would not do, which was
appear at Bloomberg
What's the second one? I'm going to go with advertising and crackdown on password sharing. We'll do the easy one first.
Yes.
Password sharing. Anytime previously you guys have talked about this, there's been online uproar when you initially started raising prices, you lost a bunch of customers. You seem to have instituted this with minimal disruption. It's worked very well. How the heck did that happen?
I hope it's a testimony to how much people love the product. So I think with on the paid sharing, basically what we ran into was in the U.S. we became nearly ubiquitous with users, and about a third of them were not paying. They were basically borrowing someone else's account. And so we went back to them and said, hey, we think you are seeing a lot of value for this. Do you want to have your own account? And we gave them some options. Advertising was a part of that, which gave them a lower price point option, but also gave them just different options to spin off an account for a relative or to get your own account. And a lot of folks have chose one or the other, and and we continue to grow in the market where we otherwise were pretty much fully penetrated. So it gave us a much bigger addressable market in the U.S. and around the world to go after. So
is that likely more of a short-term bump, or do you think it benefits?
Well, it's a short-term bump, but it's a long-term bump, and those economics apply to the long-term membership. So that's why. But I think in that way it was a helpful thing for us, and like I said, I think it really was. I think a testimony to the relationship the consumers have with Netflix and the programming on Netflix that they didn't when they'd answer that poll pretty much the same as you did.
Yes. Although I'm curious, and I do want to get to advertising, but a common criticism of Netflix that you hear in the industry in LA, New York, people feel like the programming on it has gotten worse.
I think it's just there's more of it, and it's not all for you. So that's the truth. So I think when I look at that and say, in 10 years we've been doing this, 188 Emmy Awards, almost 1,000 nominations, 122, I believe, Oscar nominations and 22 wins, and including 8 Best Picture nominees, 2 last year. And I look at that and I think what people do see is that we've expanded the offering. So yes, we have Beef and Diplomat and Crown and all these programs. But we also have great action shows like Night Agent, which you see this emergence of Gabe Basso as a brand new action star, or a kind of a relentless action movie like Extraction and Extraction 2, or Mother with J-Lo. And they would say that when we first started, we only did a handful of shows, so people think, oh, they always made these real prestige shows like AMC, and that's all they did. And I said, yeah, that wasn't true then either. We also had a show called Hemlock Grove that people forgot about pretty quick, and those were in the earliest days of what we were doing. So I feel like we always were trying to get to the variety and breadth, and today we have incredible variety and breadth. And if you love Love Is Blind, you would not say that Netflix programming got worse because you love Love Is Blind. And it's a good show. If you love these reality dating shows, it's as good as it gets. And we weren't even doing reality programming 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So I feel like a lot of people pick their personal taste and say, if I see other things that I'm not watching, I think that the service has changed. It hasn't changed; it's grown.
Right.
Yeah.
One of the other criticisms you get is that when the show, and I know you've already talked about why you think it's BS with social and all of that, but is that when shows come out, they don't land. And one of the things, or they don't create the same cultural impact. And one of the things that you guys have been doing, I think, to push against this a little bit, is you've started to create, toys and live experiences. You've got the Bridgerton ball, and you've got the Stranger Things store, and all these different things. What is next for you in this area of building sort of moments and marketing campaigns around your projects?
Yeah, we have a consumer products group. Like other consumer products groups, it's really not, we don't focus that much on kind of revenue and profit on that business. It's a lot about building fandom. So it's a combination, it's where kind of consumer product sales and marketing and publicity all kind of come together and help facilitate incredible fandom. So we do these experiences that are wildly, wildly popular. The one that people first probably took notice of was the Stranger Things drive-through that we did during COVID. And these are pretty decently priced tickets that people really show up for and really have an incredibly immersive experience with their favorite show. So it was in drive-through form with Stranger Things. We have several other Stranger Things experiences that are travel the world now. We have this Bridgerton ball, which is people show up in costume and go to the Bridgerton ball, and people love it so much they propose marriage in there. There's dozens of people that have proposed marriage in these events. And it's incredibly elaborate. When people show up, I'm like, where did you have that costume? I just had it laying around the house to go to the Bridgerton ball. And this, we can go back one if you don't mind.
Yeah, we preempted.
Oh, I went in the wrong way. Okay, so this is where the next generation of this, that all these traveling experiences that we've been doing, we're going to pull them together and start to build out these more permanent experiences. This is a concept of something we're calling Netflix House. That will be full of these kind of permanent and traveling experiences and consumer experiences. There'll be food experiences that are basically taking what we've learned from all of these and putting them under one roof in several major cities around the world.
And they'll be permanent.
Oh, here's the Bridgerton ball. All those people in costumes, that's their own costumes. That's the escape room for La Casa de Papel, where people came, they got in costume, they did their thing. This is for a One Piece event. This is Netflix Bites, which is a restaurant experience we did here in LA. It was sold out the entire run of the restaurant, and there's the new Netflix Stranger Things experience. And this is the Doomfest, where this all came together as a big live event we did in Brazil a few months ago, where 25,000 people came out just to meet all the stars of the new Netflix shows. So this is what that looked like.
What's the timetable on when the first Netflix house is going to open?
We're in the works of it now, so no timing to announce yet, but we're trying to get it open next year. Yeah.
Do you have a preference where the first one opens?
No, and we were just looking at major cities around the world, or some smaller markets too, where this could be, where you can really build up the fandom, where it's a little more novel to get an experience like this in your town.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we think it's one of these, it's not like, don't think of it like Disneyland, think of it as closer to City Walk, something you might go to several times a month, not just once every couple of years.
Are you going to have a movie theater?
Some will.
Really?
Yeah.
Showing Netflix movies?
Yeah.
This is my chance to ask your favorite question.
We're lucky, we live in LA, right? You can go to, pretty soon you'll be able to go to the historic Egyptian theater that we've just beautifully restored. It's ready to reopen.
But I have to ask, because Apple's about to put a Martin Scorsese movie on screens for 45 days before it's streaming. You did Scorsese's last movie. You negotiated possibly putting it on movie screens, and it didn't work out.
Yeah.
Do you think as you see Apple and Amazon move in on theaters a little more, will that competition change your strategy at all? Because if you want to work with certain filmmakers, they're going to demand it?
Look, I do, I mean, I try not to be cynical about the question. Because if people keep asking me, why don't you do things like everyone else does? And then I look at the financial results and I say, maybe this isn't what people want in a way. Because I've not been able to see, honestly, a direct correlation between the theatrical run and the demand in the second window. What I have seen is that theatrical run sometimes takes the most passionate fan out of the market. And the films don't tend to be any bigger because they were big in the box office or because they were in the box office already. It's just a different window of demand generation. And we meet that demand that we generate on Netflix. And that's our core business. So we do put movies in theaters. I mean, Irishman was on 900 screens, and I think Flower Moon's on like 3,000.
Right.
So when they look at it and say, look, 10 Oscar nominations for The Irishman, very successful on Netflix. It's one of our top movies of all time. So when I look at that and think and I don't see any discernible difference. We have a lot of pay one movies, that come on in that second window after the theater, and they don't necessarily perform bigger than our biggest original films do. So when I look at that and think that the theory that you have to put movies in the theaters to get, for some long stretch of time before you give it to your subscribers who paid to make the movie, right, with their subscription fee, I don't think the real payoff is in the favor of the consumer.
Right.
So that's why we really, again, consumer-driven. If you want to see this movie and you love it and you don't live in a major city, you have access to see it on opening day. That's really novel, and it opens up that distribution footprint, around the globe.
Okay, we'll talk about one thing that.
And I would say, no, I was joking, but I understand the romance, the romantic connection people have with the movie theater, and we kind of not only acknowledge it, but we support it. In the Paris Theater in New York that we saved was the last single screen theater in Manhattan. theater's around 75 years old. We just put in a brand new, incredible Atmos sound system. So we use it to premiere our films, to screen our films. But we also do use it as a revival house that's just been showing sold out, to sold out audiences, all these kind of great movies that have never been seen in Atmos before.
I will say, to your point about the demand for movies that show in theaters first, it does feel like a lot of the most streamed movies are those that are in theaters first, but I'm not going to debate this with you right now.
Not on Netflix, right? Well, the biggest platform, not on Netflix. You're talking about on other services that don't have meaningful day and date movies.
Right.
Yeah.
One thing that you do that also everyone else does is advertising, which I meant to ask you about earlier.
Yes.
Your head of advertising just left after like a year at the company,
Yeah.
very new in this. That's usually not a great sign. There seems to be mixed. Look, Wall Street was very positive on your advertising business when you gave an upfront and you had some numbers, and they thought that was good. There's also been some reporting that suggests that you're way below what you had wanted. So where are you with advertising?
Look, they should be excited about it. We are. We're a year into it. Jeremy, by the way, did a great job getting us to where we're at today. What we have to do, by the way, not just us, all the platforms that have added an ad option, they've all got to do the same thing, which is they have to kind of get that tier at scale and to grow that scale with fans and viewers. So building the ad team and building the infrastructure and all those things which Jeremy did, which was great for us doing that, we definitely appreciate it. We're super excited about Amy Reinhardt coming in. She's a veteran at Netflix who understands all the complexities of growing new businesses at Netflix. So you should look at it as a doubling down, not a failing and moving on. And it's new. We're definitely in our infancy, and it's definitely not at the scale that we want it to be at yet. And consumers have to choose between it. And I'd say, when you said we would never do advertising, when we first started the business, we were classically counter-positioned against advertising. So for us to say we would never do it, it was part of that thing to say, if you go back to our old DVD business, our counter-position was no late fees. Audiences hated, fans hated paying late fees. So that was our big thing, no movie watching with no late fees. And when we started getting into streaming, we saw streaming will be the new television. And what do people not like about TV? Waiting and ads. So sitting through the ads or waiting until next week. So our classic counterposition was watch it all at once and no ads. Now, what happened is as we got bigger and bigger and more deeply penetrated into the world and also just smarter about it, we said, hey, we don't have an option for people who don't care about advertising and want a lower price. And I'd say it's a generational thing for sure. You saw YouTube and us on that chart. A lot of those folks have been watching a lot of stuff on YouTube with ads for a long time. And people like my son, who basically now that he pays his own bills, he's like, yeah, I'll take half price when I watch ads. I watch ads on YouTube all the time. So it's for him. So we were touting that we were all about choice, and then not giving a choice to those folks who wanted a lower price and didn't mind advertising. Now we have to do the other thing. We have to be able to we have to deliver for advertisers, and we have to deliver for the audience a product that's innovative and doesn't interrupt their viewing experience in a way that makes the viewing experience worse. All those things we have to work on and get better and better at, and we're a year into it. Like that in games, these are also areas of the business that we're looking to deepen the value for consumers and drive revenue. And we have to do both of those things. We have to drive value first, and then you can drive revenue.
If we had more time, I would ask you about games, but we got to get to the CEO of YouTube. Thank you so much for being here.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks for doing that. Are we going?
Please welcome to the stage YouTube CEO Neal Mohan.
Hey man, how are you?
Good.
Nice to see you.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, of course.
You can blame me for this. I thought Ted had a sizzle. He did not. Neal does have a sizzle. Fortunately, that introduces him. For those of you that do not know him, this is CEO of YouTube, a job you've had for?
About 9 months. Yeah. I've been at YouTube a very long time, but in this role for about 9 months.
I need to start with, I want to ask you about that, of course. I want to start with sports.
Sorry about your Dodgers, by the way.
Thank you for that. Well, I'm going to get back at you. So how did you feel about the Lakers beating the Warriors in the playoffs?
Let's go back and forth here.
NFL. YouTube made a very big deal with the NFL to carry Sunday Ticket, among other things, paying I think more than $2 billion a year, if reports are to be believed.
Don't believe everything you read.
How's that going? How are you feeling about the partnership? How are you feeling about how Sunday Ticket's doing?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's very early on. We're a few weeks into the season, but I feel really, really good. I feel that the first and foremost, my priorities literally from the day that we signed the deal was on the user experience, our fan experience on YouTube, joint fans of the NFL and YouTube. We have millions and millions of sports fans on the platform, and the whole point of Sunday Ticket was to super serve those fans. And so everything from what gets all the headlines, which is multi-view and kind of 4 games at once and what have you, to latency, to the clarity of the picture, and then all the features and things like that we have that users of YouTube TV have known and loved on Sunday Ticket. And so really, really focusing on that. And that has gone, knock wood, really, really well from all the feedback that we've seen. So I feel great about the product that we put out there.
You like the multi-view?
I use the multi-view every week myself. I like the multi-view, especially the one with Red Zone in one of the windows for me. And that's like, as a huge sports fan, like that is like kind of like the perfect Nirvana experience for me.
Yeah. How many people are paying for this thing already?
We don't break out that number but we, I'm happy with the adoption of the product. We have, there's obviously lots of fans that are diehard NFL fans, but the whole point of this also, in addition to this kind of, what we hope to be an incredible product experience, is also consumer choice, meaning that with a couple of taps on your phone, you can now sign up for this incredible, premium service from the NFL on YouTube TV, but also on YouTube, importantly, through primetime channels. So that consumer choice has been a really important part of this experience as well. Now, within seconds, you can be up and running. You don't have to wait for a guy to come and install, a dish on your house and the like.
Now, I'm curious, when your deal with the NFL was first announced, I admit I was surprised because I had written all about you guys funding original programming and then not funding original programming, and it just seemed like the Google, Alphabet, YouTube DNA was, we want to be this platform that doesn't pay for things, pick winners, we're sort of neutral. And you're also a company that makes almost all of its money from advertising. Sunday Ticket is a paid service for the most part. What was the strategy behind where it fits into the broader YouTube and Google strategy? Yeah,
so there's 2 parts to your, 2 premises to your question there. The first is we are ultimately about what we all as viewers want from YouTube. So in terms of whether the content is paid for or not, doesn't change what the user experiences in terms of what's recommended in our algorithms, what shows up when you open up the app in the home feed, what's recommended to you after you watch a video. That takes into account your personal preferences, and that's the North Star, just to be very clear about that. But in a strategic sense, really, it was as simple as the fact that we have, we're one of the largest sports platforms out there if you think about YouTube. Everything from our YouTube creators that are focused on sports, creators like Destroying and many, many others, to the consumption of highlights from all of these leagues for many, many years, including in-game highlights in many cases, to live sports. We've carried live sports on our platform before. Paulistão, for example, the soccer league in Brazil, various live soccer events throughout Europe. And so we have had that as part of our DNA overall. And Sunday Ticket really just fits into that story. And the kind of the second premise to your question, I would also argue, Lucas, that yes, we are an ad-supported business. That is our primary means of monetization on behalf of our creators and partners on our platform. But we are also a subscription business. And YouTube TV is a meaningful part of our business. YouTube Premium, of course, is a meaningful part of our business. And so Sunday Ticket fits into that category as well. We have I like to think of it as twin engines of our revenue growth. We have obviously an AVOD business, but we also now have a meaningful SVOD business, and we want to continue to invest in both because my belief is those two things reinforce each other.
You talked about being a platform for sports and having different rights. As I unfairly mentioned at the top, you're a big NBA fan. Those rights are coming up. Are you interested?
So what I will say is we're taking it one step at a time. Right now, the NFL Sunday Ticket is a big area of focus for us. And again, as I said, getting that viewer experience right, making that game day experience on Sunday flawless and seamless. And you should expect from us a lot more innovation there in terms of products, in terms of creator integrations, all the things that our fans, especially younger fans of the NFL on YouTube, expect. You should see more of that through the season and in the many seasons to come. So that's the focus. Regarding the NBA, they have been longtime partners. They operate one of the largest channels on our platform. My 15-year-old is a huge sports fan just like me. He watches a lot of NBA highlights, and he watches them on YouTube through the lens and the analysis of a lot of his favorite creators. And so we have a long partnership with them, but in terms of our focus right now, it's about this NFL experience.
So not no, but not yes. When I talked to a lot of people before this, asking them what I should ask you, I'd say the number one question I got by far was, please ask about shorts, we hate shorts. You guys have put a lot of resources into YouTube Shorts over the last couple of years. You have released a lot of numbers about how great you think it's doing, but a lot of your longer term creators are upset because they feel like it's sort of the platform's trying to force everyone into something that they don't want to do. I know you've been asked this a million times, but I'm just curious, what do you say to those creators who are upset about it as to why you care so much about shorts and why you think it's a good fit for YouTube?
What I would say, first of all, to those creators, even before answering that question, is that choice is up to our creators. I mean, we have been very clear from the early days, from the launch of Shorts now 3 years ago, that ultimately that's a creator-driven decision. Nobody knows their audience better on our platform than our creators and the means by which they want to engage with that audience, first and foremost. Now, having said that, I think that there's two things that are important here. One is viewer expectations. Viewers increasingly, especially when they come to YouTube, have an expectation of all forms of video, truly multi-format. And it's not just about sort of what we call sort of traditional VOD or traditional long form on YouTube today, but it's everything from, those 15-minute VODs to 15-hour live streams to 15-second shorts to podcasts to music. And so all of those, our viewers, and they show it both in terms of their feedback, but also in the data, expect that on YouTube. Shorts today is 70 billion views a day. That number's up from 50 billion in January. So the viewers are voting with their behavior. And the way that our recommendation algorithms work is that it is sensitive to that viewer input in terms of how what is recommended in the feed. The second big thing that I would say is that creation is changing as well. Creation is much more, mobile first, of course. It's participatory in nature, and so because of those things, it's important for YouTube to play a meaningful role there. And what I have seen is that in general, it is incremental to the experience both on the viewer side and the creator side. We have lots of creators that now do both long form and short form, but we have lots of creators that will continue to only focus on long form. And importantly, we now have lots of creators that have a presence on YouTube, both in terms of building an audience, but also importantly in the long run, monetization through the doorway of shorts, and that wouldn't have existed without our investment there.
Okay.
So that's how I would answer that.
I'm curious about that. Because monetization for you guys on shorts is still very new, is there an existing company, platform, anything that has effectively monetized short form video? And we're talking what you do on shorts, TikTok, not the traditional YouTube, which it still blows my mind because I used to think of YouTube as a short form video platform.
Perspectives change, sure. I think, look, what I'll say is that the feedback that I get, and I spend a lot of time, not just meeting and talking with our creators, but also with advertisers. And I think that there's a lot of excitement about being able to connect with their consumers, prospective consumers, on a feed-like product like Shorts. And by the way, that is not just for kind of classic feed formats like direct response formats. It's for brand building and awareness formats as well. And we see interest and demand on both of those pieces. I would say for us, Lucas, there, honestly, like we're still in the very, very early days, like literally like first or second inning kind of early days. There is a lot, in my experience, and before I was at YouTube, as you know, I used to run our display and video ads business at Google, and my experience is that it takes years to build up that monetization capability, because it takes years to build those ad products that advertisers are looking for. And so we're in the very early stages of that journey, but I'm quite optimistic.
You mentioned your long time at Google and now YouTube. How do you see YouTube changing under your leadership? And did Susan, your predecessor, who you worked with for a very long time, give you any advice as you stepped into the role?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so first of all, Susan and I have worked together forever, both in the ads business first, and then now at YouTube for the last 8 or 9 years. And she's not just a colleague, she's like a great friend and mentor of mine. And so I would say that the advice was a lot of what she and I would talk about even before the transition, which is our lifeblood at YouTube is our creators. And when I say the term creators broadly here, obviously our YouTubers, artists on our platform, our media partners, and that is really, when you walk the halls of YouTube, that is what you see in product reviews and business reviews. That is really kind of deep into our culture and DNA. And I think kind of the advice, both in terms of words and her actions, and hopefully people will see in mine, that is front and center in terms of everything we do. That's how we make decisions.
Do you feel that advertisers, people in media, view creators and some of the folks who are sort of original or endemic to your platform as equal to, say, the shows that are on Netflix?
Well, I'll ask you that question because you write about a lot of this. But I would say, look, I'll give you my opinion, which is I feel like that is frankly an artificial construct that was kind of maybe relevant 10 years ago. But when I meet with our partners, our creators, with our advertisers, that is, in my view, almost a relic of the past. If it comes up, I feel like it means that they're not really understanding what's going on in terms of media consumption. Because the most important part of that question is actually what viewers expect. And when you ask a young viewer, and our platform is a young platform, they don't make that distinction. The expectation is what I said earlier, which is everything from that 4-hour NFL game to that 10-hour gaming live stream to a 15-second short. There's me.
My 30-minute yoga videos.
Right, exactly. Their expectation is to find that that is distracting for me. I remember doing that. Like, almost broke my back there. This was my foray as a shorts creator with Eric, who's awesome. And so that's the viewer expectation. What do you guys think? Do you think I could be a YouTube shorts creator? I'm a very good straight man to what our creators like to do. So that's
Look,
the
I
bottom
agree
line.
with you. I think I was in a meeting yesterday where someone asked a question that was similar to something I'd been asked a lot over the years, right? If you remember, there was briefly a video site called Quibi. And the whole premise of Quibi was that it was premium short form. And I remember sitting down for my first meeting with Jeffrey Katzenberg and Meg Whitman, and I just didn't understand it because there was an assumption that what was happening on your platform was thereby lesser than, and there needed to be a more premium format. But when it is very clear that there are billions of people who are perfectly happy with what they get on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying this because you're sitting here, but I know that you do understand this. It shows up in viewer behavior. And by the way, I was just at Rhett and Link studio yesterday, Mythical, and it's amazing what they've built. I mean, it's like nearly 100 employees across all functions. It's like this hotbed of creativity. Both of them are first and foremost incredibly creative people, but they are also enormously successful business entrepreneurs as well. And that is, what they do is, the new, variety show, the new talk show. And that if you're a young person in particular, like, well, how would you think about that any differently, better or worse, or what have you? That's just what you know to consume. I would take any creator's content, pick your favorite creator. Michelle Khare, I think, is in the audience. Like her boxing documentary, put that up against any piece of content. Why shouldn't it win awards? Why shouldn't it win Emmys, right? Like that is, in order to be relevant for viewers in today's world, I think that's where the industry needs to go, to all the points you just made.
Ready for a YouTube Emmy campaign. We have one audience question, and then I have to get to the key topic, which is YouTube doubling down on esports and competing with Twitch?
So I will say a couple things. So gaming and gamers have been probably one of our oldest and for the longest time, most important verticals on our platform, including esports, but really across the full gamut there. A lot of what is consumed there is video on demand, which is kind of the core essence of our YouTube platform. But increasingly, a lot of that is live. And our investment there has been twofold. One is distribution, so make sure that esports gamers or gamers in general, or live streamers even more broadly, have access to audiences that they can easily be discovered. If you are a fan and one of your favorite esports or gamers is going live, we should be able to find it. And then the second is monetization capabilities. So insertion of ads and things like that, that's been a priority for us, but also alternative monetization. So our investment in things like super chat, super stickers,
Subscriptions,
channel memberships, channel gifting, has actually, a lot of it has been born out of and driven through the gaming community.
We did the audience. I do want to ask the poll question because it brings us to a topic that you spent a lot of time thinking and talking about recently, which is, you can see it behind here.
Okay.
Will artificial intelligence have a positive or negative effect on the creator economy? I have a feeling I know your answer.
I mean, for me, I think it's going to be clearly positive. And that doesn't mean that it's not going to come with risks, by the way. I don't want to be kind of glib about it. But I think it's going to be positive for a few reasons. And the way that we see, first of all, there's obviously a lot of conversation around artificial intelligence, particularly this year. But as you know, this has been an area that we have been investing in for many, many years. When you open up the feed and you get those recommendations, when you open up the app, what is that other than artificial intelligence? And so that is, it's like, it was the right answer, now it's shrinking. And so we've been investing in this for a very long time, both on the viewer side and the creator side. But just in general, the way I think about it, and we just announced a couple weeks ago at our Made on YouTube event, a number of AI-powered tools. But the key word there was tools, because it is meant to be AI in service of human creativity to enable a lot of those ideas and amazing sort of creative visions that our creators have, to do it in a way that was previously impossible, now possible. And I think we're in the early days of that, but the lens by which YouTube looks at all of that is through the lens of building tools for our creators to really enhance their creativity. And that's the focus of our roadmap of everything we build there.
And when you talk to your creators and your partners, one, is this a subject that comes up a lot? And two, are they as optimistic as you are, or are they more anxious about it?
So when we talk with our creators and partners, there's a question of, how quickly are we going to have access to these tools? So one of the ones I remember we announced was a tool that allowed, through the power of generative AI, when you open up YouTube Studio and you are staring at a blank canvas, it gives you ideas for what your next video might be. So if you're a travel vlogger, you want to produce a video about your recent trip to Portugal, it kind of lays out sort of what that itinerary could look like, what the ideas are. But then the creative vision has to come from the creator, and actually execution on it has to come from creators. But creators were incredibly excited about that because it takes away not just hours, but an enormous amount of stress otherwise in terms of producing content that their audience is going to love. So that's the feedback we get from creators. There are other questions that we do get, which I'm focused on, which is, with generative AI type tools, those are tools also potentially in the hands of bad actors. What do they do with that? Deep fakes, misinformation. And as you know, that has been a very big area of investment at YouTube for many, many years. And with AI, those rules don't change. What changes is the means by which we will have to enforce the community guidelines on our platform. But that's a commitment I have, and we are very focused on making sure that we can address that.
I'm curious on your perspective, because your company has went through sort of the earlier version of this, right? Where user-generated content was a new concept, and you had all these people who were upset because they thought that their stuff was being stolen, and you had a fairly contentious relationship with a lot of media companies that now seems far more harmonious. Now the company's in that position, I don't think that's so much you, because you're just policing the stuff that people upload, but the different engines and models that are sort of sucking in material. It feels inevitable that there will be some kind of both content ID system like you have and a licensing regime, but I'm wondering how you see that playing out over the next few years.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say there is back to kind of the lens through which we look at all of this technology. So there's two pieces. One is, of course, being part of Google, we should be at the forefront of tools and capabilities that come out of our investment in AI. Everything from the base level foundation models through our partnerships with Google Research, Google DeepMind. But the other side, which is in the YouTube DNA, to your earlier question, is we are going to do everything that we do here through the lens of partnership and through the lens of making sure that it is creator first, creative first, right, across all of our partners. And that's the way those conversations have been going. And by the way, those are not just my words. You said it. We have a track record here. We have a track record through our investment and invention of technologies like Content ID that does two things. One is that it provides control to those rights holders. But the other thing that it does is it enables monetization, creates an entirely new pie that didn't exist before on behalf of those rights holders while allowing a lot of that creative expression to happen. We have found a way to strike that balance through technology and our principles before. I'm not saying that what will get invented here looks exactly like that, because there are different characteristics of generative AI than there are to, matching two pieces of copyrighted content. But you can see how those principles might apply, those broad principles. I announced a couple of principles in terms of how YouTube is going to approach this area over the summer. I did that in partnership with the music industry, with Solution.
This was your incubator? And,
yeah, with Universal Music Group and Solution and I had a joint announcement around it. But that second principle that we talked about was precisely about control and monetization for artists, and that was in the context of the music industry. But you can see how that concept of really putting creatives first applies across all of YouTube.
Okay, last question. YouTube today, I think people would agree, maybe not, looks fairly similar to how it has looked for a long time. There are changes, but the concept, the bones are the same. Mm-hmm. 5 years from now, what about YouTube looks or feels different?
Well, one thing that we didn't touch on, but I'll just touch on briefly here, is that everybody still, I think, probably primarily thinks about YouTube, or maybe not, but as as mobile. You can you watch it on your on your Android phone, on your iPhone, or what have you. But our fastest growing screen is actually the television screen, the screen that looks like this. And so I think one thing that you can expect from YouTube is really everywhere, especially in parts of the world outside of the US and North America. Like, that growth of large screens is happening even more rapidly in many markets around the world, India, et cetera. So really being across all screens is a big thing from a viewer standpoint. And then the other thing that you should expect is more continued investment in creator tools. We're starting with things like mobile first, shorts, short form, vertical video, but you should see that as more just as a template, as a place to start in terms of where it grows. And I think the basis of this is, our job is to build the world's best stage for video. It's our creators that are on the stage, and it's all of us as viewers that are watching that stage, and that's got to be the best theater. That's sort of like the strategic vision for us, whether that's a 15-second short, 15-minute video, 15-hour live stream. YouTube has to be the place for that, because we're very different, I think, than any other platform. You know, we're not a social media platform. We're not where you go to connect with friends. We're not a broadcaster. You know, we're our own thing. We want to be the premier place for creation, sharing, and watching a video, and that's our vision.
I can't believe we made it through this whole thing without talking about Mr. Beast. Neal, thank you very much.
All right, Lucas. Good seeing you. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage SRMG CEO and Red Sea Film Foundation Chairwoman Jumana Al-Rashid with Bloomberg Media CEO Scott Havens.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 Screen Time. We're off to a pretty good start, I think you might say. Jumana, thank you for joining me.
Scott,
Pleasure to have you here.
Thank you for having us. Good morning, everyone. And I'd like to first start by congratulating you on such a successful inaugural event for Screen Time.
Thank you very much. Before we get started on some questions I have for you, I'd love for you to explain to our audience a little bit about the Red Sea Film Foundation and perhaps the seminal festival that you've created.
Of course. So the Red Sea Film Foundation is a cultural institution that was founded in Saudi Arabia in 2019. Of course, this was right pre-COVID and pandemic. So as everyone else did, we went back into our offices and we went back home and we started strategizing. But of course, we became recognizable for our flagship event, the Red Sea Film Festival. However, the foundation is much bigger than just an event and the glitz and glam of the red carpet. The foundation comprises of 4 main pillars, the festival being one of them, Red Sea Labs, Red Sea Fund, and Red Sea Souk. And this is how we really empower, nurture, and support the film ecosystem in the region and the wider region as well, overall.
That's great. Last night I talked a little bit about the globalization of the entertainment industry. Give us a peek into what's happening in the region from your perspective. How are the cultural and economic changes adapting with the entertainment and the cinematic business?
Well, Scott, I think let's first start by saying that back in 2017, there were no cinemas in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Not a single screen in Saudi Arabia. This was reintroduced after a 35-year ban. Therefore, the social and economic transformation is real. And as a film foundation, we're simply trying to become a part of that and enhance and empower that ecosystem that is going to yield both economic but cultural results. We believe that there's a real opportunity right now in the market. Last year at the festival, we had over 40,000 people attend and 5,000 filmmakers. Not only that, through our film fund, we have supported over 206 films, 8 of them participating at the Cannes Film Festival this year, and 8 of them in selection. And again, these are not simply Saudi films. These are films from the wider MENA region, from Africa, and we're now very quickly expanding into Asia. The cultural transformations are real. The talent is there, raw, authentic talent. And ultimately, I think what unites us all as people in the filmmaking or content creation industry is the passion for storytelling. Yeah. And this is what exists in a manner that is unprecedented. These are stories that have never been told. These are stories that have never been supported. And for us as a foundation and as a wider ecosystem, in collaboration with international partners and the private sector, what we're trying to do right now is provide the technical capability and the right infrastructure to support these stories to be told, not simply for a regional platform, but also for international platforms.
By the way, and I mentioned this also last night, I encourage you to get out there and talk to people, because I believe, and someone will fact check me on this, that the conversation happened at a Bloomberg event in New York City between CEO or chairman of AMC Cinemas and someone on the Saudi side, which led to the sort of evolution of cinemas in the region, in the kingdom. So get out there, do deals, do partnerships. How and why is Saudi Arabia strategically positioned well for the region to be a gateway for content evolution, for cultural exchange?
We have a strategic geographical position. But we also, in line with that, we have a strategic transformation that's taking place, which is Vision 2030, which is allowing for the economic and social and cultural transformation, which means social reforms, which means being able to become a cultural hub for creativity and innovation. And again, this is what, I'll go back and reference what we've done through the Red Sea Film Fund and Red Sea Film Lab. There was an idea that was created by a Jordanian team at one of our lab workshops in Jeddah. That idea very quickly was turned into reality through the support, mentorship, and nurturing of the brilliant team at the Red Sea Film Foundation. And this film, earlier this year, was at the Cannes Film Festival.
Amazing.
So again, this is how we become a gateway. Another example of that is a Sudanese film that we supported earlier in the year that was also at the Cannes Film Festival competition. So these are, not only are we becoming a gateway, but we're also becoming a hub and a launching pad for creativity and innovation.
We talked a little bit about the cinema, the evolution of cinema, and has been in the rapid growth since the conversations in 2017, the launch. How has that influenced the cultural landscape within Saudi Arabia and just generally the entertainment industry? Is it creating a groundswell of interest in the business and for more films to come in? What have you seen over the last 6 or 7 years?
Well, over the past 6 and 7 years, you've had 0 cinemas and 0 screens to 600 screens. We're aiming for 2,500 screens by 2030. Forecasted box office revenues also forecasted at $1 billion by 2030. This is a massive transformation. This is the economic return that we're hoping for. But it also provides an opportunity for content creators, given the massive investment that is being undertaken by various members and entities of the ecosystem, be it the Red Sea Foundation, be it NEOM, be it Lola, who are all investing in the infrastructure through sound stages, through film rebate. The film rebate in Saudi Arabia is at the highest right now in the world at 40%. We're also providing master classes, workshops, but what that allows us to do is that for the very first time, these authentic stories through direct voices are being represented. Usually, and I think the region has always been an importer as opposed to an exporter. For the very first time, we are consuming our own content, and that's very much in line with various consumer trends and behaviors that are affecting all of our media organizations. And it's not simply limited to film. This is across the board, from film to news to entertainment to gaming. We need to understand audience preferences. And I think this is the importance of being able to work with young content creators. I'll tell you a very exciting story. So one of the companies that started back in 2011 is a production company called Tilfaz. And these were 2 young men who decided to leverage user-generated platforms, especially YouTube, to start creating content. Content that was really appealing to them, content that was culturally relevant, content that they wanted to watch, because again, all they used to consume is what we all consume, which was the either international or the very much traditional content. And one more aspect that I have to add is that this is a very young, dynamic population. 70% of the population is under the age of 35.
Wow.
Therefore, the content that they're consuming is very different from the content that my parents used to consume. So these 2 young men started creating short-form content and uploading it onto YouTube, and immediately witnessed massive reach and very high viewership. Fast forward to 2023, they now have an 8-film deal with Netflix. Their movie Sattar outperformed international blockbusters in the box office, including Avatar. They have had 2 films premiere at TIFF. And of course, Sattar premiered at the Red Sea Film Festival last year. So this is really the trajectory and the transformation of film and content creation in Saudi Arabia. This is still a very young company that was bootstrapping for a good 8 years prior to it starting to raise funds from various VC entities, one of them being SRMG. We've recently invested in them just because we saw a real opportunity and a production company that is scalable. And that's what's rare currently in the market. There are several opportunities, but the challenges are also there.
Talk a little bit about some of the other challenges. Financing would be one, right?
Financing, in the sense, there are several entities that are looking for various financing opportunities. However, the challenges exist in the value chain. The IP ideation, the script writing, the screenwriting, the writer's room, post-production, pre-production, the infrastructure. That is what's currently being developed. And that's why international partnerships are so important for us. And that's why this ecosystem that we're creating is also so important for us, because it will allow us to overcome these challenges that are really opportunities, given that, again, the talent is there, the stories are told, it's simply about the expertise.
Last question for you. You just mentioned international partnerships. You at SMG have been active in this space. Talk a little bit about how those help accelerate collaboration, growth, and frankly, cultural exchange across regions.
Absolutely. Wearing my other hat as CEO of SRMG, we have one of our largest partnerships with Bloomberg, which we're very excited and proud of. It has allowed us to bring a new and different offering to 300 million Arabic speakers in the region who have a very big appetite for insights, data, and financial news. So that's only one stream that we've kind of pursued in terms of international partnerships. 2 days ago, again, something that we're very proud of, we launched our partnership with Warner Brothers Discovery, which is a new free-to-view platform with one of the most prominent production houses in the world. But again, I think the traditional model would have simply been to license or to syndicate. What we're doing right now is creating original content that can speak to the relevancy of our culture and that can speak to audiences' preferences, demands, and requirements. With Warner Brothers Discovery, part of this deal would not only allow us to localize their content, but also to enter co-production deals. And that's really what matters to us most. Co-production means that we get to train the next generation of content creators. Co-production means that we work with the best international expertise and talent and bring them to the region and have our talent work on set, learning on the go. But this is just the start. There are various opportunities for international partners to come in, be it to benefit from the film rebate, be it to benefit from the box office numbers. And I think Saudi Arabia was the only market and was the only box office to fully recover post-COVID and to double its revenue, in contrast to global decline in box office. So there's a real opportunity there, and there's a real story there. It's not simply a story to watch, but it's a story to be involved in.
Yes, and for all of you, doors open for partnerships. Thank you for being a partner. Thank you for being here, and good luck with continued growth.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Kris Jenner with Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde.
Thank you for having us,
Yeah.
Bloomberg.
Hi, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What a joy to be here to discuss your business, your success in content. But the world weighs heavy right now, and I know we just wanted to spend one moment thinking about how you have re-amplified your daughter's voice today, about how heavy your hearts are at this moment. And I know you've been speaking to friends and loved ones about the war between Israel and Hamas, and it must be something that you think about how you'd connect with your audience at this moment.
Well, it is a horrible, devastating human disaster and tragedy around the world right now. Everybody's got a lot of fear. And I think that just to amplify what Kim said yesterday was just that our thoughts and prayers are with everyone right now. And like Kim said, check on your friends and your family members and anybody who might be. I know so many of our friends are so fearful, and so it's hard, it's tough.
You have built a powerful set of not one, not two, what is it, more than 20 companies that you're involved in through your family. Ultimately, you have kept your family close at all stages. We brought you here because it says branding and business maven, but more than that. How much was your connection with a consumer, with an audience, with people in their hearts brought ultimately from your early days in your childhood. You had sort of retail in your bones, the consumer in your bones.
Well, I started working in my grandmother's store when I was about 10 years old. So the DNA, if you will, that I had sort of in me at a very young age, I grew up just a real people pleaser. And I wanted everybody to be happy and be proud of me. And when you start working at a young age, I was in charge. My grandmother had a candle store, and I was in charge of the gift wrapping station. So I had a big job. And I was working all summer when my friends were at the beach.
Yeah.
I was at the store. And I think over the years of doing that and graduating to the cash register and interacting with the customers and then, building my little retail entrepreneurial life when I was young and I was a teenager and working in retail stores, I think you do learn a certain amount of finesse with your audience, your customer, talking to people and convincing somebody how to buy something.
Yeah.
Your paycheck sometimes, it involves how many sales you made that month if you're on a commission. And then it kind of developed a little bit of my competitive spirit.
Yes.
Because I wanted to win and make everybody proud of my family, proud of me, my grandmother proud of me, my mom proud of me. So, and just the inspiration of watching these women get up every single day and go to work. That was just our way of life. And in my family, we all worked. And that was just how it was done. And so I didn't really know any different. And I loved it. My grandmother loved it. My mom loved it. And they're so proud. My mom, to this day, she's almost 90. And she talks about her work life and her career all the time because she loves to talk and we reminisce and, and I listen to her and she just tells the same stories over and over. She loves them about her life in her stores in La Jolla.
And so there's work ethic there. Then came the power of persuasion. Then came the network that you built. What do you think the skill sets have been that you've really learned upon, and who did you build them from?
The network of people that I think I've been around. I think I was around so many powerful people my entire life. From the time I got married to Robert Kardashian and had a whole ecosystem of businessmen and entrepreneurs and people running studios. And, any given day it would be the head of a studio and, just often paid attention without really realizing I was paying attention. And I had a very amazing education. I was a housewife. I was raising 4 kids at home. I had the most blessed situation, but at the same time surrounded by these business situations that I didn't even realize were happening right in front of me, but I must have been absorbing it because there's so many times I've like brought up in my mind one of those conversations that I had learned from. And so I think I had a very lucky and blessed existence that way because it brought me to some of the lessons that I've learned today. What I did learn from that is just being able to tap into some of those friendships and resources and business relationships that I had. And I think that if you look around, sometimes you don't realize what's right in front of you.
Yeah.
And I think that I am someone who loves to learn something every single day. And I love to reach out to the people. And even if I don't know someone, if they hold the key to some magic that I would love to learn about, I have no problem calling someone up and going, hey, can we have coffee or can we have lunch? I'm really stuck and I don't know how to make this decision and I need a little help.
So did you call on that magic to Hulu, for example? How did those sorts of conversations first erupt?
Oh,
Is it that
Hulu
you
is...
go out there for that conversation, that magic, or do they come to you now in this inbound moment, having crescendoed your career over this time?
We had the most amazing experience at the E! Network with NBC, Comcast, and that whole group for many, many years.
More than 20 seasons.
20 seasons, over a decade of doing business, and had the most beautiful friendship and relationship. And then I think it was just time to have a new chapter. And I really felt like streaming was in the cards for us, and my family really wanted to try and tried to take a stab at that because that was really the future in our minds. We wanted to elevate what we were doing and streamline the show and have a new audience.
Yeah.
With it's Hulu and Disney Plus around the rest of the world, and the show's always been in so many countries and so many languages, and we have such an amazing following. And that transition for us, we were very lucky because we kept that audience and gained new audience, new friends, and we still have a wonderful relationship over at E! They're still airing some of our shows, and so it makes it nice because now it's a much broader audience.
You keep saying lucky, and it's interesting because it wasn't luck that first brought you to thinking about infomercials, about seeing what perhaps you hadn't seen at the time, which was a champion you were married to, that you had to lean on that relationship that Bruce at that time had with people who appreciated his sports, and then you led into infomercials, then suddenly it became linear television, then the transition to screening. How have you always been able to see basically where the consumer's going?
I think I do like to lean into opportunity, and I do like to think about what the next thing could look like. And in those days when it was about, okay, we have bills to pay, kids in school and things going on, and how is this going to happen? And I just had to really figure it out. And when I created Keeping Up with the Kardashians and brought it to Ryan Seacrest, and we brought it to E! And they said yes, and 30 days later we were filming. And I was just very persistent about the direction I knew I wanted to go in, and I think we were prepared for. But it takes a village, and I think what is so, I mean, when I say lucky, I feel lucky. I feel blessed to have opportunity that I can, extract this amazing career out of, and also share that with my family. And they have taken this and run with it. When you think about somebody in the entertainment business, usually they do it and they thrive and grow and perform on their own. And with me, we get to do it all together. Mm-hmm. It's not just one of us trying to do it all by ourselves and create this world for the whole family, but we all get to have a part in our present and our future and what we're going to do. So there's lots of family meetings, and we discuss what next steps are going to be. And the kids are, they've got amazing work ethic, and they never stop. So I feel like it takes a village. It takes all of us together, and I think that's the magic.
And it takes you on, I think, every single company. Was it more than 20 that ultimately have been born across, from clothing to skincare, from now your own, cleaning products? How do you ensure that you're remaining someone who sat at the table with a board presence, if you want it, for example, in private equity?
What's the question?
For example, how do you, are you always wanting to be integrated with every part of the business that happens with all parts of your ecosystem of your family?
I think that, do you mean how we decide who's going to run the businesses?
Yeah, and in terms of you always having a presence within it.
Right. Well, listen, I like to have a presence in the beginning and identifying what it is we're going to do, what makes sense, what the girls are really interested in and passionate about. There used to be a time where we would just throw spaghetti, and take anything because we were learning and growing, and, lots of stuff didn't work out. But as we've grown over the last couple of decades, I think that we really do want to do things that we completely enjoy and that make sense and that we're passionate about, because it's very difficult to do something that you're really not that into. So I think my job is to identify a company or a product or a business, and then helping to build the team that's around that. Yeah. It's like with Skims, for example, I can use that. Kim thought about doing a shapewear company for 10 years. And Kim and I were in Cannes, and she was with Kendall, and they were gonna do the red carpet. And I went up to get Kim, and she was leaning over a bathtub filled with warm water and tea bags, and she was dyeing her underwear and cutting it up. And I said, what are you doing? You've got to be downstairs in 10 minutes. She goes, I got it, and they're blow drying the stuff. She goes, this is just really what I want to do. And she did that for years. And then, suddenly it was time to start this business. And so I asked the partners that we have now in Skims to come on board. Would they like to help us manufacture? Because I knew how to make makeup and beauty. I wasn't sure exactly how to make shapewear. So I knew I had to find somebody who was great at manufacturing clothing and running that kind of a company. So I think that's a good example of how our ecosystem and our process works. We identify a business, we get it funded and try to get it off the ground, and then we find the best team of people to put around that company.
When you said you threw spaghetti against the wall.
A lot of it.
Any
Rigatoni.
regrets? Or was it always a learning process?
I think all of it at the end of the day, I look at everything as it was meant to be.
Yeah.
And it's always a learning process for me. Sometimes like anybody else, I'll get frustrated and, that something's not going perfect. But after all, you have to have these experiences to get to another level and to get to another chapter. And yeah,
any
it's kind of the way.
Partnerships you turned down that you wish you hadn't?
No, I don't think so. I mean, there might be a couple, but I think in the end, it was the best thing, because then later, years later, we end up doing it ourselves, or we doing it with a partner that might be, easier to work with, or a better financial outcome, or however you want to look at it. There's always a reason.
And we were just talking about how the partnership was born with Hulu, and you decided this is the moment to move from linear TV to streaming. Do you think a show is integral to the Jenner Kardashian family unit?
I think that the show has always been an amazing foundation for everything else we do. We love doing it. We've had such an amazing relationship and experience with Hulu and Disney, and it's been so great. And we love what we do. And I think over the years, we've been doing it for so long that we have figured it out, like an easier schedule on some levels. And if one of the kids is a little burnt out, somebody else will do the heavy lifting. And our crew is so amazing. They're like I told you, backstage, they're like part of our family. And we have such a great time doing it, and we all get to work together, so that it's just a plus all the way around. But Hulu's been amazing, and I think that it's given us the chance to elevate the production value and do some things that maybe we couldn't do before. So that's kind of fun.
And build a new audience. And from that perspective, that's where you've navigated. You've thought about audiences. You've gone and how do you therefore think about the landscape of social media at the moment? Does one as a family have to have presence everywhere? Are you relatively thoughtful about which one you want to lean into at a certain moment or not?
That's a really good question, because when we first started doing Keeping Up with the Kardashians, there was barely Twitter. There was Facebook and Twitter. There was no Instagram. There was no Snapchat. There was no TikTok, none of it. And so now I look back on that and I think, wow, that's kind of remarkable. I think that social media is, it's crazy. It's like fire. It can keep you warm, or it can burn your house down. I mean, it's like so drastic. And I think about, for me, I could go on for hours about social media and my grandchildren and all of that.
Do you worry?
Of course I worry. I mean, it's just such a negative place at times, but then it's such a great place at times, and it's great for business, and it's an amazing focus group. It's like a built-in focus group. I remember when Kim first had her first fragrance, and she reached out to her folks on Twitter and said, do you like this bottle or that bottle? And they told her, and she did it, and it was a huge success. And I was like, wow, how did you figure that out? She taught the rest of us, how, my family, how to navigate through social media platforms. But now it's such a special tool, but it can be a little scary too, for me. I mean, I'm just talking personally. I just think that for me, I've almost 13 grandchildren, and that's a lot of little humans to worry about, so I do.
How do you think about protecting them in the next iteration of social media? Do you think it'll still be around when they're...
I think that it's always going to evolve. I think that I don't know what the next platform's going to be, but I think for them, they have definitely rules and parameters of how they, use social media and when they're allowed to get on. My oldest grandson is going to be 14, so he has a cell phone and all of that.
And they, I'm sure, look to you for parameters and for guidelines. Who do you look to for parameters, for guidelines, for mentorship? Who inspires you?
I have some amazing friends who I've been friends with since I'm 20 years old. You know, people like Tommy Hilfiger and, you know, just many, many people that have kind of done some of the things that I would love to do and I'm so proud of, and businesses that they built, and they've kind of shown me the ropes on different things. But really my true people that I look up to and get inspiration from is my mom, my grandmother who taught me so much, my kids who inspire me every day. I mean, they drive me crazy too, don't get me wrong. But, you know, it's just, I feel totally blessed to have this many grandchildren and kids, and they keep me really happy.
And the fact that you managed to find, I'm not going to say it's balance, there is never balance, and I'm sure us being voyeurs of your lifestyle, it doesn't look like much balance sometimes, but the fact that you've managed to weave together business with family means that at least you've always never having to worry about lack of time together. I'm interested as to whether you think ultimately that balance can continue going forward, and what you would give your advice to other mothers who at the age of 50, because they need to, they embrace a new career trajectory, they decide on a new business. What would you say to them?
I think that's really interesting when you say decide, because it's a decision that one makes. For me, I had to figure out how I was going to make a living and pay bills and create a lifestyle and a life for my kids that I was happy and proud about. And that meant figuring it out. And I started filming my show when I was 52 years old. When you think about that, and all the time that in between, you know, it's crazy when I think about how old I was and how I just, I don't know.
As the case may be, depending on.
I know. It seems very young now, but at the time I thought, oh, here we go. We're going to start a whole new career. And Courtney and I had a children's shop, and I thought this show is going to be so great. We are going to sell so many T-shirts. I mean, when I think about that, I was so happy. I thought, oh, and then the show did great, and we couldn't even go to the store because we didn't have security. We were going to get bombarded. But I feel like our journey has been one of learnings all along. And yeah.
When does it stop? I mean,
just to say one more thing. Yeah. Anybody that wants to start a career, if you're 52, if you're 62, if you're 102, I think there's nothing more beautiful than that. To be able to have that kind of just energy, and it keeps you young and creative and feeling worthy and worthwhile, and your self-esteem goes up, and just having a schedule and all of that. There's so many things I could go on about just mental health, physical health, spiritual health, you know, just all of that, and how great that we all felt to be having those opportunities come our way and really going out and searching for them.
Do you ever wake up not motivated?
Yeah.
And what do you do?
Yeah, I go back to sleep.
We're still someone who wakes up at what, 4 or 5 a.m.?
I do. Listen, if I wake up at 4 sometimes and I think, oh, I just can't do this, and then I go, you know how you go back to sleep and then you look at the clock and it's like 6:50 and I'm like, oh my God, I overslept. So yeah, so I'm just sort of silly. But do you guys wear an Oura ring? Anybody wear an Oura ring? I started wearing an Oura ring, and now it's become this little obsession.
Oh, competitive.
I am so competitive with myself. Today I think I got an 87, and I was so mad I didn't get a 90. And
on your
Kim
sleep
will call
or
me,
your restful?
Well, the restful part, I'm just a lost soul. But the sleep, I can at least excel at. So that's what I concentrate on. Okay. And that tells you a lot about my personality, because I just want to concentrate on the things that I actually can do okay at and just try my best for the next night. But Kim beats me every night. It's so annoying.
There's the competitive instinct.
That's right.
We've run out of time, but one thing that after a day where you haven't felt motivated, or you've done 1,000,001 things within 20 hours, what do you do to relax?
I like to I just planted a vegetable garden, Chloe and I, because we live next door to each other. And it's really great. But when you plant a vegetable garden, you don't get like
millions of vegetables the first week or two. It's getting started, little bits here and there. And so Chloe and I are splitting the little bits. So it's getting kind of funny because I'll go over and steal some of her bits and then she'll steal some of mine. But what I love is I do love doing things that are creative and, design things. The vegetable garden makes me happy. Being outside makes me happy. Going on walks makes me really happy and clears my head. And just being with the kids. Sometimes I go to bed like 5 nights a week, and I'll count how many grandkids I got to see that day. Like if I go to Chloe's house and she's having a pumpkin carving party and there's 6 grandkids, I'm like, I'm halfway there. It's like I have a competition with myself.
Okay, well, you're about to add a 13th, so
yeah.
Congratulations with that. Thank you for spending some time amid your family times. I hope you get to see a few grandchildren when you head off today.
Thank you
Please do
so
give it up
much.
for Kris Jenner.
Thank you. Thanks, you guys. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Allen Media Group Chairman and CEO Byron Allen with Bloomberg's Cameron Leach.
Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing? We're good? We're good?
Oh, come on, you better than that. How's everybody doing? Come on, show the love. How's everybody doing? Can I get a little bit more love in here? All right.
Obviously,
I got them right for you, Cameron. We're good. We're ready to go.
Make this job easy.
We're ready to go.
Make this job very easy. First of all, we have Byron Allen here, the CEO of Allen Media Group. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Cameron. Great to see you, and thank you for having me.
Of course, of course. So I'm going to open up this discussion. Obviously, we're talking about investments in media. There's so much happening in the geopolitical environment and also in just, American issues. But I want to ask you, though, is media still a great investment in today's time? Traditional media, that is.
I think it's the greatest investment in the world. Mm-hmm. Because I think 100 years ago, it was the Industrial Revolution. And what fueled the Industrial Revolution? Gas and oil. Today, it's the digital revolution. And you have over 4 billion connected devices that have an insatiable appetite for content. And what's fueling that? Content. But content is the new gas and oil. We'll never produce enough of it. There will never be a way to fulfill the appetite that people have around the world to be entertained and informed and to really just be connected.
Does it scare you a bit that there has been a drop in advertising, a shift in consumer behavior as well too? A lot of these people watch media on their phones as well too. And even, Bob Iger, while he was in Sun Valley, when I was there, he was discussing selling some ABC television stations. Does that scare you any bit about the business model?
Not at all. I mean, advertisers don't advertise because they want to. They advertise because they have to. Good luck selling your cars, your soft drinks, your burgers. Good luck selling anything without advertising. You need us. You need us to make your sales goals, to make your profits. It's a $300 billion a year global advertising market, and it's only going to get bigger. The audience is getting bigger. It's cyclical. It'll go up and down, but at the end of the day, advertisers have tried for decades not to spend that money, but they keep coming back like crackheads.
Jesus Christ. Listen, we're coming
They need our eyeballs. I know that's going to be the headline. Byron Allen calls advertisers crackheads. I got it. I know my PR people are now doing damage control. But at the end of the day, once again, they advertise because they have to. Yeah. You need our eyeballs. You think they run those commercials because they want to? You need us to say, go buy this amazing product. They're going to be there, and that $300 billion is going to go straight up. It's going to go straight up like a rocket. But here's what I want to say to all my competitors. Media sucks. And get out of it immediately.
I see what you're trying to do. Now listen, we're talking about advertising as well too. You've had some legal disputes with McDonald's, also Comcast as well too. You're trying to get them to spend more money with Black-owned media. Is that correct?
Well, yes, absolutely. Black-owned media is extinct, and I don't believe we have a real democracy unless all of our voices are widely heard and distributed. So I think we need to have more ownership from women. Women don't own anything. Asian people don't control their image. They don't control anything. Hispanic people, gay people. I want everybody to own their media assets so you can be 110% authentically you. You have to be authentic, and it has to come from the people who have to represent themselves. Don't let anybody else represent you. You know, you have to represent yourselves. I watch the world's biggest media companies put on talk shows where they had black men taking DNA tests and they would dance that they weren't the baby daddy. That wasn't my daddy and that wasn't my granddaddy. Now you look at me and I have the ability, I have more television shows on than anybody, right? I have over 70-something television shows. What did I do with my power and position? I put on 9 judges, legal scholars.
Judge Mathis.
Judge Mathis, Judge Ross, 2 African-American males, 2 Latinas, and 5 African-American females. 9 court shows as legal scholars. No one's putting on more positive images of black and brown people than me.
I like that.
And I've watched white-owned controlled media depict me, and I'm not gonna be bitter, I'm gonna be better. Step up and just make it better. You do you, I'm gonna do me.
Now, I want to talk briefly about your legal dispute with Comcast. You sued them.
Well, Comcast and I are buddies.
Yeah, you guys settled now,
Yeah, we're good
right?
friends
Okay,
now.
all right. Now, what has changed?
I love Comcast, and Comcast loves me. Everybody loves me, Cameron. Not just my mama and my wife and my 3 kids. Well, my 2 teenage daughters don't love me that much these days. I got a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old.
Now, so wait, I gotta push back on this one though. What changed from then and now with Comcast in the sense of them investing more in black-owned media?
Well, listen, what I said to the cable industry, what I've said to America is that the greatest trade deficit in America is the trade deficit between white corporate America and black America, between white corporate America, brown America, between white corporate America and females. And we have to close that trade deficit in order to have one America. And so we can keep talking about it, but I'm not about talking. I'm about getting it done. So I hit them with I hit some people with a $20 billion lawsuit to move the conversation along. Because when that's definitive action. And I said, you can get rid of my lawsuit in 1 second. All you have to say is, Byron Allen's wrong. Here's who we're doing business with that's Hispanic, Asian, female, black. Couldn't find that unicorn. And we had to get to a point where we said, this is how we do business together. I'm here to make everybody better.
I got you.
And that's what I do. I don't believe in paralysis. When you come to my office, there's a sign at the elevator that said, wait, I want you to know about this sign. When you come off the elevator, it says, there isn't a bank in the world where I can deposit excuses, so I don't accept them.
I like that.
When you come off the elevator, you know exactly who you're dealing with. You don't even get to my office.
That is true for sure.
You know what time of day it is. No analysis paralysis. Man, let me tell you something. One of my greatest advantages, I own my company 100%. No board of directors. I make a decision, we move. And I had a guy say to me, runs a big media company. This guy ran a major division, Warner Discovery.
Okay.
It was just Warner Media at that time. He says, you know what, when we sit in our meetings, we don't talk about Disney. We don't talk about Paramount. We don't talk about Sony. He goes, you know who we talk about? I go, who? You. I said, really? He goes, yeah, you. I go, why? He goes, we are giant battleships, and you're like a little speedboat. And if there's gold on the beach, you run rings around us, get to the beach, take the gold, and by the time we turn our battleship around, you've already taken the gold. I go, that's right. And so I'm always going to say that. I'm always going to be that entrepreneur. I started my company from my dining room table 30 years ago. 30 years ago. And I started by calling every television station, asking them to carry my once-a-week show. On average, they all said no 50 times, and I worked through about 50,000 no's to get 150 yeses. That guy that was at that dining room table trying to pay his phone bill, is that same guy today, 30 years later. That fire is still in my belly. I still run scared, and I'm still running after that vision of building the world's biggest media company.
In that same vein, we have an audience question here I think is really good. How should minority-owned production companies look for financing right now in today's time? Because it's tough to raise money in this current environment as well, too.
I couldn't raise money. It was my blessing. I could not raise money, and that's just one of the things it's very common in the Black community not to have access to capital that's not predatory, but it happened to be my blessing. I'm so happy I didn't raise money. I had to build it brick by brick, and by the time it ended up being one of the largest, privately held media companies in the world, I had major scale and bought the Weather Channel and invested over $1 billion buying Big Four network affiliates. It's one of the greatest blessings I've ever had because I see what happens to I just did something that no one else could have done.
Talk to me. What was it?
Since the beginning of television, we've used the currency of Nielsen. Nielsen determined what the ratings were, and that's what we traded hundreds of billions of dollars off of. I said, I'm not feeling Nielsen. They're measuring 40,000 homes. I came across a company called Video Amp. They're measuring 40 million homes. They're showing the Weather Channel's ratings at almost 2 to 3 times higher in certain demos than Nielsen.
So you're calling Nielsen antiquated?
I didn't say that.
That's what it sounds
like. You said that.
That's what it sounds like.
You better get your lawyers on the phone. My
Stop,
lawyers. I didn't say that. I said they're measuring 40,000 homes where Video Amp is using set-top data to measure 40 million homes. And our ratings on certain demos at the Weather Channel 2 to 3 times higher with Video Amp. That is significant when you're selling advertising.
Yes.
I was able to go and move the entire ad buying community from Nielsen to Video Amp, and that's never happened in the history of television. Now, I was able to do that because I don't have a board of directors, no analysis paralysis, and every media company came up to me, the heads of all the media companies. You know what they said to me?
What did they say?
Thank you. We're right behind you. I said, how come you didn't do it? They said, management, board, we couldn't get them to do it. I go, you guys, this is not brain surgery. You're thinking too much. You got to move. Speed wins championships. Michael Dell said it best. You guys keep asking me about IBM. I'm not worried about IBM. I'm worried about the guy in the garage you've never heard of. I always want to be that guy in the garage they never heard of. I'm running harder than they could ever imagine. Every day, 24/7. It's a game to me. I love this game. I can't wake up, suit up, put up 80 points a game, start flying through the air like you didn't see that coming, did you? I love it. I mean, that was a big move. We changed television by moving an entire ad buying community, every last one of them, all the holding companies, all the agencies, billions of dollars. Boom, we moved them over. I'm loving it. I'm loving the game.
Byron, we're running short on time, but I do want to touch on the sale of ABC stations.
Yeah,
about
ABC stations and network.
Correct.
Yeah.
And have you already submitted a bid, or you're looking to submit a bid?
Well, I submitted a bid. I texted it to Bob.
Okay.
Bob was on CNN. I'm sorry, he was on some other network, and Bob said he didn't see linear networks as being core.
Yeah.
I said, got my mobile phone and said, here you go. And it was very straightforward. It's like, hey, whatever your EBITDA is, because, I'm willing to pay you an 8X. So just open the books, let's go. But they're not ready to sell. He's not ready to sell. But I wanted to make it clear.
Why do you say he's not ready to sell?
Well, they've made that statement. They're not there. That's a complicated thing. They have to bifurcate that. They have to pull that out of the Disney system. That's a tough thing to do. And Bob is brilliant. He's excellent at what he does. When he's ready to sell, I just told him, you don't need to make more than one phone call. I'm your man. Call me. Everybody else is a waste of time. Call me. I'll get it done. What you want?
And also,
listen, the money is easy. The money is very easy. There's plenty of money. There's $80 trillion out there floating around looking for, great management. That's the real commodity. Great management. That's the commodity, right? There's $80 trillion out there. You don't have 80 trillion Byron Allens. Okay, you want your money back with a return? Call me. All right, so I said to Bob, right, just to be really clear, I'm ready when you are, but it's not about the money. It's about certainty of close. And very few people can get a deal like that. ABC News, get that approved in Washington, D.C. And what you don't want to do is go sell it to somebody that can't get the deal closed, and now you're walking around in adult diapers for a year.
All right, so listen, one more. I was gonna let that marinate just for a little bit.
I'm sorry, I'm just being me. You guys all right? All right, come on. I'm just being real. You know, everybody always wants to do their charts and graphs. This is great. I don't have to report to anybody. I just report to my wife. That's it.
One thing you've been.
And my mama loves me.
One thing you've been very clear about is that you're very acquisitive right now.
Yeah.
Obviously, the FCC is, pretty much scrapping the Tegna deal as well too. Do you have any interest in acquiring some of those Tegna stations again?
Right now, I'm more focused on, I would love to see, what we can do in the way of a big broadcast network.
Okay.
I want to see I've got my eye on ABC. And if Bob is ready and he wants to sell it, I'm going to chase it down like a lion chasing down a gazelle. I'm going to get it. And he has to be ready. The capital is easy. And by the way, the most important thing, I'm going to get it approved. We're going to get that done. And, we're going to have some fun when we get our hands on something.
What is it about Washington that loves you?
Well, I'm nowhere near the cap. Right now, I've invested a little over $1 billion buying Big Four network affiliates. I'm just under 5% of the country. Everybody else talking about it, they're over the cap. They're at the cap. They have 39% or more. You have to go with a buyer who can get it done. The truth of the matter is, everybody is too big to do it.
I see.
Right? I'm really the one who is like at the right size and the right position to get it done. So I'm just looking to grab a seat at the table. And I think there are things I can do. When I bought the Weather Channel from some private equity firms, they were done. They tapped out. I bought it a little over 5 years ago. We pushed up the top line. We pushed up the EBITDA. Mother Nature came in with some more weather events. We're good. The Weather Channel is very good, Cameron, very good. Every day, top of the news, Weather Channel. People watching their houses float down the street.
Oh, my goodness.
Turn on the Weather Channel. Yeah, that's your house floating down the street. I told you. It was going to start floating. You better get in your car, go that direction. We're there. We're there to save lives.
How much is it generating in revenue each year?
That's private, but I'm happy.
I tried. Now listen, I do want to pivot to the business of Byron Allen.
Yeah,
you've been very adamant about going after NFL teams as well too.
Yeah.
I broke the news that you were interested in buying the Denver Broncos years ago. Wound up going over to the
richest family in the world, the Walmart family.
Totally understandable.
It's not a bad day at the office when you lose to the richest family in the world.
Now, that's a class you want to be a part of. How are your discussions with other NFL owners and Roger Goodell as well, too?
Listen, Roger Goodell and Bob Kraft came to me in November of 2019, and they said, we need a favor. I'm like, okay, what you need? They said, we need you to buy an NFL team. I'm like, oh, that's one hell of a favor. I go, what's up, guys? And they were like, well, you know what? We want to achieve, to their credit, 2019, they said, we want to achieve something that has never been achieved and long overdue. We want a majority black owner of an NFL team, and we've never achieved that in over 100 years. And they said, we will work with you. We want to lean in and we'll, start to learn our culture. And they said to me, Roger and Bob said to me, this will be good for the league and great for the country. And I said, great for the country? They said, yeah. I said, you got me. I'm in. I'll do whatever is great for the country because I'm America first. America's great. My mama's great. My family's great. My company's great. I'm there. So I said, let's do it. So they said, get to know our lawyers and our CFOs and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, let's go. So I got to learn, and it was great. I learned a lot. And then they said, keep an eye on Denver. And this was about a year before Denver traded, it was before Denver traded. And Denver traded, and then Commanders came around. I didn't go after it. And I sent an open email because Jerry Jones said, and I love Jerry. Jerry said, I would walk across Texas to get a majority black owner of a team. And so I sent him an email, and I said, you don't need to walk across Texas to get a majority black owner. All you got to do is get on your private jet and fly to LA, and I got you. And so call me up. So he called me. and we're gonna get together this Monday at Monday Night Football.
You and Jerry Jones.
Oh yeah, me and Jerry. Jerry, yeah. So Jerry called me. The two of us, that's a reality show talking. And
we can develop that at Bloomberg too, but
so Jerry and I had a great conversation. I said, Jerry, look, here's the deal. It just has to be. You have to. If you want a majority black owner, you can't have the rules that you had when teams were going for 100 million, 200 million, 500 million. Okay? You have a debt ceiling that you can only put $1.1 billion of debt on the acquisition of a team. Well, now we're talking about teams going for $5 to $6 billion. We have to lift that debt ceiling to at least 2.1 billion, maybe 2.5, but it can't be anywhere near $1.1 billion. And then on the equity check, you want the majority black owner to write 30% of the equity check. So what you're really asking someone to do on a $6 billion acquisition, you're saying you can borrow $1 billion, you have to put in $5 billion of equity, and we want that majority black owner to write a check for $1.5 billion. Well, I'm like, come on, guys. At $6 billion, let's just be clear, you've run out of rich white guys. So where do you think we're landing with the black guys? Let's get real. So we have to change the rules. We got to lift that debt ceiling from $1.1 billion to about 2.5, maybe, hell, lift it to 4. I'm good. Okay. Lift it as high as you can. And then that equity check, maybe it's not 30%. Maybe you're asking me to do 20%. Maybe you're asking me to do 600 million and not $1 billion. It's a better conversation, certainly with me and my wife. So that's what I think we can financially engineer this where we can get it to a point where it can be done. But if you really want that, let's lean in. And by the way, once again, also the other thing we need to do, allow institutional investors to come in. Okay, because right now it's just high net worth individuals. Now that we're hitting teams costing $5, $6, $7 billion, lift the debt ceiling. Maybe to get that first black owner, it's not a 30% equity check, it's smaller than, and allow me to bring in institutional investors because there are institutional investors that would love to put $500 million, $1 billion into an NFL team, because here's what the NFL has. It is the true religion of America. It's the highest rated television content by far. It takes up 95 of the top 100 television shows each year. Yeah. And we have a $10 billion, because I own a number of ABC, NBC, CBS, and Fox affiliates, we signed an 11-year deal with the NFL, paying them $10 billion a year, $110 billion to have NFL games on our television stations. So they're gonna print money out to 2033, okay? There's plenty of financing and banks that will support that. They don't need to be so stringent on that debt ceiling of $1.1 billion. We got to lift that and lift it to a point where it's attainable. And I'm ready to play, guys. Let's not mess around. Let's just get it done.
Byron, you know we can talk all day.
Yeah, I love
it. Give it up for him.
Thank you, babe.
Thank you. All good to see you.
Appreciate it.
Please welcome to the stage world-class tennis champion, investor, and entrepreneur Maria Sharapova with Bloomberg's Jason Kelly.
All right.
Hello.
Here we are.
Hi.
So very happy to say hello again to you.
Yeah, second time this week.
Second time this week.
What are we doing?
It's Sharapova week for me, which is a really cool way to spend a week.
I'm sorry.
No, it's the best. So full tease ahead. Maria and I sat down earlier this week to tape an episode of a show that we'll be launching next year with Alex Rodriguez called The Deal.
Yes.
It was a fascinating conversation, sort of a prelude, to this conversation. And the reason Alex and I talked to you, the reason I wanted to talk to you today is you have had one of the most fascinating careers at this intersection of sports, business, and culture that we talk so much about.
Yeah.
And so let's start back in the sort of early 2000s. And I think 2004, I mean, by the way, your book is incredible. I read it in preparation for this. Highly recommend.
Slightly scary.
Yeah.
That you've done your homework for
No,
a journalist.
Wow. And it's a terrific read. And one of the things that really comes through is, these really key decisions that you make as a business person, not just as an athlete.
Yeah.
So take us back to 2004. You win Wimbledon, because that feels like obviously a catalytic moment for you as an athlete, but really a catalytic moment for you as a business person too.
It really was, yeah, unknowingly. As a young teenage girl, I was born in Russia, went to the United States as a 5-year-old with my father, and I had a small talent, and my dad had a big vision, and I followed his steps and his guidance. And at 17 years old, I was playing the finals of Wimbledon and on the biggest stage of my career, essentially, against Serena Williams. And there was a lot on the line, but as a teenager, you're not really aware of what's on the line except a tennis match and then perhaps a ball where you get to wear a nice dress and they say you dance at the ball. There's no dancing, thank goodness. But it was a lesson in partnerships and winning, going back to New York and going through the media rounds. You realize it was the moment that I realized when sport was more than just about winning and losing, that this was a business, that you walk out onto the stage and you have a platform and you have a voice, and yes, you're a competitor and you're being true to who you are, and so much relies on winning, but you also have this special platform and you have business decisions to make along with the team that you choose. So it was the beginning of a long-standing partnership with several brands and decisions that I had to say, a lot of no's. I had to choose a lot of people, that I had to unfortunately say no to so that it could open up, better doors for the yes.
I want to talk about that. I'm so glad you went there, because it's something that comes out in your book very clearly. It's something that, interestingly enough, is so critical to the partnership between you and your father in making those decisions, that for someone who literally puts it all on the line, he quits his job, as you say, you move here when you're 5 years old, the powerful no's that he said and that you guys said together, where does that come from, and give us a sense of why that was why no was such a powerful thing to say?
I think from a young age, he instilled in me that the most powerful yes in the business room was winning a match on center court. Sure. Like, there's no better yes than that. And that was always my goal and always my purpose. And even though I understood the other side of it, like when I woke up, the one thing was about of becoming better and better, of working hard, of understanding that today might be a good day. I put a few days together and it ends up being a great week. And what happens when you win? You get more offers and you get bigger opportunities and brand alignments, and some come at the right time and some come at the wrong time, and you have to be very selective, because as a professional tennis player, 10 months out of the year you are traveling from China to the US to everywhere, and you only have, I think I had about 16 production days. So you can understand, when a company's coming in, they're asking for 3 or 4. How many of those can you commit to? So the initial alignment is the brand. Where are they positioning you? Where are they marketing you? Is it a market that you're interested in? Is that where you want to be? Like, I love playing in Asia. I had a fantastic fan base in Asia. So is the company that I want to work with, how are they going to market, and how much money are they going to put into my business in that part of the world that is special to me?
And then that obviously means you have to say no to other people, and
that's okay. And that's the tough part in today's generation, is how do you say no, and not just to the money, but to the events and to the travel, while maintaining your core goal and your vision, because ultimately that's what brings the money, right? That's what brings the opportunities.
Yeah. All right, so let's talk about this transition that you make, from playing full time to, being an investor, being a business person, full on, full time. What is that transition like? You obviously didn't wake up one morning and say,
no,
I was just playing tennis and now I'm a business person. But what is that moment like when
you say I'm moving on to something else? In my career, it was pretty clear. I was in my early 30s. This was just several years,
Yeah.
3 years ago, actually, to be exact.
2020, yeah.
And my body was ready. And actually, you know, what was interesting is throughout my career, my stubbornness in my tennis and business was actually what propelled me and what made me successful. But toward the end of my career, I think it kind of prohibited me from experiencing some of the great things in life and motherhood and, you know, starting a family and, you know, which is a very important and real conversation as a female athlete that I had to have with myself and with my, but also in business. Like it kind of, I was so focused on getting my shoulder better and my body ready and I knew that it wasn't quite there in your early 30s. It's a tough stage to kind of be back to the level that you were as a teenager. So it kind of prohibited me from, you know, working on my foundation. But I started that as a young teenager when I realized that that platform was there, that those brands that were paying me millions of dollars also had the chance to market me in a way that I was comfortable with. Like I had a very direct communication with them, the Nikes and Tiffany and Tag Heuers, and they were incredible collaborations. When I would be injured, like I'd go and I'd email Adam Silver and I'd ask him if I can come in for a week to shadow him in his offices. I went to HBS for several weeks to do a few summer programs. So I was always curious. It wasn't popular in 2004 to swim in several lanes, like to be an athlete and to be good at something else, or, you know, be fascinated by design. Like you had one thing and you had to stick to it. And I didn't appreciate that. Like I would come to my hotel room and I had several hours of time where I needed to relax and rest, and I couldn't train. I had finished the day and I wanted to open up my mind to other things, and this was my way of building my foundation for the next act.
And so in this next act, I mean, there is a pretty clear through line, just looking at your portfolio of businesses. It is about resilience, it's about pressure, it's about women. Like, so how does that come together how does it manifest in the deals that you're doing now?
Yeah, it's one of the things that I became increasingly passionate about after I retired, was acknowledging the fact that focus and this performance mindset was a huge asset that I had gained and that I had worked on and perfected for over 20 years. And now working through brands and founders, I just recently announced a collaboration with the Amman Hotel Group where I bring in the best talents in sports recovery and performance mindset in retreats and offering it there to their clientele. Our first one is actually in Phuket in February. So working through what that means, I mean, if you see the stats of Fortune 500 female CEOs, 80% of those women have played sport competitively through their life journey. And all those skill sets that they've built, to me, they were part of this first chapter, right? But how do they now apply to everything else I'm doing? And I'm so curious and interested in how I can bring that to the audience now and make it more mainstream and accessible.
So one of the really interesting things that happened earlier this year, and we've talked a little bit about this offline, off stage, is Breakpoint comes out.
Yeah.
It's
That's the tennis show.
Drive to
Netflix
Survive for
in
tennis, which is sort of the shorthand for it. And there you are. And actually,
I mean, you'd
there's
miss
the
me
show.
if you blink, but
no, you were. I mean, you come through, and I think what's interesting is you sort of see you I saw you at least in a different light. It's also interesting to put this question to you of, now you are in the world of business.
Yeah.
You understand tennis literally as well as anyone. What does tennis need to do as a business?
I mean, it's a loaded question.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Much. There are a lot of options and roads. And I mean, look, let's start with the fact you had Ted on stage, and I was listening to his talk on my way here, and he spoke about engagement and the importance of engagement. I mean, you had Coco Gauff just winning her first major at the US Open in New York City. I mean, the crowd, the bridging culture, sport, fashion, all in that moment. 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, how many people know that she's playing a tournament in Beijing? Probably, I mean, she got to the semifinals, lost to the #1 player in the world, but I'm sure 99% of the audience at the US Open had no idea where she was playing next. That's, I mean, right away off the bat, that's a problem. I mean, you can say in 2004, after winning Grand Slam, when Facebook was really the only way that I could interact with a fan base, just with a photo, or they'd see a video of myself. Now you actually know, what does your fan eat? Where exactly do they live? What are they snacking on at 3 p.m.? I mean, you have this incredible connection to the fan audience. There's so much untapped financial potential in the sport. There's a lot of talk about the female sport in tennis going into Saudi Arabia. I'm sure that's a conversation we'll be speaking about the next couple of years.
Yeah.
I definitely think it's happening, and what is our comfort level, and how are we changing everything that's been going on there, and creating a positive effect and changing the message. There's a lot.
Yeah, and it's interesting too. I mean, when you talk about the women's tour, WTA just takes on investment from CVC, which has been obviously a very ambitious sport investor from a private equity perspective. There's more than talk about merging the ATP and the WTA.
That's not going to happen soon.
You don't think it's going to happen?
Not soon. No.
Yeah.
I mean, just this week there's a men's tournament actually still happening in Shanghai with the winner's prize check $1.2 million. In the same week, there's a women's tournament in China with the winner's check at $120,000. I mean,
10x.
Yeah, I mean, those numbers, I don't know if anyone's familiar with those numbers, but you go to a Grand Slam and we are celebrating equal prize money at the Grand Slams. Great, those are the biggest events with the biggest attention, media, the buzz. But then the rest of the tour, which is the 8 or 9 other months, the disparity is insane.
Yeah.
And that needs to be addressed.
And will that only be addressed if there's how does that get fixed?
Possibly. I mean, there's so many entities. You have the WTA, you have the ATP, you have the ITF, you have the tours being on the same page, on the same schedule. Ownership of tournaments is different. So how do you align the calendar when you have so many events throughout the year? How do you make it accessible, interesting, engaging? It will take time.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen tomorrow, but I sure hope it does.
And what do you make of this next generation? You mentioned Coco. Super exciting, I think, for American tennis, especially. In every sport, there's there'll never be another one like X, or the sport is gonna shrivel up after Serena or the Big Four or whatever. How do you see this next generation coming through?
Yeah, I really think she was the best thing that could have happened to women's tennis, and I like the way that in which way she won. She was someone that had the ability, the talent, the voice, already had her platform, and I think the expectations were so high, and she didn't quite meet them in the first few years. And the fact that she had to go through those ups and downs, and then go through it, and then achieve something huge, will allow. She already has the breathing space to fail, then get back on the stage, as opposed to some athletes who come out young, are victorious, and just. It takes a long while, and sometimes they can never find their true self, like going back to the basics. But with her, I mean, in the men's game, you have Alcaraz, you have Sinner, you have so many storylines, and the women are catching up. There's inconsistencies. The number one player in the world shifts quite more than in the men's, but it will always be up and down, right?
And so, only about a minute or so left. I mean, so as you sit here in 2023, you're 3 years on from retirement. Obviously, you've been building this empire of sorts, for a long time in terms of your business ambitions. Is there a singular goal that you have, or as you look down over the next couple years, what really constitutes success for you?
Oh, it's a lot. I mean, it's a transitioning from something that you've done for over 20 years of your life into something new. I mean, a lot of my friends, knowing that I was building a foundation towards the second act, knowing how excited and passionate I was about it, they were telling me how it would be more successful than I was doing on the court, and I have to keep correcting them that it took me more than 12 years on the back courts, court 25, 30, and just honing in on my skills and losing and sweat and tears to get to this stage of winning. And sometimes you have to get back to reality and small steps in building. I love to work. When someone asks me what I miss about the sport is waking up and putting on my uniform, which was, my swoosh, and I'd get out and it would feel, not because it was about what I was wearing, but because it changed my mindset. Like I was going out there to be disciplined and focused, and when I would perform that one task, I knew that like I'd made that accomplishments. Now, having a 15-month-old boy that's not, in my pajamas, run to his room as quickly as I can, so my goals have slightly shifted. But I continue to stay curious, to keep learning. It takes time to to develop a strong foundation in the next chapter of someone's life, and I'm excited to bring all the fans that I've had for several years on this journey, and get to talk to you about it.
We're excited to follow you in this next chapter. Thank you so much. Great
Thanks
to see
for having
you.
me.
Thank you, guys.
And we're on time.
And we're on time. On time.
Please welcome to the stage HYBE founder and chairman Bang Si-hyuk with Bloomberg Sohee Kim and Lucas Shaw.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. We're doing this one a little bit differently. We do have a translator here, even though Bang speaks really good English. I want to start because, as Sohee has here, you're on the cover of the latest issue of Business Week with a story about your newest act. We don't know the name yet. We don't know who's in it yet. But can you tell us where you got the idea for Dream Academy?
우선 심플한 수준에서 먼저 대답을 드리자면 사실 K-팝의 방법론을 수출하는 것이 K-팝의 궁극적인 모델이 돼야 된다는 거는 하이브라는 회사가 생기기 이전부터 K-팝을 만들었다고 할 수 있는 SM의 창업자였던 이수만 씨에게서부터 내려왔던 아이디어예요. 그리고 그것이 맞다고 생각했기 때문에 모든 회사들이 그것을 이루기를 원했고 이제 시대가 맞게 와서 저희가 그것을 이어받아서 하고 있다는 게 우선 굉장히 가벼운 레이어에서의 대답이 될 수 있을 것 같고요.
So a simple answer would be the idea of exporting the K-pop methodology has actually been a mission or a goal for K-pop even before HYBE. So that was the idea of the founder of SM Entertainment, Lee Soo-man, and since then. So a lot of many Korean companies have tried to achieve this goal of exporting the K-pop methodology, and the timing was right for us at HYBE to receive this mission and carry it on.
조금 복잡한 레벨에서 얘기를 드리자면 사실 K-팝은 대중음악 역사상 가장 매시브한 소비가 일어나는 산업이고 그런 관점에서 사실 회사에게 분명히 좋은 점이 있습니다. 그렇지만 동시에 그런 특수성 때문에 확장에 있어서 분명히 어려움이 있다는 건 명확하고요. 그래서 확장성을 가지고 우리가 소위 세계 최고의 음악 시장이라고 하는 미국 시장을 기반으로 하는 글로벌 음악 시장에서 조금 더 많은 쉐어를 가져가고 좀 더 많은 팬들을 얻기 위해서는 외연과 내포 양쪽에서의 확장이 필요하다고 생각했고요. 그리고 내포적으로는 그래서 한국인이 아닌 혹은 극동아시아인이 아닌 멤버들로 출발할 수 있는 그러나 K-팝 방법론에 따른 밴드를 만들어야겠다고 생각을 했고 외연적으로는 그걸 통해서 보통의 K-팝 팬처럼 아주 매시브한 소비를 하지 않더라도 라이트하게 소비하면서도 팝의 일환인 장르로서 K-팝을 받아들이는 팬들이 늘어나기를 원했고 그 실험의 일환으로 첫 번째로 드림 아카데미를 런칭하게 된 거고요. 사실 드림 아카데미의 성패 여부와 상관없이 저는 이런 테스트를 다양한 층위와 다양한 버짓으로 계속해서 진행할 생각이래. 향후 2, 3년간 유사하면서도 베리어블한 많은 시도들을 만날 수 있을 겁니다.
So that was a simple answer. And the more complex answer is K-pop is characterized by the most massive level of consumption in the history of music and the pop music. So that's a good thing for a company as well. But that's also a challenge because expansion due to this characteristic the challenges, expansion and further expansion may be difficult. So, that is why the goal was to focusing on the US market, the biggest music market in the world, as well as the global market, are to try to increase our market share and also increase the number of fans following it in both through internal expansion and external expansion. So that internal expansion would be composing a group made of members who are not Korean or East Asian. So, a group composed of other members. And also externally, that would be to, through this new group, we would be able to engage and find new fans who may not engage in the massive consumption that characterized K-pop before, but who are willing to accept K-pop or this music of this group as pop and still enjoy the music and become a fan. So the Dream Academy is the testing of this method or this methodology. And regardless of the success rate or the failure rate of this particular test, we will continue to engage in similar tests with a variety of budgets and scale over the next 2-3 years.
Now, for those unfamiliar with, you were talking about the process, sort of the music industry in South Korea is known for what they call T&D, training and development. How would you characterize how that works?
한국에서는 이제 T&D라는 이제 트레이닝 앤 디벨롭먼트라는 과정이 있잖아요. 그래서 혹시 이거에 대해서 T&D 과정에 대해서 잘 모르시는 분들을 위해서 어떻게 설명을 해주실 수가 있나요?
T&D 과정이라는 걸 이해하기 제일 쉬운 방법은 발레나 그 올림픽 애틀리언 같은 그 특별한 스킬을 가진 분들을 어떤 식으로 훈련해서 그 목표를 달성하게 하는가를 참고하는 게 제일 좋을 것 같아요. 사실 이제 미국 음악 산업에서는 아티스트가 스스로의 힘으로 자기의 재능을 어느 정도 발현시킨 뒤에 그들이 일정 부분의 팬을 갖고 레이블이 그들을 찾아내는 것을 아티스트 디벨롭먼트라고 생각한다면 K-팝에서는 조금 더 어린 시절에 재능 있는 분들을 만나서 그분들을 발굴하고 그분들이 자기 재능을 발현시킬 수 있도록 음악이나 춤, 스테이지에서 매너 등을 가르치는 과정을 가져가고 있고요. 짧게는 1년, 길게는 2-3년 정도를 가져가고 있는데 결국 이것이 그래서 어떻게 구체적으로 이루어지는가라고 생각했을 때는 발레 연습생들이 어떻게 성장하는가 혹은 그 엘리트 체육인들이 어떤 식으로 성장하는가를 생각하면 될 것 같습니다. 다만 이제 그 과정에 있어서 제가 말씀드린 예시만큼 엄격하거나 굉장히 이렇게 하드한 디서플린이 적용되지는 않고요. 그 크리에이티비티가 굉장히 중요하기 때문에 그들의 자율성을 충분히 보장할 수 있는 선에서 스스로의 선택으로 그 성장할 수 있도록 돕는 것이 K-팝에서의 T&D라고 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같아요.
So to understand the training and development or the T&D system, I think the easiest analogy would be think of a ballet, training for ballet or training for an elite athlete, like an Olympic athlete. So it's really to, like an athlete, try to develop the ability so that they can train and then teach them and guide them in achieving their goal. So in the United States, for labels, training and development or developing of an artist is usually an artist that continues to build up his or her skills and then is discovered by the label, or is discovered and accumulates fans, and the label finds this artist and then debuts. So that's sort of the typical debut or the development process. In K-pop, is slightly different. It starts at a somewhat of a younger age, and the company will try to find young, talented people, and then try to provide them training in music, training in choreography and dance, training in stage manners. And this T&D process can take up to a year or sometimes 2 to 3 years. And then the way it's done specifically, again, is easy to, if you think about how a ballet, training for ballet or training for elite athletes. Of course, the K-pop T&D process is not as strict or rigorous as these examples of really world-class athletes or people training in ballet, because creativity is very important for developing artists. So we try to make sure that there's enough autonomy there, and then they make enough choices and self-driven, and we help them so that they can grow and develop as artists.
So you are partnering with the Universal Music Group, and how is the cooperation going, and what's the role behind this project?
성공과 실패의 관점에서 말씀드리자면 당연히 이 팀이 세계 최고의 밴드가 되고, 그래서 그걸 통해서 말씀드렸다시피 K-팝의 외연을 확장하고, 그래서 K-팝이 영속성을 갖는 데 기여하는 것이겠지만, 모든 프로젝트라는 거는 반드시 성공과 실패가 아닌, 심지어 실패에서도 배울 게 있기 때문에 근본적인 골은 우리가 가지고 있는 많은 가설들, K-팝의 한계에 대한 가설들, 그리고 확장 가능성에 대한 가설들을 검증하고 그로부터 다음 레벨로 나갈 수 있는 것들을 얻어내는 거라고 생각하고요. 사실은 이들의 본격적인 런칭은 내년 중순임에도 이번 유튜브에서 진행되고 있는 드림 아카데미 오디션을 통해서도 굉장히 많은 가설들이 검증되었고 그걸 통해서 이미 리짓을 통해 다음 스텝으로 또 이동하고 있어요. 그래서 이런 것들이 하이브 같은 회사에게는 굉장히 큰 도움이 된다고 생각을 하고 있고 오히려 이런 것을 우리의 그 1차적 고울로 봐야 된다고 생각을 해요.
So our goals, if we think of our goals in terms of failure and success, of course, our goal is to become the biggest band in the world and the best band in the world. And of course, to achieve that external expansion of K-pop that I earlier mentioned, to achieve further sustainability and continuability of the continuability of K-pop. But not everything is determined or by just simple success or failure. There's a lot of learns that you can draw from even failure. So, you know, for this project, I've set up a number of hypotheses about K-pop and to explore the possibilities of expanding K-pop, and a lot of these hypotheses we're able to address and answer through this project. So the group itself will launch in the middle of next year, but even now we are uploading content on YouTube, our YouTube-based audition program, and we have been able to verify many of these hypotheses that we started out with, as well as determine what our next steps are going to be. So, you know, for a company like this is very helpful. For a company like Hive, this is a very helpful process.
So now you must be spending a lot of time in LA. So 20 years ago, you first came in LA, or you were in early 30s. So you shared a very tiny room with JYP Entertainment founder, like Park Jin-young. And now you are like inviting your friends and tech founders from Korea to your house, the beautiful mansion in Bel Air. So would you please share how your life and career have changed since then?
네. 그래서 이렇게 이제 바뀌었는데 그 처음 미국에 오셨을 때에 비해서 어떤 삶과 그리고 커리어가 어떻게 변화가 됐는지 어떻게 바뀌셨는지 말씀해 주실 수 있나요?
이미 잘 묘사해 주셨듯이 삶 자체가 완전히 바뀌었죠. 왜냐하면 사실 남자 둘이 누우면은 서로 배가 만져질 정도로 좁은 방에서 살다가 지금은 미국의 LA에서도 가장 그 호화 주택가라고 하는 벨에어에서 굉장히 커다란 맨션을 가지고 살고 있으니까 삶이 바뀌었지만 저는 그런 외연적인 변화가 저에게 굉장히 중요하다고 솔직히 생각하지는 않습니다. 이런 제가 맨션을 구입한 것도 사실은 비즈니스에 이것이 분명하게 도움이 되기 때문에 구입을 한 것이고 사실 저의 삶은 기본적으로 크게 변하지 않은 것 같아요. 우선 저한테 가장 중요한 게 음악이라는 점에서 그렇고 그때나 지금이나 더 좋은 음악을 만들고 더 많은 사람들이 사랑할 수 있는 음악들을 만들겠다는 의지에도 변화가 없고요. 그때나 지금이나 사실 산업이 가지고 있는 잘못된 점들을 개선하고 혁신해서 이 산업에 종사하는 분들에게 더 좋은 기회들, 여기서 종사한다는 거는 직원뿐만이 아니라 아티스트들, 매니저들, 모든 사람들을 얘기하는 거고요. 그래서 그것들을 추구한다는 데 있어서는 변화된 게 없는 것 같아요. 그때는 테크와의 관계성이 되게 멀었지만 지금은 사실은 햅테크 컴퍼니가 됐다는 정도가 다른 점이겠지만 그것이 제 삶의 본질적인 거를 바꾸지는 못한다고 생각하고요. 너무 정답 같은 얘기를 해서 죄송한데 사실 제가 그런 식으로 살아서 다른 얘기를 할 게 없는 것 같아요.
It is as you described. My life has changed considerably. You know, as you said, when I was here with JYP, we were living in a room that was so small. If we lay down together and reached out, we could basically lay our hands on each other's stomach. So that's where we were. And now, as you said, you know, I have a mansion in one of the best, you know, nicest neighborhoods in LA, in Bel Air. So life has definitely changed externally, but I think these external changes, I think, are not that important to me. The reason I purchased that house in Bel Air, the mansion, as you said, is I felt that it would help with my business and meeting people here. So my life, I think, fundamentally has not changed. I still consider music to be the most important thing of making good music and, you know, making music for more people, good music for more people to enjoy. That's still my most important thing and my will. So even then and now, I'm still committed to finding the things that are wrong in the industry, and improving these things and innovating things so that everybody in the music community and the industry can have more opportunities. When I say, you know, everyone in the community, this is not just people who are working in the music industry, but this includes artists and managers as well. So, and of course, back then we were somewhat more distant from the tech sphere than we are now. Right now, we're basically half tech company. But again, I don't think the fundamentals have changed very much. I know this is a very kind of a pad answer, but this really is how I feel. So this is really the answer that I can give you.
I'm wondering, you mentioned you're spending more time here. One of the reasons you're spending more time here is you're expanding your business outside of Korea, and one of the reasons you're doing that is because you've expressed some concern about sort of the growth and the state of the Korean music business. From the outside, I think to most people it seems like K-pop has just exploded over the last few years. But what are you seeing that worries you, and what are you doing or how do you address that?
미국에서의 K-팝은 최근 굉장히 드라마틱하게 성장하고 있습니다. 근데 그에 비해서 사실 그 외 지역, 특히 동남아에서의 지표가 떨어지고 있다라는 게 사실이고요. 그다음에 일본은 K-팝 자체는 성장하고 있지만 일본 음악 시장이 지난 10년간 변화가 없었어요. 그래서 그런 지점에서 K-팝의 성장을 위해서는 결국 미국 시장만이 답이었기 때문에 제가 미국으로 넘어온 것도 있고요. 다만 이제 단순히 K-팝의 확장만을 위해서 미국에 넘어온 건 아닙니다. 근본적으로 음악에서 가장 큰 시장은 미국이고 어쨌든 기업이라는 것은 기본적으로 성장이 의무로서 주어지는 것이기 때문에 더 큰 시장에서 더 큰 기회를 찾아내고 그것을 통해서 음악 산업을 더 발전시킬 수 있는데 기여하려면 미국이 맞다고 생각해서 미국에 살고 있는 거라고 말씀드리는 게 더 맞을 것 같아요.
It is true that K-pop has seen dramatic growth in the United States, but in other markets, we are not seeing that as much. For example, in Southeast Asia, the numbers are if you look at the indexes and the numbers, they are falling. For the Japanese market, yes, K-pop is growing, but the music market as a whole in Japan has not grown in the past 10 years. So we felt that for the growth of K-pop and the continued growth of K-pop, the answer lies in the United States, and that is why I am here in the United States and spending time in the United States. But of course, I'm not here just to pursue the growth of K-pop. Really fundamentally, the United States is the biggest and the most important music market in the world. And one of the primary duties of a company and a business is to grow and continue to grow. So we are here looking at the United States and here in the United States to look for and pursue a bigger market, look for bigger opportunities and more opportunities in our quest to, again, create more opportunities for the music community and the music industry as a whole.
You've acquired here Ithaca Holdings, which is Scooter Braun's company. You acquired QC, which is an Atlanta-based record label. How have you found, the processes that companies use in the U.S. are fairly different from those in South Korea. Have you found the differences? Have you found managing acts here versus at home?
그래서 아시다시피 여러 회사를 인수를 하셨는데 QC도 그렇고 이태사가 그렇고 아마 미국에서 이제 비즈니스 하는 방법이나 과정이 매니지먼트라든지 비즈니스로 하는 과정이 많이 다르다는 거를 보셨을 것 같아요. 그래서 실제로 그렇게 다르게 느끼시는지 어떤 점들을 다르게 이제 좀 보시고 느끼셨는지.
기본적으로 K-팝과 미국 팝 시장은 산업 구조가 근본적으로 많이 다르다라고 생각을 해요. 우선 미국에서는 모든 경제 구조가 아티스트를 중심으로 돌아가고 모든 의사 결정은 완전히 홀리 아티스트가 하게 되어 있기 때문에 아티스트가 어떤 의사 결정을 하고 그거로부터 생기는 여러 가지 수입들을 로열티 형태로 많은 이제 주변의 매니저나 레이블이나 수많은 서비스 제공업자들이 가져가는 형태로 되어 있기 때문에 근본적으로 한국하고의 구조는 되게 다르다고 생각합니다. 물론 한국에서도 계약서에 의해서 아티스트의 권리가 홀리 보존되게 돼 있지만 아티스트가 출발할 때부터 회사와의 협업 관계를 통해서 시장을 만들어 간다라는 것에 대한 컨센서스가 있기 때문에 사실 여러 가지 일을 진행할 때 비즈니스가 항상 최우선적인 선택의 기준이 될 때가 많아요. 그에 비해서 여기서는 사실 아티스트 본인의 기준 그리고 그 기준은 반드시 비즈니스화해서 해야 될 이유가 없고 그래서 이제 그런 부분들이 근본적으로 많이 다르다고 생각합니다.
I think there are fundamental differences between the industry, the music industry in K-pop and the U.S. pop, just the structure of the industry itself. In the United States, the artist is really at the center and the most important thing, and the artist is the main decision maker and the most important decision maker. And then the artist will make the decisions And then any profits or revenues that are generated from these decisions and what the artists will do will be distributed through the form of royalty to the label or management and a variety of service providers. But again, the industry is fundamentally different. In Korea, of course, through contracts with the label and the management companies, rights are guaranteed to the artist. But a market difference is the artist is a partner to the company in making those business decisions. So there's an understanding that the artist and the company is working together to develop the market. So sometimes some of the decisions, and there are often times when the decision will be made based on not solely by the will of the artist, but as a business decision, what the decision calls for. So this, again, here, it's based on the artist and the artist's decision making, and not always business concerns that drive decisions here in the United States.
Now, speaking of contracts, there's been a lot of news about a couple of your US artists related to contracts. What is the latest in the conversations between your company and Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande, and do you expect to keep working with them in the future?
계약에 대해서 이제 많이 설왕설래가 오가고 있는데요. 특히 이제 저스틴 비버하고 아리아나 그란데하고의 계약 관계가 어떻게 지금 상황이 어떻게 돼 있고 앞으로도 이 두 아티스트하고 계속 일을 하실 이제 회사가 계속 일을 해나가실 예정인가요?
네, 뭐 여러 가지 인터뷰에서도 제가 동일하게 대답을 했는데 제가 여기서 그 공개적으로 이 건에 대해서 어떤 언급을 하기에는 적절하지 않은 것 같아요. 그래서 제가 이걸 심플리 간단하게 얘기를 하자면 노 코멘트가 저한테는 정확한 대답인 것 같은데 어떻든 여전히 스쿠터 브라운이 저희 회사를 운영하고 있고 이것에 대해서 제 신뢰가 변하지 않았다. 그 부분이 아마도 대답을 가름할 수 있지 않을까 기대하는 부분입니다.
So I've been asked a similar question in a number of interviews, and I don't think it's wholly appropriate for me to comment, officially comment and publicly comment about those contractual and issues. But so the right answer for me to say would be to say no comment. But again, Scooter Braun continues to operate our company, and he has our company here. And the fact that my trust in Scooter Braun has not changed, I think, provides an answer in and of itself.
So let's talk about BTS, the biggest boy band in the world at the moment. So
Lucas, there's an issue.
I have an issue?
No? Okay.
With BTS? No, I have no issue with BTS.
An issue about the former question.
Oh, no.
I see.
Okay, let's move to BTS.
Thank
you.
Yeah, I'm a saver. So the last 10 years with BTS was phenomenal, and they all signed up, renewed their contracts in September, and it's a very rare thing among K-pop agencies and even for US artists, I believe. So what does it mean to you, and what do you want to do with them, once they come back as a group in 2025?
지난 10년 동안 BTS의 성장을 그리고 굉장히 눈부신 그런 활동을 했잖아요. 그리고 제가 알기로는 이제 9월 달에 재계약을 진행을 했는데 사실 이런 오랜 기간 동안 재계약을 하는 거는 한국 아티스트도 그렇고 미국 아티스트로서 이제 흔한 게 아닌데 이런 재계약을 한 게 어떤 의미가 있는지 그리고 앞으로 이제 2025년에 완전체로 컴백을 하면은 BTS가 또 어떤 것들을 하고 싶으신지.
뭐 기업으로서의 어떤 성장에 있어서 BTS가 필요하다는 건 두말할 나위가 없는데 사실 그런 점보다는 매니지먼트 컴퍼니 혹은 레이블로서의 하이브를 BTS 같은 위대한 회사, 그 가수가 다시 인정해줬다라는 부분에 그 가치가 있다고 생각하고 정말로 진심으로 기뻤고요. 또 그 이면에 이 계약 과정을 통해서 원래도 저랑 BTS 멤버들이 굉장히 사이가 좋았지만 사실 항상 이 니고시에이션에는 진통이 따르기 때문에 그 진통을 해결해가는 과정에서 더 돈독해진 부분이 있어요. 사실 이 이상 친할 수 있나 싶을 만큼 친했음에도 또 서로를 조금 더 이해하게 된 부분이 있고 그래서 그것이 사실 매니저로서 살아가는 인생이라는 게 되게 고통이 많은데 그 와중에 저한테는 최근에 아주 가장 큰 행복이었던 것 같다라는 얘기를 하고 싶고요. 그리고 마지막으로는 질문하신 대로 사실 BTS라는 팀에게 2015년에 발표했었던 화양연화 시리즈라는 앨범들은 굉장히 의미가 큰 앨범입니다. 그것이 그들을 아티스트로서 성장시키기도 했고 또 아티스트로서의 그들의 삶을 그대로 반영했던 것이고 그걸 통해서 사실 전 세계적인 반향을 일으키는 밴드가 됐기 때문에 그래서 사실 그들이 어릴 때부터 같이 10주년 앨범을 만들자라는 얘기를 했었는데 사실 이번 재계약이 성공되지 못했으면 10주년 앨범이 나오긴 했겠지만 최소한 저랑 만들진 않았겠죠. 근데 이제 그걸 같이 그 앨범을 만들었던 사람들이 모여서 다시 할 수 있게 됐고 우리가 어렸을 때 했던 약속을 지킬 수 있다는 게 저한테는 굉장히 중요한 것 같고 모두 그 순간을 기다려 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 그러고 보니까 짐작은 해도 아무도 모르던 얘기였는데 10주년 기념 이벤트 및 앨범 등이 준비되고 있다는 걸 여기서 처음 얘기하게 된 것 같네요.
So as for the growth of a company, BTS, and the fact that we need BTS, I think is needless to say. But as a manager, as a management company, and as a music label, for a company like Hype, for artists with such stature and great artists as BTS to have chosen us again as their manager and as their label, I think is very valuable for our company and something that makes us very, very happy. And I've become closer to the members during the contract process. And I felt before, like how can I even be closer to these people? But every contract and every renegotiation involves some pain and some travails. But through this process, I've become even closer, and we've come to understand each other more and more. So, this has been a source of great joy for me. And as you know, in 2015, BTS released its 화양연화, or the Most Beautiful Woman in Life album and the album series. And this was a very important album series for them. It showed their growth as artists. It reflected their lives and who they were and the lives they're living. And this became one of the springboards that launched them into global stardom as a global band. So, when we were young and we were all working together, we said to each other, let's make sure we put out a 10-year anniversary album and a project. Now, even if they hadn't signed with us, they still would have released it, just not with us. They would have done it with somebody else. But it's very important to me that I'm able to keep this promise, and we're able to work on this together. And in fact, I think many people may have guessed it, but I believe this is the first time that I am mentioning in public that there is going to be a 10-year anniversary in a project.
So excited about that. So I have to cover that 2025 new album by BTS. One last question. So if you can share any dream goal for yourself, would you please share with us?
회사로서의 하이브에 대해서 제가 기대하는 바는 제가 있건 없건 혹은 어떤 IP가 잘 되건 못 되건 이것이 서스테이너블하고 영속 가능한 그 회사의 형태로 변해가는 것이고, 어떤 회사도 가만히 놔둬도 그런 회사는 없지만 사실 많은 엔터테인먼트 컴퍼니들은 IP 하나에 대한 의존성이 너무 높기 때문에 이 회사가 그런 것들에 너무 기대지 않고 또 어떤 특정한 크리에이터나 특정한 경영인한테 기대지 않고 지속 가능한 기업이 되는 것이 저의 골이고요. 그것은 단지 10년 비전은 아닌 것 같아요. 그것은 계속해서 퍼싱해야 되는 골인 것 같고, 개인으로서는 10년 뒤에는 은퇴한 삶을 살고 싶어요. 그것은 제가 이 일에 애정이 없기 때문이 아니고 저는 오히려 이 일을 죽을 때까지 하고 싶은데, 앞에서 말한 전제가 저에겐 되게 중요한데, 이 기업이 10년 뒤에도 제가 운영하고 있는 기업이라면 과연 그런 기업이 사람한테 의존하지 않는 기업이 될 수 있을까에 대한 고민이 제가 있습니다. 그래서 지금 제가 이 자리에서 10년 뒤에 은퇴하겠다는 얘기를 어나운스하는 건 전혀 아니고요. 이상적으로 볼 때 제가 이 회사의 키맨이 아니어도 돌아가는 회사가 되길 바라고, 그것이 저에게 너무 중요하기 때문에 그것이 성립한다면, 그러니까 if가 많은 얘기들인데, 저는 자연스럽게 회사의 후학들을 위해서 후배들이 회사를 운영할 수 있게 물러날 수 있지 않을까, 이 정도 얘기예요. 이것이 잘못 곡해 돼서 저 은퇴 발표로 전달되지 않았으면 좋겠습니다.
So as a business, what I expect is that for us to, whoever is in the company, or even if the certain IP is not successful, or certain artist or something project is not successful, that the company is continuous and sustainable. A lot of entertainment companies tend to rely on a single IP a lot. So what I expect and what I would like to see is that it doesn't rely on just one manager or one creator, and that the company continues to sustain itself. And so this is not like a 10-year goal for me or the company. This is more of a continuous goal. And me personally, I think I would like to, if I can, retire in 10 years. If we're talking 10 years, because it's not because I have no passion for this work, But actually, it's because of the premise that I mentioned earlier that if 10 years later I'm still running this company and it still relies on me, then have we as a company reached that goal of not relying on a single person, a single entrepreneur, and achieving that sustainability? So it's not I'm not announcing my retirement here that I'm going to retire in 10 years, but this is the ideal that the company should be running and sustaining itself without any single person. So this is very important for me and an important goal for the company. So there's a lot of ifs here, and hopefully when all of these ifs are kind of fulfilled, then I'll be able to help train other people who will be able to drive the future of the company industry. So I just want to make sure that that doesn't go out in the wrong way or misunderstood that I'm about to retire. I'm announcing my retirement in 10 years. So
look, if I were a billionaire, I'd retire too. Bang, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage host and executive producer of Taste the Nation, Padma Lakshmi, with Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde.
Well, hello, everyone. We are going to be stirring up an appetite with this conversation, and then you shall go out and satisfy that appetite. But first, I want to welcome Padma to flying over from New York to LA to be with us today. And I think we need to take a moment in the global context in which we find ourselves. You, through your shows, discuss light and the dark, and the highs and the lows, and the emotional and the not. And so at this moment, when we're thinking of people wanting to learn about business and be excited about what's to come, there is also a pain, a weight on the world right now with what's happening with Israel and Hamas. How much do you feel that in these moments with your audience you have to respond to that? Is it something that you're also feeling and empathizing, I'm sure, with many of your audience?
Well, I mean, most of all, I'm feeling really sad about what's happening. Like many of us, we feel helpless. And I don't think everybody needs to comment on everything. And I feel like I certainly don't. People kept saying, aren't you going to say anything? Aren't you going to say anything? And it's difficult because you also don't want to muddy the waters. And it's easy to get caught up in all of that. And of course, it's atrocious what's happened. And it's one of those issues that's really hard to talk about, especially online and short format in social media, because anything you say is going to be a platitude, and if you express empathy for one group, that means you're an anti-Semite. If you express empathy for the horrible, horrible thing that's happened right now, then you don't believe that these people over here, the Palestinians, should have a homeland. I think it's very complex, but I also think that you just say something simple that you really believe in, and so if someone comes at you about it, you can defend it, and then you move on. Because I'm not a politician, I'm not a policymaker, I certainly am not even from the Middle East. So as a bystander, as a parent, I'm very scared because it's a loss of human life in an area that suffered so much. And considering what's going on in Ukraine, I think it's also got the real potential to escalate and spread. We're seeing the rise of fascism in a lot of the world, and we're also seeing people who are trying to just maintain their everyday lives in the face of something that's so horrific and so unprecedented. I can't imagine what those families are going through. I'm thinking of them more than the geopolitical ramifications, although obviously as a thinking person, I think about those too. I think we want to be careful.
And I think, you within your work, particularly Taste the Nation. We know you for Top Chef. We know, and the way in which you have brought food storytelling to us as an audience. Now you have started to, in a way, do that fine line of political divide, religious divide, cultural divide, but try and tell it through storytelling through food. And I'm interested as to what made you decide, this is the story I want to tell right now, having been a producer, understood what it takes to be that person who can present in that fact as well.
Well, I mean, I came to do Taste the Nation after working with the ACLU for 5 or 6 years on immigrant issues, and I'm an immigrant myself. And so I felt, in that case, unlike commenting on what's going on over there, I felt I had a very fully formed opinion.
Yeah.
And I felt like I had a lived experience that allowed me to take on the subject, as well as learning from human rights lawyers at the ACLU and familiarizing myself with other immigrant communities. And so, yes, Taste the Nation is really a political show. You know, it's just disguising.
Did you mean it to be?
Yes, it's very, yes. I mean, I meant for you to see and not see everything you saw and not saw in Taste the Nation. I mean, as much as I am in front of the camera on that show, most of the work that I do on that show is behind the camera, with our stories, with our episode producers, with our research, writing the voiceover, all of it. And I think that's been a real gift, to be able to hone muscles I didn't know I had, didn't know I wanted. And it's very gratifying. It's always really a privilege, and you just feel so lucky to be able to have an interest and a keen passion about something, and then actually be able to do it at work, at the level that you want to do. And I think that, to me, has been the greatest gift that Top Chef has given me, because I would never have Taste the Nation if I hadn't helped build Top Chef. And while Taste the Nation may be more aligned with my own interests or my own vision or taste level, Top Chef is also something that I'm really proud of, as far as what we've done in television and what we've done in food, and also what we've done just to affect how a generation of young people around the world, not just in America, think about their food. And I think they're much more knowledgeable, let's say, than I was at their age.
And thinking about how you've brought your narrative to bear, whether it be through television, then thinking, okay, well, it's a streaming product as well. And what goes into that viewpoint of, this is the way in which this is the conduit to which I'm going to be telling my story?
Well, I think people are used to me speaking the language of food. That's what the viewing public in television is used to hearing me speak about. So it's sort of a bait and switch. You know, I'm giving you this beautiful, delicious, sensuous-looking food, but then the person who made it has something to say. And Taste the Nation is really about giving my platform to people to tell their stories as they see fit. Of course, me and my team are there to help them shape it, and it's only a 30-minute show, so much winds up on the cutting room floor. But it's really about giving communities that have never had mainstream exposure and sort of an A-list treatment like that, that's what we strive to do. And I always wanted to do that because I think those stories are interesting. And I think they're interesting for other people in this country.
How do you go and sell those stories? Whose ear do you need to gravitate towards or call towards you to say, it needs to go on Hulu, and it needs to go on in this particular manner, and how?
How do I sell it? Well, I mean, I do a lot of things like this, but I mean, not that much, but I think good programming finds its way. I mean, I sell it through building my social media platform. Like, I enjoy social media, but I don't have something to say every day, but I have to post every day. And so I'm learning how to do that.
Does that frustrate you?
It's time consuming.
Yeah.
Listen, for me, social media has been a very, very effective tool, not only to tell you about books that I've written or shows that I'm passionate about, but also to do my advocacy work.
Yes.
Whether it's with the United Nations or ACLU or Planned Parenthood or whatever. So for me, it was a megaphone that allowed me to talk about women's reproductive health. It was a megaphone that let me find my audience. I think it's really good for that, because it's a way for you to communicate directly with the people who you think are your potential audience.
And then many monetize that audience. Have you
Yeah.
ever thought about it being more than the deal you do with?
Yeah, I mean, you know, every once in a while, of course, I will do a brand partnership with, you know, Kind Bars or Boursin Cheese or, you know, whatever. But I don't really do them very often. And it's hard to turn them down, you know. It is. I'm a working person and, you know, I'm
with a daughter and
with a daughter and a
yeah.
life that I want to keep up, of course, and employees I'm responsible for. But I try not to do too many of them. And I try to do the ones that I would anyway say, hey, this is so delicious for free. Because I think I want to make sure that when people come to my Instagram or whatever, that they know that they're not being tried to be sold something all the time. You know, and everybody gets it. They know. It's like, oh, she's got to deal with Kind. She's, you know. And it's fine if you just do it in an authentic way. Not, I hate that word, but like, just do it in an honest way and be clear about it. But even, you know, even when I put a beautiful, juicy trailer of Taste the Nation on my feed, sometimes it doesn't do well at all. And I'm always shocked because, of course, I've tinkered with the whole show so much. You know, I've been in the editing room, I've been in the color correction and all this stuff, but it's because it has this big giant Hulu branding on it. And so people are like, oh, it's just a commercial. So I think people now are super sensitized to it. And, you know, I'm not an influencer. I have a day job. Like, my job is making television and writing books or magazine articles, or usually books these days. But I started out as a features writer as well.
So go into what is asked of you to produce Taste the Nation. I mean, how hands-on are you? How have you had to span the gamut of all the kind of...
Oh, I'm very hands-on. I mean, I host the show, but way before I host the show, my producing partner, David, and I decide on what communities we're going to. And then we assign teams of producers for each of those communities. And we're in pre-production for a good 3 months. There's a lot of research that goes into our stories. And we just don't go into immigrant homes or immigrant communities and then you learn about them and then rinse and repeat. Every episode also has a theme, whether it's, you know, colonial self-hatred or internalized colonialism or food sovereignty or, you know, how do I answer people who say that immigrants are only a drain on our economy? Well, I answer them by going to meet Cambodian Americans in Lowell, Massachusetts. And so all of that, we get those stories, we do the casting. Obviously, my show's really heavily casted because finding the right participants who can communicate their story is hard. I mean, most of the people you see on Taste the Nation, unless they're a big chef or something, they've never been on camera, they're not media trained, but they do have a compelling story to tell. And so once we get that cast, we go out there. I usually embed myself in each community for about a week. And, you know, some of that is doing B-roll around the city and stuff, but...
B-roll being video.
Yeah, being
right audience
atmospheric shots of streets and details. And then so there's a team in pre-production, a team on location with me, and another team doing post-production to tell the editors what we saw, what we got, and I just kind of ping-pong between them. But I mean, along with my producing partner and some other producers, I go to every color correction because I'm very particular about how food looks on camera. And food can just not look appetizing. All you have to do is take it from one light to another, from inside to out, and it changes completely. So color correction and sound mixing is super important to me because I want to make sure we also preserve the cooking sounds because I really think people eat. Eating is such a sensuous, sensorial experience. And I want, even though you can't taste the food on our show or any show, I want you to imagine you can taste it because of what you're hearing and what you're seeing and how all of us there are experiencing it. That is my job. And to use that food to tell bigger stories. So I do everything. I do the floors and the windows on Taste the Nation. I write the voiceover, you know, and I have tons of help from very curious and dedicated producers. I will say that one of the greatest things that happened to me. I mean, I don't know if this is too much in the weeds of television, but after the first season came out, we got so many letters from people who just wanted to work on the show. And that's always
Letters, not
a
emails?
joy. Well, emails, yes, emails. And also we get a lot of letters from teachers who say that they showed Taste the Nation to their middle school, high school, elementary school, college, university courses also, because they say that it's better than what you can get in most textbooks about Native Americans, about different communities, about Japanese internment in this country. And hopefully I'm doing it in a way that's fun and entertaining.
Yes.
And you picked up on it earlier. That is the trick for me, to give you a lot of serious content that we think is important for everybody to know, but do it in a way that also doesn't take ourselves too seriously and has a light touch, and also talk about the joys of being in this community and all the ways that they have transcended their beginnings.
How, therefore, do you measure success? Is it by letters? Is it by, well, it's certainly not the Instagram that you post, whether it's got Hulu branding on it and people don't digest it as much as you hoped?
I measure success by how proud I am of the show, first and foremost. I mean, I'm making Taste the Nation because I wanted to watch a show like that. And for a long time, I really didn't know if anyone else did, because we pitched it to 7 networks, 6 or 7 networks, and they all turned it down. And so when we finally talked to Hulu, I was pretty browbeaten by then. I was like, maybe no one likes it, just me. And luckily for me, they really saw what I wanted to do. I think people thought it was going to be a lifestyle show. And I love those shows too, by the way. But I just didn't, at this point in my life and my career growth, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do something that was more meaningful for me, and also that used all of the things I had learned, in advocating for immigrants with ACLU.
And what have you learned from other people in the industry? How helpful, how welcoming, how unwelcoming has it been?
I mean, I learned a lot from David, my co-producer, because he started as a director and now he has a production company. But he's taught me a lot about how to ask questions and how to also shoot something. I mean, when I get a break, I want to take a camera class, because whenever the camera guys are like, give me a 200, give me a 60, I'm like, what does that mean? And it's all different lenses, and that would be my next frontier that I'd like to conquer, because I think it's part of my job as a filmmaker to know that. I have learned so much. I learned so much from Sue Polino, who is our sound engineer and is just a wizard. And I never knew how much I would nerd out at just tinkering with sound, but I love it. And so I'm having the best time at work on Taste the Nation. It takes me 3 times as long to make than Top Chef. It's way more complex, but I love every minute of it. And so I will measure success when I get another season. That will be another measure of success. And Taste the Nation is also nominated for an Emmy. That's a way to measure success, which I'm very happy about. We're in some very stiff competition there. I think the list is quite impressive.
Well, congratulations on the nomination.
Thank you.
And thank you for talking us through just how much you do on the show.
Thank you.
I want to thank Padma Lakshmi for this great conversation. Thank you. And before you go, I'm pretty sure you're hungry. I'm certainly having looked at some of the exquisite pictures that you brought us from the show. It is time for a lunch break. So do all go outside, go grab some lunch. There's incredible food trucks and chefs that are outside. But do bring that food back if you'd like, because there's going to be a chance to watch in on a live podcast that's being recorded. Of course, The Town, Lucas Shaw's going to be here. So we'll pick up promptly 2 p.m. Issa Rae is going to be here live and in the flesh. But go satisfy your hunger. And thank you again, Padma.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Puck partner and host of The Town, Matthew Bellany, with Bloomberg's Lucas Shaw for a live podcast recording.
All right, does this work? I think it does. Everyone here? All right, thanks to everyone for showing up. It's a great crowd. We started this podcast for the Ringer Podcast Network in March of 2022. And wasn't sure if anyone would care or if there would be enough to talk about for a 3 times a week Hollywood business podcast. Turns out the pod started just as the industry was going completely crazy, and we have had nothing but news to talk about on the show. And one of the best parts, one of the smartest things we did from the very beginning was to ask this guy to come on the show every Monday morning. And
We've all been there. You get invited to go to
Please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program will begin now. Please welcome to the stage writer, actor, and producer Issa Rae with Bloomberg's Ashley Carmen.
Hey guys! Thank you. Hello, hello. Hey, perfect. We on strike. My bad. Thank you.
Wow, I love it.
Me too.
So everyone in this audience is well aware of your incredible career, but just to set the stage a little bit. So you got your start with a web series posted to YouTube, which eventually led to an amazing run as the creator and star of Insecure. Then you, obviously this summer, had this amazing role in Barbie. And you have Rap Shit Season 2 coming out in November on Max. And on top of all that, if it wasn't enough, you also, in 2020, started Hooray Media, which is a media company focused on film and TV, as well as radio, an audio company, FET for marketing, and Color Creative for talent representation. Which is a lot of stuff. So can you actually just give us the vision? Like, why have all those businesses under one umbrella?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, I'm so happy to be here. Hello, everybody. It started as a natural extension of the businesses that I'd already started. So naturally, you know, I'm a writer, producer, and film and television has been the goal forever. And then even in doing a project like Insecure, I was constantly approached by labels to have a record deal. And I was like, oh, do they not watch the show? I'm not a good rapper. And that didn't interest me. And then someone was like, well, what if you had a label? And given that I was so heavy into the music supervision aspect of Insecure and learning along the way from the brilliant Keira Lehman, who was our music supervisor, to me, and also given our work with discovering emerging talented writers and artists in general, I was like, oh, I would love to do that on the music side. And so having a music label and building a music company and a music supervision company via radio made so much sense. Something like Color Creative came about just from my web to television model and wanting to replicate that. And it started off becoming a pilot program to discover new writers and produce their pilots for the cheap, get audiences excited about it, and then ultimately take it to a network. And then we were meeting all these writers and introducing them to managers and agents, and they would always come back to be like, hey, you got us these opportunities. I'm not really feeling my representation. And so we were like, we're doing so much of the work, let's build this out. And so many of the businesses that I have, brand and FET, which came about with the brand marketing, you know, right now it's so essential for creators to kind of take the reins of telling their own stories in the brand space. And so given that we were also already doing that, we just wanted to build that out as well. So they're all natural progressions of things that already exist, and then implementing the team members to make it possible.
Yeah. Like I mentioned, you started Hooray in 2020. Obviously, peak pandemic times, but people were at home streaming more than ever. And looking forward here, we're at 2023. It's been a wild year for the film and TV industry. I'm just curious, like, to hear your perspective on the state of the industry. How has your expectations for your business changed as the industry has changed since then?
Woo. Yeah, you touched on a lot there, and specifically, this year, and even before the strikes happened, there was a clear industry shift that was very visible to me in terms of just even what was going to continue to be produced. And I think, for me, I've always just looked at it from the perspective of someone who makes TV and film, and I guess content in general, that focuses and prioritizes Black people, Black audiences. And to me, that's why I came into this space, and that's where a lot of my passion lies. And so I've seen ebbs and flows of the industry, and I got to be a part of a renaissance in, post-Scandal, and in 2015 with all these other creators of color being able to make stuff for audiences that craved that work. And so post-strike, given that there are going to be now less film and television shows made, and there's it's just very clear to me who's going to be left out of that. And that's not the first time that it's happened. When I think about, even the advent of cable and how networks were just like, we are losing our audiences. Our audiences are fragmented, so let's go broad. And broad always means white. And so I can see that happening again. But I think the difference now would hopefully be there are people in positions of power, people of color in positions of power that can greenlight, but they're all getting fired too. So that, to me, is like my pessimistic kind of fear of the state of the industry. But I remain committed to that focus, and I think we're all talking and we're all a little bit smarter now, and so hopefully history won't repeat itself.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with this business, you are still at the whims of the studios and what they want to greenlight. So,
absolutely.
And you see this coming. So how do you get ahead of it? Are you having conversations with people in the space?
Having lots of conversations. I also don't want to be in a position again where I'm kind of at the mercy of studios in that way. And so, like I've always wanted to be, I've always wanted to be in a position where I could like fund my own projects and the projects of other people that I believe in. And so for us, like that is a North Star, to just be able to have, content funds. My ultimate goal is to have a studio, and it's just trying to build the building blocks to make that happen. So yes, conversations are being had, and we'll see.
How's funding going?
How's funding? You got some money?
Obviously.
That's yeah. Where we're at.
On the state of the changing industry, obviously Insecure's on Netflix now. Mm-hmm. Big shift. I was just curious if that's some decision that you had any say in.
Ooh, can I speak to that? No.
No, you had no say, or no, you can't speak to it.
I'm gonna let you put that up for interpretation. I don't know what's safe to say, but yeah.
How do you feel about that decision?
I was thrilled, honestly. I was thrilled that it went to Netflix. I think, any opportunity that allows us to have a wider audience, and it, went in a lot of territories that didn't have access to Insecure before, and even just like internationally, obviously, people got exposed to it, but then also people just who didn't have HBO and who had no plans to get HBO. So in that way, I was just like, oh, a whole new generation, a whole new audience of people gets to watch the show for the first time, and I thought that was really cool.
Do you have any sense of how it's performing? Like, do you get any of that?
No, I don't have access to any of that, and I think that that's also, why these strikes are so important. Like we're fighting for access to data and transparency, and who knows where that will lead. But yeah, the short answer is no.
Do you feel like with the writers, at least agreement so far, do you feel like that went far enough for data transparency, or do you want even more?
I'm optimistic, but we'll see where the actors land, just in terms of what they have access to. But I think that this is going to be an evolving process. We don't know what we don't know, and I have faith in the negotiating committee, like for what they fought for. It feels like, it was announced that this was unprecedented. But part of me is also I mean, the business side of me is worried because even with something like Insecure, and worried is the wrong word, but I'm just like, oh, what is this gonna be like? But with something like Insecure, the HBO execs were just like, we just want you to make stuff and we don't have to worry about ratings and we got a chance to grow. And so I do come from, I don't have the pressure of the metrics of high ratings. We just were able to make things. And so now with the transparency, of course, there's gonna be more pressure for your show to do well and to meet these quotas and these numbers. And that's not different from the 90s when you had the Nielsen ratings, which were like, you were put on blast, like, oh, your show is number 92 and you're canceled. So if we're going back to that, fine, but then, there's more pressure to make hits.
Mm-hmm. And then on the flip side, I mean, the story of Suits has been such a big one where obviously it found so much success on Netflix. And I've just wondered, if something like that happens with Insecure, like, what you stand to gain from it? Is it the audience? Is it money? Is it all of the above? Is it?
That's a good question because even what's been negotiated is for new shows, right? So I don't know where I stand, but right now I can say that I'd be excited about audience exposure, possibly bitter at like, oh, I could have, if we had just waited a couple more years, I could have been like, good, but I don't have access to that information yet either.
Mm-hmm. You've obviously
and I'm sure the Suits people are pissed too, like, right? Well, we would be in the same company. Maybe we'll have sad parties together.
You've done a lot of business with HBO. I just wanted to ask what you think of the name change.
I think it's, I'm not gonna lie, like I was initially like, what are y'all doing? But I do like that Max incorporates everything, and I think that there's something nice about HBO being a tab within that. I think Max allows for more diversity, just in terms of what you're watching and less pressure there. In the same way that, something, I know that they don't like to be compared, but it's inevitable. But something like Netflix, you know that you're getting a variety of options. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I would say that to me, it's just more about the platform and knowing that HBO is its own branded thing. It allows HBO to have an identity and not necessarily be diluted by other things.
Mm-hmm. So you don't feel that has been compromised yet?
HBO?
Yeah.
I think people know what it is. I think that people know, as long as the brand identity remains and they remain kind of steadfast in their mission to champion writers and storytellers, I think that team over there is absolutely amazing.
Yeah. I want to talk a little bit more about the strikes. The writer's strike is resolved. Screen actors are still striking. What do you want to see in an actor's contract? What do you want to, I guess, and even more generally, like, what do you think needs to change in Hollywood?
Yeah, I mean, I know that like wages haven't been adjusted for inflation, residuals, can be improved, and I think obviously the AI issue is very terrifying. Mm-hmm. The idea that your likeness could be used without your consent it's horrifying. That's all we have. That's what I bring to the table, and you can use it and manipulate it how you feel. I think that's absolutely unacceptable, and it feels like a Black Mirror episode in that way. And I think that has to give. Like, there just has to be consent for your likeness, and I think the closer we can get to a compromise there, because with AI you can also create fake people at the same time. So is it a matter of saying, an actor can only be a human being that can be paid, and is that the resolve? But then technically, is that feasible? Because I've seen instances where you're like, oh, you have a crowd of extras and you need to just kind of duplicate it and fill it in. And I've seen that in movies, and I've seen that done before, and that could be cost efficient. But then is it a matter of saying, okay, now extras get paid, 4 times as much as their likeness was used? So I say generally, I just want parity, and I think the transparency on that side to be able to participate in the success of your show, that only makes a lot of sense to me.
And you obviously are facing AI from two sides. You have the actor side, but also you're a writer, and scripts, you know, ChatGPT could train on your scripts. I guess, how are you feeling about that threat? And do you feel like that agreement in the writer's contract goes far enough to protect you and others?
Again, I think that that's going to be an ongoing process. We're going to see how it's used, and we're going to see how competing companies, you know, a lot of the conversation right now has been around tech companies and like making sure that, you know, while we have agreements with studios for them to use AI kind of to experiment and to only credit writers for scripts, we don't have those same things with tech companies. So I did see, was that today? No, that was more on the SAG AI of it in terms of the bill that was just passed. But for tech companies, what's going to stop them from being able to take scripts and train AI to make movies on their side? Because they're not technically studios. They don't have a guild agreement. And I think more just needs to be done in that way. Studios and the guilds can team up against a lot of these tech companies.
And on the writer's side, you know, there's now a new minimum number of writers for shows required, and we just talked about budgets tightening. And as someone who wants to start, you know, funding and making your own shows, how does that affect, you know, you, an independent person who's trying to make programming and having to staff? Like, do you have to do more with less as far as the money goes, or can you get bigger budgets, you think?
Can I get bigger?
Well, I guess I'm saying, if you were greenlit, would you be able to get a bigger budget, you think, to account for this, or are you going to have to do more with less? And as an independent, are you going to have to, you know, think more strategically about how you run the business, I guess?
Unfortunately, on this side, you know, I can say, like, I need this number of writers, and we need this level of experience to make this show possible. As an independent creator, like, you know, I would be held to the standards of the guild and make that work. And especially having been on the other side, like, I didn't know going into this that staff writers didn't get paid for their scripts, which is absurd. That's crazy, you know? And I see the work firsthand that goes into creating these works. And so I would never short-sight that for, like, minimal profits at the end of the day. It's not that serious to me. I have so much faith and respect for the work that writers do. So as an independent producer, we'd find a way to cut costs elsewhere, I guess.
Yeah. We're shockingly at time, but I want you to shout out Rap Shit if you can and talk about the new season.
Oh yeah, Rap Shit is coming out. I can talk about it as a writer because I'm not in it, but it's coming out the second season, November 9th. And this season is really, really, really great, and I'm so excited for people to see it. I'm so excited for people to see the work that went into it. It was hard as hell to produce this season, but I'm look out for it. And thank you guys. Thank you so much, Ashley. Thank y'all.
Please welcome to the stage Minecraft franchise corporate vice president and head of Mojang Studios, Helen Chang, and Riot Games Entertainment chief content officer, Brian Wright, with Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow.
Good afternoon. Brian Wright, Helen Chang. This is all about the confluence of Silicon Valley and Hollywood. What we will discuss is video games, whether it's on your console, PC, mobile, tablet, meeting the silver screen. But if you allow me, I want to do some audience participation so that we can just check where we are. By show of hands, audience, who here watches film or television? Oh, come on. Right. By show of hands, how many of you play video games? And this year, to the best of your knowledge, how many of you have watched a piece of television or film based on a video game? Exactly so. Thank goodness we're in the right place. Which leads me to start with a really good question. What do you do for a living? Helen, we'll start with you.
Well, unlike, I think, popular perception, I don't get to sit in my office and play Minecraft all day. But our team is responsible for growing and expanding the franchise, and more importantly, to be stewards of the brand.
And you, Brian?
Well, unlike Helen, I actually do get paid.
We're going to get into the backstory about this in a second. Please keep going, yeah.
No, I was literally saying I do get paid to play League of Legends because at Riot, they really, really expect you to understand the game and understand players.
Your background was you did 7 years at Netflix.
I did 7 years at Netflix, so I'm the film TV guy at Riot.
But you were not a video games guy at Netflix.
Exactly.
But then Riot were like, do you want to come and work for us?
Exactly. So I got a call from Shauna Spenley, who used to be at Netflix with me. And she was the new president of entertainment over at Riot, and was asking me if I would be interested in coming over, that they had very lofty ambitions about building the IP into film and television, and started having those conversations. And then she shared with me early cuts of Arcane. This is before it launched on Netflix, and I was literally blown away. I had nothing actually to do with it being on Netflix. It was just a weird coincidence that I had been at Netflix and then went to Riot, and then Riot sold it to Netflix. But I was so absolutely blown away by the quality of the storytelling and by the unbelievable direction and just the quality of the animation. I was like, wow, this is any indication of what you want to do within the scripted narrative space, like, count me in.
And Helen, you know, I get the role now, you know, Minecraft, and we'll get into how the universe has expanded. But in your career, you know, you've been on product and you've been in video games. In the early days, were you playing a lot of video games as part of your job?
I still get to play a lot of video games.
Okay, just to clarify.
Yeah.
I'm really excited about this. On the Bloomberg Technology show, we have covered these big titles. I think Lucas was on stage last night talking about Super Mario Bros., right? But there are some of you, with respect to your age in this audience, that when you say Super Mario Bros., you guys think 1993 Super Mario Bros., right? Right? Thank you. Some of the stars in that film? Liars, all of you. Thank you. So here's the question. Which video games make for good film and television? And that's a broad question, but that is your job now to think about daily, Helen. And there's one piece of work you've got in particular, which we'll get to.
Yeah, I think gaming and entertainment go hand in hand. You know, when Minecraft started, it was a small independent game. It's evolved into a multi-billion-dollar franchise. We're really excited to expand into entertainment because we think of it as a great opportunity to reach new audiences and bring them into the franchise, even if they're not going to play the game.
There is a Minecraft movie. Well, there is a Minecraft movie.
There is.
Please expand.
It's under production right now. We're really excited to be working with Warner Brothers. We have the movie that's upcoming. We're working with Jason Momoa. It's a little bit delayed right now because of all of everything that's going on.
That's largely because of the pandemic.
Definitely.
Please continue.
But we're really excited because I think it's going to be just another expression of Minecraft that brings in a whole new audience into the franchise. We're hoping it's the start of many different entertainment offerings that we'll have with Minecraft.
Is the idea that whatever the end result that the movie looks like, that it's recognizable to kind of the generations of players that were playing Minecraft across different mediums?
Absolutely. You know, I think one of the challenges that we've had is, you know, Minecraft isn't known for the highest fidelity graphics. So as we were trying to imagine what the art style for this movie was, you know, I just saw some creative of that this week. I think we're really excited, and I think our fans are going to be excited.
Jason Momoa might not sign on if you pixelate his face. But you've been through this, well, I'm assuming, I mean, I'm not an actor, but you've been through this process with Arcane. So Helen's going through it now. You've published, essentially. What was your learning from that, taking League of Legends and doing that?
Yeah, it was interesting, and there was a lot of nerves at Riot pre-launch of Arcane because, it was highly anticipated. They'd spent 6 years making it, and there's an extremely sort of like obsession with excellence at the company. But they didn't know, obviously, how it was going to land until it's out there in the world. And the response was overwhelming. The player community just like lost their minds. And the way to answer your question, just one question ago, which is like, what do I think makes for a good adaptation? Yes. For me, it really all comes back to character, and that's what Christian and Alex, who created, they were actually Rioters, internal guys. One was from the Champion team, one was on the music team, and they actually created Arcane. But they focused the spotlight on a couple of champions, which we call them champions. Their characters, Jinx and Vi, really at the center of this thing. And they're not just like running around like blowing up things for the sake of blowing up things. Like there's reasons, like deep seated personal reasons.
There's a story.
There's a story, but the story didn't necessarily, whereas ours is not a narrative game, right? Unlike Naughty Dog, like Last of Us, that's a narrative game. Like League of Legends is a 5-on-5 MOBA. It's a 45-minute fantasy basketball matchup, right? So, but we do have supporting literature and supporting website and short stories that we publish that to give you a sense more of like what these characters and champions are up to. But they had a lot of license to go create that story and create that narrative. But they stayed deeply authentic to who those champions were.
You're talking about development and production, so I'm going to take an opportunity to bring up this session's poll, which I'd love the audience to participate in. We can recap at the end. The story of the year, I guess, for both video games industry and entertainment broadly has been AI. So I just want to pose this question: which area of gaming will AI technologies have the most impact? Vote on it. We'll discuss it as a group at the end. But the question that I have for you, Helen, is what are the differences and similarities in development and production of a Minecraft movie versus development of a video game? Is it the same, or is there stark difference?
I actually think it's quite different. When we think about games, and especially how we develop Minecraft, when you're building a game, you're putting something out there oftentimes when it's not fully done, especially a service game like Minecraft. And so we build our game with our community. We put something out there, they give us feedback, we continue to iterate on that. It's almost like if in TV you were to put out a pilot and kind of get community feedback and then decide where you want to take that series going forward. That's kind of how we think about game development for us. With the movie, we really have to pick a story and a narrative that isn't going to be the only story of Minecraft, but is one that we hope is going to be fun and entertaining and get people excited about the potential of what else we could do in entertainment.
Brian, you brought this issue up about the response to Arcane, and it makes me think about expectation. So, especially games like Minecraft or League of Legends, the players have very strong opinions, I have discovered in Reddit forums.
Yeah, to say the least.
What's the risk there?
For sure. Listen, like IP, there's a lot of talk in Hollywood right now about IP, and folks are chasing IP, and I understand why. It comes with a core evangelizing audience, and that's great. It can potentially give you a nice big leg up. It also comes with extremely high expectations and fandom and passion. And if you underdeliver, or you do something that's not authentic, or you do something that just is, if the player community or the audience community rejects the organ, it's ugly, right? And frankly, you can do more harm than good. So that's why, with my Riot hat on, we're so we're not playing a volume game. We want to be so careful, so bespoke, make one incredible thing at a time to make sure that we're getting it right.
Minecraft, you can either say, like the Super Mario Brothers, there was a 1993 film, and now there's a 2023 film, 22-23 film. My question is whether you feel that Minecraft already has a legacy, or if you're a young franchise, because there are many players around the world that have been playing for a really long time, and so you are going across generations if you bring out a movie that you're trying to reach.
Minecraft's going to be 15 years old next year. And I think one of the things when I talk about being a steward of the brand, we've really had to think about how we expand and grow over the last 15 years. And I think there's two things that are really important. One is how do we nurture the community? The community has been such a strong force for our success, because we've built the game alongside them. And then how are we intentional about how we grow and expand? Brian talked about authenticity. In the beginning days of Minecraft, we didn't have a lot of consumer products or licensed things that you could go buy out in the store. And as we tried to figure out how we grew that business, we didn't want to do it in an authentic way. We wanted to make sure that all of the toys that we put out, all of the t-shirts that we put out had custom designs, were of the quality that we care about inside Minecraft. And that meant that it took more time for us to get to where we are today. But that's been a big pillar of what we think is important in our brand.
As you develop the movie, are you taking input from the players of the game as you developed the game?
We're taking input from some of our creators who have been a large part of our success. So making sure that as they read the script, do they think it's authentic to our brand? We are taking time. I think it's been 8 years since we originally started the deal with Warner Brothers. So making sure that we take a lot of care, because this is our first foray into entertainment for Minecraft.
And is there a date for the movie, a broad target date for release?
There is, and I think we've got to wait and see what happens.
Just the three of us.
See what's going on and whether or not we stay on track, but that's the goal.
Okay, great. Brian, Helen has taken the bulk of the easy questions. Valorant movie, when's it coming out?
Yeah, I'd love to watch that. Listen, Valorant is incredible, and it's a bit of a rocket ship from a game perspective.
Yes.
And I absolutely believe one day that we'll be building stuff.
Well, as part of your day job, you must be discussing it internally.
Oh, for sure. But Anna Donlan runs Nya Studios from the game side. She's fantastic, and we talk all the time. And I think again, it's a really young game, so she wants to make sure that it's it's walk, then run, then sprint, and then one day we'll talk about film TV.
What I find interesting about the sort of digital world and the metaverse, we can talk about in a second, is there's a lot of merchandise out there. It's massive, Minecraft in particular. How do you think about merchandise as a kind of, I guess, is it a pillar alongside video game, movie merchandise, or does it take a back seat?
Oh, it absolutely doesn't take a back seat. And I think right now it's in a really forward seat. Just yesterday I was in the airport right behind a kid who's wearing his Minecraft backpack and his Minecraft shirt. It's just an expression, a way for our fans to express their love for the brand. I think for us what's been important is making sure that when you have hundreds of millions of people playing your game, you really have to have merchandise that caters to all of these different audiences within that. So how are we geographically relevant and making sure we're partnering with great brands in countries around the world? How are we making sure we think about demographics, not just kids, but the whole age range that plays our game? That's been important to us, and that's why you see us partnering with everything from high-end Burberry to making sure that our T-shirts are in Walmart and Target for all of the kids to buy.
And Arcane is a recent example, but was there any throughput to sales of merchandise based on taking a game to streaming or the silver screen?
Yeah, I mean, the way Riot thinks about it, I mean, for sure there's an absolute big consumer products muscle there, and Arcane was a nice big pulse point for them, and certainly the second season will be as well. And right now we're Worlds is in November in Korea, and so that's always a big high point of the year for our consumer products business. Worlds being the esports finals.
Yes.
But I think about that almost even more holistically. So it's, of course, it's consumer products, but we think about how do we make every day better to be a player? So it's consumer products. We really lean in and create incredible music at Riot, which the players love. So there's an entire ecosystem that there's in-game events. There's obviously there's digital goods as well. Right. So that's our job is
You've taken us to soundtrack. I mean, I think about a game I've been playing again recently, Cyberpunk, which has a pretty distinct soundtrack. If I go to Spotify, will I find Minecraft, themed music? Is that something that you guys think about proactively? Because in gameplay, you're there
I don't think you would find it today, but I think you would find it really soon.
Oh, so it's coming. When? We've talked a lot about pretty much one direction travel, video game to film and television. What about in reverse? There are examples of that, Hogwarts Legacy, which was great fun to play. But what do you both think that the movie industry or film and television industry can learn from the video games industry? What is it, Helen, that you think you do pretty well?
I think there's two things that have really been paramount to Minecraft's success. I talked about the community and how we've built the game alongside the community with their feedback. I think the second is just embracing the ecosystem around your IP. And for us, that's really the Minecraft creators who have helped make Minecraft as successful as it is. I think it was 2 years ago that YouTube announced we had 1 trillion views of Minecraft content on their platform. For us, then it becomes about how do we bring them back. Trillion, that's
Wow.
right, trillion.
Do you feel pressure now?
Yeah, that's impressive.
So then, it's our responsibility is how do we bring all of that energy and bring it back into the game?
You have sat on both sides of the table, literally. Netflix 7 years,
Yep.
and then over to Riot. Did you walk into Riot in Santa Monica and go, wow, or do you think I can change some things here based on my experience at Netflix?
I entered Riot with a lot to learn. I'd never been in the gaming industry, so I was super curious about the way they did things. And one of the things that is most remarkable to me about Riot, and listen, my vantage point of the gaming industry is truly just through my experience at Riot, right? So I'm talking about one anecdote example here, but Riot, as I said earlier, is obsessed with excellence. So if you were asking me what's the lesson that I think Hollywood could take, Riot will, in Hollywood, you often are anchoring around dates. And so it's like, hey, we need this by Christmas of 26, or, and you're backing into things.
Yes.
Riot just would never do that in a million years. And I understand the reasons why you do it in film and TV, but they wouldn't, because they would immediately feel that it is sacrificing something from a quality perspective.
So this brings us back to the poll question, and we'll try and sort of tackle this AI in video games and film and television. If we can bring the poll back up, what is the biggest impact that AI technology will have? And the results, please. Development time. I'm not surprised by that. Think about Starfield. It took 7 years. I realized Minecraft has been out for a long time, and now it's in different iterations, right? But what is your take on that? Do you guys want to look at non-video game franchising of Minecraft and move faster, or do you think AI will help you in doing that?
For our team, it's really not so much about the speed of development, and I know our players would hate that I said that, but it's really about the quality. And we want to make sure that, I have a hard time believing that a lot of storytelling and the creative aspects of building a game are going to be replaced. I think it is a human thing, and maybe AI can help augment that process, but I don't think it's going to replace the human element of storytelling.
The world that we dream up is a generative AI tool where it's text to world building, right? You say, I want to have this world with these features, bam, done. It doesn't take all the rendering and design. What's your attitude towards that as somebody that's also trying to take video game content to the other screen?
Yeah, listen, I mean, and we're in the early innings still, obviously, with AI. I think it's a great tool for creative folks. And my creative teams use it to inspire themselves or to do fun little projects if they want to imagine something really quickly. But the real heavy lifting of creative, I just fundamentally agree with Helen that I do believe humans will continue to drive that. And will there be efficiencies built into elements of production, whether in animation or otherwise, probably over time? I don't know exactly what that looks like, but.
We're running short on time, but as part of my research and getting ready for this discussion, I discovered Minecraft Ninja Turtles. So whether you pixelate Jason Momoa's face or not, you did cube up the little green guys. How big a part is that of the strategy, taking Minecraft and doing Minecraft XYZ?
Yeah, I think it's a big part of our strategy. There are so many communities and great IP that I know many of you have worked on. And I think we have the opportunity with Minecraft to marry those audiences together, use it as an opportunity, whether it's Ninja Turtles, whether it's SpongeBob. These are all things that have manifested themselves into Minecraft, and those communities have found a way to be in our game and really enjoy the IP that they love.
And based on your time at Riot, are there properties you think, okay, we can JV here with someone?
Outside properties?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the focus. The focus is really turning that spotlight on areas of our map that we think are super special and our champions. So I think it's in world, in canon.
To finish, I want to ask you both, what was the first video game that you remember playing, Helen?
Duck Hunt.
Yeah, I had a ColecoVision.
Okay.
Which I probably got Christmas of '82 maybe, and Zaxxon. Does anyone here play Zaxxon? It was like you steered a plane. I don't even know, but yeah, that was an early ColecoVision game.
Brian Wright, Helen Chang, we wanted to collide Silicon Valley and Hollywood. We collided video games and Hollywood. Thank you so much for your time.
Cheers, thank
here
you.
in Hollywood.
Please welcome to the stage The Ringer founder and CEO Bill Simmons with Bloomberg's Lucas Shaw.
This is like a love seat. I don't know what's going on here.
It is a love seat. We didn't have pillows yesterday though, so we.
I like the pillows. Good ad.
Good. Thank you for doing this. I've given everyone else, for the most part, a softball to start with. I feel like you don't need that.
Yeah, can we talk about the weather?
So I'm just gonna jump right into your favorite subject.
I was going to give you a softball. I was surprised that you showed up today for work after the Dodgers collapsed in 3 games.
Well, you know,
I thought it would be like a guest host or something.
the good thing is I had this event last night as a distraction. So I
Oh,
did
good.
I did not follow a moment. I came off stage. I forget if it was after Ari or after Donna. And I just saw a text message on one of my group chats about how the Dodgers gave up like 4 home runs in an
Yeah.
inning, and I was thrilled that I did not see that.
It's a dark place to be.
Okay, well, so you started there. I'll go back at you.
Yeah.
When are you going to accept that the Lakers already have as many titles as the Celtics?
You count the Minnesota titles, though. It's unbelievable.
Of course you do.
There was like 5 of them. You didn't even have George Mikan's number retired. I never understood how that worked.
You know.
Listen, if you guys need to count titles won in other cities to make yourself feel better, that's fine. I'm okay. We won all of our titles in Boston, Massachusetts.
Yeah, and you've won how many since?
17.
No,
18,
but how many since 1990?
Oh, that's a low number. Yeah, that's I think it's 1 since 1986.
Yeah.
But man,
you went to 96 because you didn't want to go all the way back to 90 because it's 1 since 90.
If you look from 56 to 86, domination.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, all jokes aside, for a while now in your business in podcasting, the conversation has sort of turned negative, right? There's a long time, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot
You
of
turned it negative. There's people
Did
like
I
you as
turn
a
it negative,
journalist
or did
talking
it
about
happen?
Negative. No, it's fine.
Okay.
You have culpability a little bit.
Where did the industry go wrong, and why are you still very bullish on it?
I don't think the industry went wrong. I just feel like things move in phases, and you have little eras, right? So, you know, I started doing my podcast in 2007, all the way through when Serial hit. That was like phase 0, right? That's when people are like, wait, podcast, what is that? How do I listen to it? And then, you know, it was great for me because I had one of the only big ones. Serial happened, and then people were like, podcast, what's going on? And then you saw a lot of the heavily produced one. You saw bigger celebrities get in. And that went probably until, I would say, 2018. And then Spotify got involved and some other players, and the numbers went through the roof. Some things worked, some mistakes were made. And I think by 2023, I think people really have a sense of like, what is this? What works? What doesn't work? And what the challenges are. And I think, I'm pretty bullish on it because I just think we're moving into a new era of wherever it's going. And the old era is definitely done. I mean, the deals are changing. I think the standards for what works for a podcast, I think people have a better idea. It's like you can't just be famous and have a podcast. That it can't be the 6th thing you're doing. It can't be something that you didn't spend any time on because, you know, it's not like YouTube or these other things that you could listen to. Yeah, I can watch 10 YouTube videos in a half hour as I'm watching television, right? Podcasts, you're trapped with the podcast. So people are making choices, and you know the quality of them, of those choices and the things you're picking has to hit a certain standard. I think everybody's starting to realize that, and the stuff that is elevating above is the stuff that's good. It's either the first or the second most important thing the person's doing. The Smartless podcast took off because it was during the pandemic and those guys couldn't work, and they threw themselves into it and created a good podcast. the Strike Force podcast that we just did, those 5 guys, they were going nuts because they didn't have their late night shows, and they were doing these Zooms during the week, and they decided, hey, this should be a podcast. So then all of a sudden it's a podcast, and they put real time into it. And I think I always laugh when, especially the last 8, 9 years when people got into this, and I'm like, people think we have to compete against this person. This is like the number 6 thing they're doing. So I think people realize now that the stakes have changed a little.
How was your brief brush with the Daily Mail after your Royals comments?
Oh man, yeah. It turns out people know those two. Yeah, who knew? Look, I stand by everything I said.
When you're talking about the change that's happening or sort of recognition, is it just about focusing? I mean, focusing on quality seems sort of obvious, or having people have it be their main job.
It wasn't obvious 2 years ago. Like, think of the deals that you were reporting on with people who, either with production companies that had never done podcasts or with talent that had never done podcasts, and people just assuming it was going to translate. I think now it's obvious, but I think there was like a 4-year stretch there when it was really weird to me, because I knew what it took to make a really good podcast, and we'd been in that business dating back from Grantland, trying to elevate other people's podcasts, and then at The Ringer, and then we got to Spotify. And there's a lot of time and TLC that goes into it. And it's not one of those things where it's like, all right, you now have a podcast, turn it on and it will succeed. Like, celebrity doesn't matter with podcasts. What matters is, what's your point of view? Are you consistent? Do you have a piece of turf that you're trying to grab? Even when we talked about Matt's podcast, which was, almost 2 years ago, we put real thought into like, what should this be? Who are we going after? And the more we talked about it, it's like we want an audience to be on the move. The podcast has to be probably 30 minutes or less. It's one topic. It feels like Matt's newsletter. And we want to like elevate the discussion around something and the nuances in it, and be this repeatable thing that's part of somebody's life. I don't think most people put thought into the podcast like that, but now you're starting to see it, I think, a little bit more.
One thing that I don't think people realize with podcasting is, and to your point earlier, most shows have a really small audience.
Oh yeah.
For your barometer, like, what is the audience size that you consider a hit show?
You're gonna hate this answer, but I try not to look at the audiences. To me, I feel like, does the pod stand out? I have an awesome inner circle, and they'll tell me if something's doing bad. But for the most part, like, I honestly, genuinely don't know what Matt's audience is, for example. I don't know what like Derek Thompson's audience is. But I know that those guys have a piece of turf that matters for what they're trying to do. And if there's some big topic or some important topic, I'm gonna care what they think. So I think you have to look at it that way. You have to look at like, how does this stand out? Because you're competing, there's 3 million podcasts plus 17 million white noise podcasts. So there's 20 million podcasts out there that you're competing against, but how do you stand out? How are you different? And if you're competing against a bunch of people in the same space, why are people going to listen to you instead of those other people? That's how we think about it.
If you're not, you may not know how many people are listening to Matt or Derek. I assume you know how many people are listening to your show.
I actually don't know the exact number, but I know it's the biggest it's been, which I think is hilarious because I'm completely washed up. I don't know how I pulled that off. This is really like a gravy train time for me. I think it reminds me a lot of what the internet was like in the late 2000s, because I'm gonna say around like 2007, the blogs really started to go nuts, right? There was just a million people, everyone had a blog, everybody was writing, everybody was online. And there was 2 years there where I think the common feeling was blogs are gonna win, shorter, faster, immediate. And I just didn't feel like that was the case. I still had the biggest column at ESPN.com. And I was like, my column's growing. Like, I know that's not true. And there were other people I read, and I knew, like, I'm still reading that person, and they're not writing that way. And I think what eventually happened is there's so much noise, and there's so many bylines, and so many takes, and so many writers that people kind of gravitate toward the trusted people, the bigger people, the people they know, the best stuff. So in a weird way, the more podcasts that there are, the better it is for the bigger podcasts, because there's too many choices. They're like, oh, well, I know that one.
How much harder does that make it for a new one to break through?
I think it's pretty easy. Like, look at the Kelseys. Did you know the Kelseys had a podcast 2 months ago?
I don't think so.
I don't think I did either. And now it's one of the biggest podcasts. I still feel like if it's a personality or if it's an angle or a topic, I think that's going to win. I think the thing that's changed the most, I think, over the last 5 years, and especially now we're more involved in the monetization side, it's just really hard to, the 10 episode, 12 episode, the stuff that
The
I think
serials.
based on the serial model of, oh, this is how to do it, it's really hard to sell unless you can have an awesome season 1 and then it leads to season 2. Because one of the reasons that The Ringer has had so much success from an advertising standpoint, even back when we were on our own, is because we can sell 6, 9, 12 months ahead. Like we know basketball starting in 2 weeks. Like, guess what? I'm gonna be talking about basketball on my pod. So you have somebody like State Farm, they're figuring out how to spend their money in January, February, March. It's like, well, Bill he's going to do basketball in October.
And they have a lot of basketball relationships.
And so we're making those deals 6, 7 months ahead of time. If you have something that you spent 2 years on, it can be awesome. And you go in and you pitch that to a CMO or you pitch that to a brand, you're still having to explain what it is. It's like Lucas has his new podcast. It's a narrative pod about how the Dodgers just choke every year unless there's a pandemic season. And it's going to be, and he's going to talk to all these people, and they're still going to be like, well, what does it sound like? I want to hear it. And unless they hear it and they know what it is, it's just hard to get money. So that's why Serial season 2, season 3, slow burn, some of the old school ones, they can keep doing those now because people know what it is.
It's known, yeah.
Yeah, but those are I really respect those.
They're also
pods.
expensive to make.
They're really expensive. The people that do them, the producers are incredibly talented. And they're really hard. They take a year. So if you're deciding if you're going to invest that kind of time, can we make the money back?
Yeah.
And I know Spotify, we look at stuff now, and we're not the only company like that with the MGs, and they want to make more money than they spend. It's not rocket science. It's 2023, but that's where we've landed. I think it's a good thing.
Yeah. How much money does The Ringer make now?
A healthy amount. Yeah. Healthy.
More.
You guys love trying to get figures and
Yeah,
downloads.
that's what we do.
I know. We're doing.
You're profitable.
Oh yeah, yeah. We've been profitable since 2016, but I think there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes with Spotify. A lot of the stuff that Lee Brown spearheaded, the head of sales, that I just think from an ad tech standpoint, that's the part that if you're betting on Spotify long term, the ad tech stuff that we're building is going to be a huge differentiator. I'm not just saying that like Kool-Aid drinker. Spotify is not perfect. I'd be the first one to admit it. But what they're trying to figure out with the ad sales side is something that, if you think podcasts started 07, 08 range, we're now year 15, and we still didn't have any of the technology or sales expertise for this stuff. And it was very similar to the internet, actually, where a lot of people in the early wave of sales for pods were people that kind of came from other places. When the internet started, you'd have people running Newspaper X, their website, or some really good content website, and it was somebody who probably failed somewhere else. And now it's these people that are building their way up and have worked and they understand it. And they've been in the industry for years and they have connections. So I think from that end, it's that everything's elevating.
Yeah. You mentioned Derek and Matt's pods, which I would say for your business are sort of different from what you're known for, right? You're sort of sports, pop culture, but you've been adding little things on. How are you thinking about expanding the Ringer universe and how it all ties together?
Yeah, it's passion points. So I think for us, sports and culture, that was always the DNA dating back to Grantland. And then how can you add little things that seem in the general vein? We've always tried to be the person you're sitting next to at the bar who's fun to talk to and knows shit. And you're like, oh man, that was really fun to sit next to that person on the train and they knew this and this and this. I think growing forward for us, there's a bunch of things that pop up. There's player podcast stuff. That's been a little bit of movement now, trying to decide what's real and what's not real. I actually think the social media elements of those pods are better than the actual pods.
Yeah, I watch a lot of clips on Instagram. I don't actually listen to any of those
and I think
full.
that's most people, where they listen to they watch a 70-second clip of them. It's for us. It's more you keep learning what not to do, and that stuff's pretty obvious. this league wants to do a podcast deal and produce pods. And it's like, well, that's probably, what's that mean? So does that mean we can't talk about the league in the same way? Do we have to have the commissioner on? And so it's more, we try to keep a little bit of a distance so we have a little bit of a, reporting personality version of it versus like feeling like we're embedded with somebody. But we're always looking for talent. I think we found more talent dating back to Grantland than anybody. And we've had the ability to keep elevating people, and that's what still is the most exciting piece to me, is trying to find something that either it's coming to the cusp or maybe there's something here and figuring out like how to bring it to the next level.
I'm curious, you talked about a lot of the style of your shows or the person you're sitting next to interesting. Like you, for a lot of your career, have been sort of the voice of the casual, or not the casual, but like the average sports fan.
Right.
Has that gotten harder as you've gotten richer?
Oh, yeah. And older. No, there's no question. I mean, I used to, in my 20s, like I was that guy. Now I'm twice as old as I was in 1998 or whatever. I still give a shit. And, it's been really instructive to me, the people when I was growing up or when I was a young adult, the people that did well. And you could kind of always tell who checked out, or who didn't care about sports in the same way or didn't follow it the same way. And it started to show up in their writing or the way they talked about it. And I made a decision a long time ago. Like the moment I felt like that was happening to me, I'm out. And if you listen to my pod and you listen to the stuff we do, like I still give a shit. Like I still watch football. My wife hates it. I watch football. I'm figuring out my multi-view on Sunday Ticket at 9:58, trying to figure out what 4 games I'm gonna get. And I watch football for 10 hours or 11 hours, whatever it is, and I talk to Sal about it. I still watch NBA. I watch fourth quarters in the morning. Like I obviously watch a shitload of movies and TV.
Yeah.
And
you do fewer interviews, and you switch
did
up.
fewer interviews, yeah. But that's more of a COVID thing. We had this run in 2018-19 range when we had all these celebrities coming in. It was great because you could talk like this. Zoom sucks. It's just not the same, and you feel like you're getting them. You're like the third of the 5 interviews they're doing that day, and I just don't like it. So I've kind of phased those out a little bit.
Yeah, the two things, it feels like you do fewer interviews on the podcast, and the other thing I get from you is I don't sense that you love the management side of your job.
What do you mean? Which part?
Which part? I don't know.
They just gave me more jobs.
Well, I would say the sense I get is
I'm running monetization now for them. That's
I'm not sure. I'm very curious about that.
Yeah.
But it feels like there's a little more of a buffer between you and your staff than there used to be.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
And you went through a rather contentious unionization effort.
Are there non-contentious unionization efforts? Can you point me to one?
I'm not. If my colleague Josh Idelson were here, he probably could help out because he's a labor expert.
I think the biggest obstacle was COVID, and it really changed office culture in a bunch of different ways. We're not the only business trying to figure that out. Everyone I talk to who runs anything, it's a new frontier, and in some ways it's better. Like I go to the office probably once, twice a week max. I feel like I'm more productive on my own, doing stuff, like Zoom was a huge game changer, the phone calls.
You just said you hate Zoom.
Huh?
You just said you hate
I like it with my staff. I just don't want, I don't want to interview Matt Damon on Zoom. But I think the office culture thing is something we have to all figure out, because I know for us, we have a lot of people in good positions for us now that are people that started out young and hungry and worked their way up, and I feel like they learned stuff from us, and now they have better jobs. And I haven't figured out the part of how do you have the full kind of office culture with the mentoring that you need to have if people aren't in every day. And I'm not one of those, everybody's got to be in every day, because I think the world's different, and it should be. But from a mentor standpoint, I do worry about that. Like who is the next wave of young people that move into bigger positions if they're not learning day-to-day stuff? And unless you've worked in the right kind of office, like there's so much give and take, and there's so much like, hey, hop in my office for 20 minutes, or hey, we're about to talk about that at lunch, why don't you come with us? And all that stuff's now gone. So I worry about where that goes, not just for us, but for everybody.
Yeah. I want to talk for a little bit about sports documentaries, just because you were instrumental in 30 for 30, which is, I think one of my favorite things that's ever been made, certainly in the sports world. It ushered in this huge boom in sports documentaries.
Yeah.
Do you feel that there are now too many of them?
Yes. And also, a lot of the ideas have been done, and now we're moving into this era where to get a good idea done, you have to partner with
the athlete, and you need the access, and it.
Beckham was the best possible version of how that goes.
It was great.
Yeah, I really liked the first two parts. Last two might have been one part potentially, but I was really into it, and I didn't know a lot of his story, and I liked his interview, and I liked how they did it, and I thought it was really good. And I think so we'll still have those, but Beckham's also super famous and was also married to somebody who's super famous. And my wife really cared about their relationship as part of the doc. So you're getting everybody, even people who don't like soccer. I really worry. I could feel, I've said this before, but I could feel it happening near the end of it, 30 for 30, when I was there, when I had this idea about the Orlando Magic and the Shaq Penny era that I really wanted to do as a documentary. I laid it out. We had to convince the NBA to do it because it was kind of a small market team falling apart, and they were a little skittish on it. And they finally gave the green light. It was like, this is great. This documentary is gonna be awesome. And Shaq and Penny wouldn't do it unless they were EPs. And then we had to make a decision. Well, do we still want to do it if they're involved? And we made the decision, yes. And it was good, but I think it would have been better if, we just did it. And I remember that moment man, this is shifting now. The Last Dance is probably the best example of how that would go, right? Because they had the best possible footage. They got great interviews with Jordan. Because he was in it, they got interviews with everybody else, and they got an incredible director. But I also think there's been a lot of bad versions of The Last Dance.
Like what?
I'm not gonna say, but we have this Vince McMahon documentary that we've been working on for 3 years. I think has a chance to be really great. I really think it has a chance to be the best one I've been involved with. And I'll be interested to see what people think about that one, because it was a lot of time, and it was one where Netflix still has final cut of it, and it's a little more old school, like what the 30 for 30 model was. And I think it has a chance to be really special.
Does Vince get to see it before it comes out?
Not the giving notes on the final cut part.
He gets to see it, but he doesn't get to change anything.
I think they get to look at clips, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
I'm curious, because your former home, you're a sports media obsessive. If you were Bob Iger, what would you do with ESPN?
I would sell it.
To who?
I would sell it to Apple, and Apple could take their entire budget for 2 episodes of the morning show and pay for ESPN, and I think that makes a shitload of sense. They could be like, you know what, maybe we don't need to launch a rocket in outer space in episode 1. We'll just buy ESPN instead. And that'll be it.
Related question, regional sports networks. There's a lot of, it's a business that seems to be collapsing. Leagues have sort of toyed around with, should we do something ourselves? Some teams are doing local TV and streaming. How do you see that shaking out?
So I don't think I'm right on this, but my instincts keep telling me this is what's gonna happen. Because if you remember the WWE, they launched their own network that had their own content and had their own pay-per-views. And it was kind of a smart, bold, ahead of its time move. And then they pivoted at the perfect time, and they sold their content to, what was it, Peacock.
Yeah.
And that was really smart too, because they were able to leverage that number as high as possible. So they always zagged where the money was and when the opportunity was. I think the opportunity for the NBA with the local teams would be to own all that themselves and own League Pass themselves and do it in a way that they could just basically own all of it. And I don't know if they'll do that or they'll have the balls to do it, but they, with the media rights deal that they're gonna get from the national games, they're gonna make so much money, and the players are gonna be paid so much money. We're gonna have guys making 75, 80 million a year. So if there was ever a time for them to kind of bet on themselves, that's the league to do it. I think what the MLS did was really interesting with what they did with Apple and giving Messi a stake. Then, of course, Messi gets hurt. But but I think people are going to think outside the box more. That old model feels like don't you feel like it's kind of dying?
Yeah, I think regional sports networks have like a few hundred hours of programming a year, and that's about
and then
it.
You
That's
have
relevant.
to fill all the other hours, you know, and then you have to have, and then you're on all the time.
It's crazy.
I watch the Lakers network sometimes, and by watch, I mean hate watch. And I love when all the shows they have where they're just like, all right, today it's a 3-hour breakdown of Michael Cooper. And it's like 30 for 30, Michael Cooper. By the way, he was great. Michael Cooper killed us in Today's 7. But it's just, you know, people just want the games. I think ESPN Plus realized that. You go to ESPN Plus, remember where they were making all those shows?
Yeah.
It's like, who are these shows for? And now it's like, you know what people go to ESPN Plus for? I go to watch Holy Cross play Fordham on Saturday at 10 in the morning. And I go to watch basically any game that exists, they have it. And that's what it is. So, like, why wouldn't the NBA have that?
I don't know. Okay, last question, because they'll kill me for going over. You were already talking about it back there. What's your finals prediction?
My finals prediction?
Yeah, we're going to give you an early tease before your pod.
I'm thinking about non-ironically picking the Celtics and the Lakers. And I'm going to do it, and all the Laker fans will be, you're just doing that to spite us. And I'm like, I actually like being right more than I hate the Lakers. I think the Lakers are going to be really good. So it's between Lakers and Nuggets. I was going to figure it out over the weekend, but I think Boston in the East. I'm not just saying that because I'm a Celtic fan. There's been years when I was like, there's no way. This year, I think the team's really good. Unfortunately, we might have a bad coach, so we're going to learn over the next 6.
Second row Joe.
He brought Drew Holiday off the bench in the first exhibition game, and my dad and I were like, oh my God, he doesn't get it. But I would probably say Celtics, Lakers, or Celtics, Nuggets. I've narrowed it down to that.
Okay. Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Amazon Music Global Head of Content and Artist Marketing, Curtis Postel, and rapper and musician Lola Brooke with Bloomberg's Shartia Brantley.
All right, so we feed off of energy. Good afternoon. All right, yes. This is an exciting moment. I am just delighted to be here with Curtis and Lola today. So let's just dive right in. Curtis, I'll start with you. Okay. Tell us about Amazon Music. What do you want people to know about the work you're producing there?
Okay, so what I really want people to know about Amazon Music is that we're not just a streaming service. We have the same 100 million songs that other companies do, but we are really in the business of bringing artists closer to their fans and bringing fans closer to artists. I'm the global head of content and artist marketing, and content plays such a big job in artists' careers now. I wanted to really focus on creating opportunities that artists could take and make their own. We've created several different, call them shows, on Twitch, on Prime Video. We have a show, Amazon Music Live, that airs weekly after Thursday Night Football, where we curated. We've been able to bring some of the biggest artists in the business and give them this opportunity to promote their new music. So we really want to be more in the artist business and making sure that artists get connected to their fans in a way that they wouldn't usually have the opportunity to do.
Mm-hmm. So then how do you go about identifying new talent and supporting them?
Okay, so when I was on the other side in the recorded music business, I've been doing this a long time, there's typically a small group of people, usually the artist manager, and a few people at the label, and I have a philosophy about this, right? So it's harder than ever to break artists, or for artists to find opportunities. And the way you really break artists is, it used to be you could get one thing you weren't supposed to get. Like, so for example, I worked with Sam Smith, and the one thing that he was able to get that he wasn't supposed to have was Saturday Night Live, right? The same thing with Kendrick Lamar. The one thing that he was supposed to get that, you know, that he wasn't supposed to get that we were able to get for him was the cover of XXL. And so we created a program called Breakthrough in 2020 that what we want to do is be able to make those things more accessible to artists, those things that they're not supposed to get, we want to be able to help them get. So I tend to think in venue size. We really want to work with artists that see themselves in arenas and stadiums. So that's kind of how I think about and how we think about artists. We want to identify artists early, talent early, and just be with them, you know, from the beginning all the way through them breaking.
Mm-hmm. Well, Lola, I want to bring you in. Can you just tell us about how you launched your career?
Okay, so honestly, I woke up, I was raised, I'm not gonna say I just woke up and thought about being an artist for sure, but it kind of just happened that way because my entire life. So, only child, mom, single parent, dad's not around, but I still had like a bond with my dad, so I was lonely. Didn't have no one to really speak to, so I used the music platform to express myself. And what's so crazy about it is that my fans actually pushed me to do it. Because for me, it was just therapeutic. It was a hobby. I showcased it to the world, and then I got good feedback from it, so that was my push. So the people's was my push for sure.
Well, let's talk about you are a breakthrough artist for 2023.
That's right.
Tell us about that experience and the support you're receiving.
It's amazing. As a young artist coming up, it feels good to feel loved, and it feels good to know that something that you have a passion for is actually getting rewarded. And Amazon Music been supporting me. It's the little things that they do. It's just, I just feel so loved. And I always practice self-love for sure, but I'm telling you, when an artist get on the platform and they feel love from the people that make this all happen, it feels so great.
Mm. Yeah, we've been able to connect. So one of the things about Amazon and Amazon Music is that there's a lot of opportunity, right, across several different business units. So Lola's done some work with Amazon Studios. She's done some work with Amazon Fashion. You know, she was a big part of our Hip Hop 50 campaign.
Yes.
Performed at our City Sessions
Yes.
live stream. Remember, like she opened for Method Man and Redman.
It was,
right?
it's so much.
It's a lot, yeah.
Well, and I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the 50th anniversary of hip hop, right? And you're part of the new generation.
Yes.
So what do you hope your contribution will be for the next 50?
Just staying myself. And Amazon has helped me to connect more with my identity and not change anything about myself. I just love the fact that I can be an artist and still be my personal self, Shanice, too, as well. So it's not just Lola Brooke. I get to be Shanice as well.
I was doing my research on you, and I came across an event earlier this year at the Apollo with Lil' Kim when she brought you out. And I also saw a special moment with you and Angie Martinez at a barbecue performance this summer. And what struck me was just the sense of sisterhood and support.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that?
Okay, so I'm the only child. So coming into this game, it feels like a weight off my back when I have older women that's been paving the way for me to actually open arms for me. I was on the stage at Apollo, first time ever. Kim brought me there. And I'm performing, and I just could not stop thinking about her in the place, Apollo. I was like, oh my God. I'm like, okay, this is it. Oh, snap, this is the stage. I'm on stage. I was just so amazed and so grateful and blessed that I got to touch that stage from a legendary artist for sure.
Mm-hmm. And support is so key. So, Curtis, what advice are you giving to Lola and other breakthrough artists participating in the program?
I think, okay, so there's a lot of advice, right? But I think the key thing for new artists, for developing artists, is that they focus on their broader brand. You know, there's so many different opportunities, from merch to, you know, to fashion. I want to make sure that you understand that, you know, music is the fuel that powers everything else.
It's
right?
a tree and then it branches
Exactly.
off.
So we learned that from, you know, we learned that from Diddy, right?
Yeah.
From Love. We learned that from Love. We learned that from J-Lo. Like, you know, music is really the fuel that powers everything else. So that's my key advice.
Okay. So, dear audience, I want you to know that Lola will be performing later today. So, super excited about it. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So, you definitely have to stick around. But before we go, I mean, you're having a breakthrough year, an amazing year. I saw your cipher at the BET Awards, how you opened that up. It was fire. It was fire.
Thank you.
So, what's next for you in the next 6 to 12 months?
Oh, I heard
What are you
some
up to?
music yesterday through the
Oh,
door. I
yeah.
was just there listening through the door.
You love it?
I love it.
Oh, thank you so much.
She love it, y'all. It was great.
What everyone could look forward to in the next 6 to 12 months is just me putting out a project and new visuals for sure, touring. I'm just catering to the audience. I'm catering to my fans and just enjoying it as being a breakthrough artist of 2023 for Amazon Music.
That's right. And she's got, you got some fashion stuff coming. And
Oh yeah, we got some fashion
there's
stuff
some
coming.
things that, you know, that Amazon Music is doing with her.
Yes.
Yeah, so
It's
look
a
forward to
lot.
all of that.
I love it here.
Well, I wish you continued success in everything that you do. Thank you both so much. We must leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all.
Please welcome to the stage Bloomberg's Brad Stone.
Hey, Brad.
This is going to be, I guarantee, one of the strangest experiences here at Screentime, so I need to give you a little bit of context. Last April, an anonymous creator calling himself Ghostwriter posted a song online called Heart on My Sleeve. Drake and The Weeknd appeared to perform the original lyrics, but their voices were actually generated by AI. Well, of course, their music label didn't like it. Platforms like TikTok and Spotify and Apple Music tried to remove the song, but fans loved it and they reposted it. And it really started a conversation about AI in music in Hollywood. Should AI be used to mimic the voices or appearances of established stars? How should original performers be compensated? And how do we reward extraordinary work like Heart on My Sleeve when it was partly generated by an algorithm? Well, a couple of weeks ago, I reached out to Ghostwriter over social media and asked if he wanted to come speak at Screentime. And to my absolute astonishment, he replied, and he said yes, but he asked us to preserve his anonymity and to protect his optimistic message about the use of AI in music. So please welcome to the stage, in costume and with his voice distorted, the songwriter and producer Ghostwriter. All right. It's hot here in LA. Does that thing breathe?
Yeah, no, it's great. Yeah.
All right. It's the first time I've interviewed a ghost. It's good to see you in person.
Sure.
We just heard a little bit of Heart on My Sleeve. You released another song, Whiplash, with the voices of Travis Scott and 21 Savage. But tell us what we're listening to. How much of this is you and how much is AI?
Good question. So, the entire song is written, produced, performed by me. The only thing that's AI generated is a vocal filter. So it's no different than adding auto-tune over vocals or anything like that.
Yeah. Tell us what goes into creating the AI-generated voices. I mean, I presume that you are not using ChatGPT to, and maybe you won't want to discuss the specific tools, but how much do you have to train an algorithm or a voice filter to get this extraordinary effect?
I mean, it depends. So you're training it off of material that contains the voices, and there's different tools out there. So I mean, it varies.
Yeah. Well, let's take a step back and tell us, how this this wild story started. How did you decide to do Heart on My Sleeve and become ghostwriter?
Yeah. So first and foremost, I'm a songwriter and producer. I've been my whole life. And a few years ago, when I started finding some success and getting into rooms with other writers, just having conversations about how much money people are making off of their songs, and just started realizing that the business of songwriting's off. Songwriters these days make next to nothing, even when they make a hit song. So as a songwriter who enjoys nothing more than to be creative, I started thinking, is there a way that I can create another revenue stream? And the idea that I initially had, which was about 2 years ago, was to create this character, Ghostwriter, where I would put out music that I wrote with the intentions of sounding like certain artists, put it on social media and let people guess who it was supposed to be. And then this tech came out, and it all sort of clicked.
Okay. Well, we're going to talk about some of the choices you made and the reaction to it. But as I mentioned, Universal Music Group really tried to eliminate the song from the internet, and fans reposted it. You can find it fairly easily on most social networks today, on YouTube and TikTok. What does that, I guess, tell us? One, about how hard the industry is trying to remove AI-generated songs, and then just the practicality of it.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I just want to clarify that the industry isn't necessarily against AI in music. In fact, all the labels are investing and working on projects that involve using AI for music, including voice filters. And I think they learned their lesson with Napster. They realized you can't fight these things. You have to step up and meet the moment. Because where the intention goes, the money goes. And like you mentioned, I mean, we posted Heart on My Sleeve, and then it was taken down, and we haven't reposted it. But I mean, you can find it anywhere you look. Just the other day, I was out driving around my area, and someone pulled up in a car next to me, and they were playing the song. So, I mean, once the genie's out of the bottle.
Yeah, and Whiplash. I mean, it looked like you posted it to your TikTok account, and then it just took off from there.
Yeah. So, Heart on My Sleeve was an experiment, right? So, just wanted to see what would happen if we put something out and start a conversation around, AI and music, and we uploaded that to DSPs, and it was taken down, and for Whiplash, we just uploaded it to socials. We probably won't be, you won't be uploading to DSPs again unless it's a collaboration with the talent. But it was an experiment to show that the demand is there.
Right. And now there's been some criticism of the experiment. Some people say you're kind of opening the door to something kind of ugly. AI that can mimic an established artist and maybe even end up supplanting them. So how do you respond to some of the criticism?
Yeah, I mean, when anything new comes to be, no one really knows how to take it. I mean, there would be no Spotify without Napster. So I say that I think there's a lot of value here. When you look back at like the advent of hip hop and people started sampling, there was an outcry of thievery. In fact, when De La Soul sampled the Turtles in their album, I found a quote online where the lead singer of the Turtles told the LA Times that sampling is just a longer term for thievery. And anyone that honestly believes that sampling is in any way creative has never done anything creative in their life. I mean, fast forward decades now, I think most of us in the room might disagree with that. And now, artists' estates would love nothing more than to be sampled or interpolated in the next big hit. It takes time to acclimate, to figure it out, to build the business model. And then once that happens, it'll find its place. I think this will be no different.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I understand what you're saying, that this follows in a kind of long musical tradition. But, sampling is borrowing, their work, their words, their humanity from their song, and then obviously compensating them. I mean, this has the potential to, replace an artist, put words in their mouth that they didn't say. And I hear you kind of saying that the project is intended to work towards A, consent, and B, fair compensation to artists. But this is the internet, and as you mentioned, UMG is having problems putting these two songs back in the bottle. So how do we ensure that this can be contained?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that you can ensure that it can be contained, but the way I see it eventually taking place is that I think there's going to become an ecosystem where talent can license their voices. And I think they'll be able to license those with, agreements around monetary splits as well as agreements around permissions, like how the voices are used. Like, for example, artist X says, I'll license my voice, but I want 50% of the money, like Grimes said. Yeah. But it can't be used for, political speech or hate speech.
Well, in fact, Grimes put some of those guardrails around it.
Yeah, but I mean, we needed, the tech needs to come up.
Right.
And it's possible to create tech that does that operates with those licenses and those permissions, right? And it's really difficult. You're talking about policing, right? How do we police illegal AI? I think at one point we'll get there, but the first step is, it's the Pareto rule, like 80-20 rule, right? You got to focus on the 20% of this AI music that's let's be real, that's going to produce money, right? Because that's what the industry needs to thrive. So I think the first step is going to be creating an official, centralized place where voices can be licensed, where they can be controlled how they're used, and where they can be tagged as legal. And then when they're distributed to social media or to DSPs, they know that this is legal AI, right? So it's like when you're selling tickets to a concert, you're not giving tickets away to everyone that didn't pay. You give them to the people that paid to come to the concert. So I think that's where it's going to start.
I mean, it does seem like a worthwhile proposition, but you're talking about giving artists control, asking for their consent. And I just want to note that's not what you did when you put out these two songs. And I saw you reach out to Travis Scott, presume that he didn't call you right back. But I guess why didn't, if this is the system that you think should be established, why didn't you go and ask The Weeknd or Drake or other artists to take their voices?
Yeah, well, I don't have Drake's phone number, but let me know if you get it. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. Everything has to start somewhere, and it's always rough when you kick it off. There was a lot of things that were happening around AI and voice filters, more sort of meme-centric stuff and content on social media. So I mean, it was already, the cat was out the bag. But what I believe needed to happen is there needed to be an example of how this can be used, in fashion that can be monetized, right? And I see AI music when done. I mean, you're talking about using it for hate speech or using it for political speech, and obviously, we need to figure that out, and that's what I was touching on earlier. But I see AI music as a form of fan fiction. UGC. When YouTube was brand new, labels and artists were doing everything they could to take down UGC with copyright strikes. Everything you try to post it, take it down. Now, 90% of music marketing efforts are centered around encouraging UGC.
Right. Well, let me just push back on that, and I'm told you should put the mic a little bit closer to your mouth to get the wonderful effect of the voice disguiser. But it almost seems like songs are so
that's great.
Songs are so personal, right? It almost seems like fan fiction, but for memoirs almost, right? And in the sake of Heart on My Sleeve, you've got, I guess it's The Weeknd, rapping about an ex-girlfriend. Now, of course, that's characteristic maybe of his work, but boy, you know, it's quite can be quite personal.
You make a good point. So, you know, as a songwriter, you know, songwriters are chameleons. We're also, you know, massive fans and consumers of music, right? So professionally, songwriters, we study artists. We study what they write about, how they deliver their vocals, all these things, because we write the songs for them. You know, so songwriters are like chameleons. And fans, like super fans, are the same way. So yeah, I mean, it is in a way a tribute to those artists, but you know, I think the way this is going to go is that, you know, and we've always done this since the beginning. I've always labeled every song we put out as AI. You know, never tried to pass it off as Drake, never tried to pass it off as The Weeknd or any of that. You know, and that's where I think this sits. There's a space for that fan fiction content that you see to exist. You know, it's tribute and it's fun. I mean, ultimately, consumers want great music, and you know, they're gonna find it.
Let's talk briefly about this subplot with the Grammys. You submitted Heart on My Sleeve. The CEO of the Recording Academy said it qualified and then it didn't qualify, and then yesterday in Billboard, you suggested that it did. But let's put all that aside, because I think we probably both agree it's probably not going to win Song of the Year, as great as it is. Why is it an important conversation to have about recognizing songs that have AI as an element?
You have to stomp on my dreams. Sorry, what was the question?
Yeah, why did you initiate this conversation about Grammy recognition?
Because I want to highlight the fact that, you know, beyond being the two things I mentioned already, so one being an opportunity for artists to sort of scale monetization, right, by licensing their voices. Two being, you know, a marketing tool when we talk about the UGC lane. Three, I want people to understand that AI is a creative tool. You know, I think that vocal filters are the same to vocalists as synthesizers were to key players. You know, it's a tool that allows us to expand the way we express ourselves. And just like Heart on My Sleeve, you know, that piece of work was 100% human created and performed. You know, this is just a tool. It's like throwing an autotune. I challenge you to find a single song that's up for a Grammy right now that doesn't have autotune. So, sorry, I'll leave close.
Okay, we're running out of time, so let me cycle through a couple of quick questions. There were 4 senators that proposed a bill today in the Senate called, I think, what's called the Stop Fakes Act, that basically would make it, you know, illegal to appropriate the voice or the likeness of an established artist without their consent. Do you support it, and is it practical?
Sorry, what's that?
Do you support such a bill, and is it practical?
I really can't speak to it. I haven't read the bill. However, you know, I assume that this is probably going to be handled in the market before it's handled by policy. But yeah, I mean, I think we're moving towards having the infrastructure, the system, the understanding, the business model, where artists, you know, once we figure all that out, are going to feel comfortable at licensing their voices and you know, scaling. I mean, imagine like karaoke sung in the artist's voice.
Yeah.
You know, birthday wishes, you know, for your kid and from their favorite artist. You know, rather than going on Cameo, which requires the artist to actually, you know, sit down for 5 minutes or whatever and record the video for you. All that can be, you know, punched in with a prompt.
Right. So we talked about AI mimicking the voices of artists. Like, how close do you think we are to doing much more, to taking over some of the responsibilities that you have as a songwriter and a producer?
What do you mean, like AI writing songs?
Sure.
I don't think we're that close. And who knows? I mean, one day we might get there, and I think by then we'll probably have a lot of this figured out, hopefully. But, you know, on the artist side, we have to remember that these attachments, these fan attachments, they're human attachments, you know? I would argue that Taylor Swift's latest album wasn't her best that she's done. I love Taylor Swift. I'm a huge Swiftie, but I think there's other albums that I think were better. But her fans have come along a journey with her. She's amazing at engaging with them, making them feel valued, feel connected. And that's why her success continues to grow. You know, and you know, Lil Durk is the biggest rapper in the world right now because of his story. You know? And I just, you can't generate that.
Okay, last question, Ghostwriter. Why is your anonymity so important to you? Why not rip that mask right off here and give us a genuine screen time moment?
Fair question. Honestly, later. Honestly, this is bigger than me or who I am. You know, this is everything that I do is about, you know, sparking moments of thought and trying to move this forward. You know, I believe it not just in music, but, you know, across all industries and elsewhere, that AI is a big part of our future. You know, and we need to move that conversation forward, and we need to prepare, you know, while we have the time. So, you know, if I could be a part of that, you know, part of pushing that forward, you know, that's amazing for me. And it's not about who I am, and it's not about the recognition. It's not about tainting the mission with, you know, with me. Yeah.
All right, Ghostwriter, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
I came in with my ex like Selena, the flex, ayy. Bumping Justin Bieber, the fever ain't left. She knows.
Please welcome to the stage CAA Chairman and CEO Brian Lord with Bloomberg's Lucas Shaw.
Okay, we made it. Last session of the day. We got a packed house.
I didn't know I could opt into a mask.
You can wear whatever you want to wear.
Thank you.
At least in this case, you have named yourself. It's a little bit different. If you want to show up, fashion is optional.
Well, I might not really be me. You know, I could be someone else. That's
You're an artificially generated.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we would have had a packed house for you no matter what. I think it's even more packed because of the way this started yesterday. And I just want to get that one out of the way at the top.
Yeah, I asked Lucas to let me address that, and so I thought about it a little today during my workday. Look, we all know Ari Emanuel to be an incredibly performative, erratic, and in my mind, always self-serving human. I think much to the detriment of not just his colleagues, but his clients, and the few that he's got left, and more importantly, his investors. And the idea that he, in any way, could think that he could hold himself out as morally superior to anyone, but specifically around the issues of that are so challenging for women is odd. It's ironic that the companies that he's led his group into and the men that he's partnered with and defends are maybe his advisors on women's issues, I don't know. But these are very serious issues. They're not meant for any kind of hypocritical sound bites, so you're not going to get any from me. We were falsely accused of something that we did not do, and we're going to address those accusations in court, in a proper forum. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for that. You mentioned you didn't think he was doing right by his investors. This is not a segue into you bashing Ari more. I'm transitioning to your business. You have a new majority owner.
Yes.
How did that deal come about? I still don't. We reported on it, but I still don't get the origin story of how this French luxury goods billionaire ends up buying one of Hollywood's biggest talent agencies.
Well, I guess I'll tell the origin story in a way, which has to start with the previous investor, majority stakeholder that we had was a company that many of you know called TPG. Excellent company, excellent individuals. We had 13 years with them, which I think is the longest holding that company had with any private company. We did really well by each other in terms of the decisions that we made and how we grew the company and what the value of the company ended up being. A couple of years ago, a group of us, including Kevin and Richard and Howie and Vino and a large group of people, decided that there was an opportunity for us to think on behalf of really the direction of the company and where we wanted to take it, really for the client base more than for us, in a different direction. And we began the process of thinking what the adjacencies were to the business that we've built and the clients that we serve, both in the entertainment sector and in sports, although you could argue that that's just one category now, and what those adjacencies should be, what kind of expertise we would need, who already had it, who might be like-minded, and in finding this relationship with Artemis, specifically Francois-Henri Pinault and his team, who are terrific, we feel like we got super lucky, and that needle in a haystack moment happened. And it began 2 summers ago at a conference that I was already friends with Francois-Henri, and it occurred to me that with some input from my partners and from a few key friends, that they might be perfect. And I suggested the idea to him, and he instantly got it in a way that all the brand alignment is there. They're aspirational. On a human level, they love artists. They love creativity. They like wine. They are as ambitious as we are with a lot of capital and long-term thinkers. And it took about 14 months to figure it out. And
what were the tricky parts?
All of it. They're all kidding aside. There were the only thing tricky, or the most complicated pieces were TPG, and we had such a good relationship that TPG was reluctant to go, which many people can't believe because they did so well by it. But we had a very close relationship, and I think they liked us being in their portfolio, both for the information we have and the reach that we have, and that we do something that most companies don't do, which I'm really proud of. We also have an investor in Temasek, and so there were multiple countries and multiple companies, and just a transfer of majority ownership, so there was no sale or outright sale. None of us wanted to leave, so that was not even something we considered. So it was just complicated the way deals are, but we are all very, very excited about it and just getting started, so don't have a whole lot to say about the next steps.
You do have a new title, though.
I have a new title, which means I work for a lot more people, I've realized. I don't want to dismiss the fact that there's a thing called CEO in our company, but it would be not accurate to say that a lot has changed in terms of how we run the place. It's always been a mystery to people how we run the place, because in our minds, 35 people run the place and we all kind of work for each other. It's a very big part of our culture to lead is to serve, return inter-office phone calls first. All of that's true. It's not made up. And so, yeah, I have a new title. I'm responsible for the sort of overall direction and strategy of the company with a bunch of people, Kevin, Richard, Maha, Joel, Hillary, the whole lords, Jim Burtson most specifically. So it's a lot more the same, because I do have a feeling if things go wrong, I'm the one who's staying up late.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm curious, TPG is out, you guys didn't sell, but some of you did do fairly well in this, right?
I mean, it's all relative. Yeah, I did fairly well when I left Louisiana. Yes, you will never hear me complain about my position or the majority of our company's position. I think especially in the moment that we're all in, both in our industry and in the world. But it was not, as reported, some big influx of cash that two people took all the money. That's not what happened here. That has happened before, as you probably know, but that has not happened here. Yeah, we did fine.
I think that's our Emmanuel Dig number 2. Your company.
I'm gonna really try not to do that, but it's kind of hard. So,
your company was worth. Correct me if I get any of these numbers wrong, but there was I think your second TPG transaction, your company was worth like 1.1 billion, something like that. When you bought ICM last year, what you said was 5.5?
2 years.
2 years, sorry.
Yeah.
5.5. How has that jumped up to 7 in basically gone from 1 to 7 in a decade? When yes, you've expanded, but it doesn't feel like your business has changed that drastically, or what am I missing?
It's changed really drastically, and I think we don't broadcast what we do and the depth of it and how much it is. And maybe it helps to talk about it in terms of numbers, but when we started, we were at 225, 230 people, and we're at 3,400 people now. And the addition and growth of all the different businesses. And ICM was a supercharging event for us, and it was meant to send a message to everyone that we were doubling down on representation. It's what we're best at in the world, I would say. It's what we love to do. It's what we think is the most important asset going forward in the whole media ecosystem. It's talent, and what creativity is, and what unique skill sets are. If you're talking about athletes, is key. All the distribution systems in the world don't matter if there's not something on them that a customer wants to see. And so our strategy is really simple, and it's very focused, and it is about representation, and it's about service in every single way. So the ICM edition, through both Stellar Sports, which is an amazing group of people in Europe, primarily in football, soccer, whatever, who's ever here, and both the publishing division and what the agents that were in television and film added to our culture, which was the big surprise, that they fit so much, and they supercharged it because they were so blown away by what the system was, that it reminded our people of what a unique thing we have. It created a lot of value there. The unknowns of our EBITDA growth, which we're not a public company. We didn't want to be a public company.
Feel free to disclose if you'd like.
I won't. But was really why this new partnership with Francois Henri and team is such a perfect solution for us now. It rules out nothing. Bless you.
Thank you.
You're going to get the flu right after this. You know that, right? I'm a talent agent. I know what happens. But it's for now, what we want to focus on are our clients, and not on a quarter-to-quarter fear of having to add things that don't fit organically and that don't allow us to take advantage of what the opportunities are in the new world.
I'm curious, because you talked earlier about when you bought ICM, part of the messaging, rightly or wrongly, was all these other companies that we're negotiating with are now getting bigger and bigger, and we should also be bigger, in part to enhance our value, which brings me to a question I have. As you are now dealing with Apple and Amazon and also kind of supercharged media companies, does talent have more or less power than they did, say, when you started or 10 years ago?
I think it depends on who it is, and one of the benefits, and to your point, why ICM was essential, and we wouldn't have done it if culturally we didn't think the people there were going to fit with our people. We would have just built brick by brick, and it would have been fine. But what the opportunity presented was to create a better, more aligned system with actors, writers, directors, and athletes, so that we could be prepared and we could take advantage of that aggregation of artists and clients to combat, call it what it is, the global behemoths that we're all up against. And I don't say that to demonize them at all. I like all of them. And I'm frankly grateful they're in the business. Imagine the last 5 years without Netflix or Apple or Amazon. It's a dramatically different world. And so anyone that just blanketly demonizes them, I think, is foolish. I think there is absolutely a misalignment of interest in many ways, and I think that's what these strikes.
How so?
I think that's what these strikes are about. I think the world changed so dramatically, and the contracts didn't change, and the successful conversation that has to happen is an acknowledgement on all sides of the fact that the world's changed, the fact that these companies are losing money, and that there isn't just some endless amount of cash for everyone. And since FinCEN, not to go too far back, but since then, there has been a misalignment of these partnerships. And in the old days, artists, showrunners, directors, actors, writers, on the media side of things, shared in the ownership of the back ends of individual projects. And though there were fights and there were audits, there was a sense of when the team won, everyone won. When streaming occurred or showed up and buyouts started to occur, that went away. And what the disadvantage that was for the people that were in the middle and lower rounds of things that are beginning their careers is unfair. And I don't think anything about what we're dealing with now is simple. And the idea that this isn't going to continue for decades to come is a foolish notion. And I have ideas about what should happen to avoid this. But and I think a lot of people do. I'm not alone.
When you say you have ideas about what should happen to avoid this, what are you talking about? But first of all, what is this? You mean more like are you talking about the current labor strife, or
the whole thing, Lucas? I think that if we break it down, we take the labor strikes and why work stoppages had to occur. It's got to be. We've got to change how we speak to each other. They have to change how they interact. It can't be left until 2 months before a contract expires to try and solve something that might not have year-to-year solutions. There might be a decades-long approach that has to occur, but that's got to be discussed and negotiated and agreed upon. There's got to be an apples-to-apples conversation. And one of the things that I think, someone in the marketplace will declare a buyer. I don't know who this magical person is or company is, but I'm going to do my damnedest to try and create them. Someone will have an incredible market advantage if they just realign with artists and just say, if we win, you win. And if I were a 30-year-old man and asked to run one of those companies, that's what I would do.
How do you force Netflix? Probably not going to be the first to do it. Disney, Warner Brothers, whomever, to do that.
I think Netflix could surprise everyone. I think Netflix has been the most innovative about pivoting and changing and getting to what they've got to get to. So I don't rule them out. And the irony is, I think that Ted and Bella and Scott and Reed, before he stepped back a little bit, are incredibly artist friendly. They love movies and television shows. They love actors. They love documentaries. They love stories. So though their business as it currently exists is what we all have to help to change, and I hope they want to change it. The DNA of why people come to Hollywood is in them in a real way. And I think that's true for most of these companies. So their business models, and I think part of what's been really difficult about these negotiations, both with the DGA, the WGA, and now SAG, is that the companies, for the first time in a pronounced way, have very different agendas. And what was difficult, or is difficult about that room, is as well-intentioned as all of those people are, I really do believe they are, their businesses are challenged by different things, be it domestic, not a streaming piece, a global play, back ends, no back ends, old media versus married with new media, pure new media. That's a difficult pattern bargaining dynamic.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you, well.
Am I talking too much?
No, you're great. I'm going to ask you a question that I hate being asked, so I apologize, but because you are following this very closely. Well, the first part I don't mind. One, are you surprised that there was this sort of fissure in the studio actor talks yesterday? And then the follow-up, which is the one I hate, do you have a prediction for when this will finally end?
Oh, God. I don't hate the question as much as I did 5 months ago. I do know why there was a fissure last night, and I believe it's being reported on.
Yeah, Ted talked about it this morning.
He did? Okay, yeah. Good. Or not good. But no, I'm kidding. But it's not my negotiation, and so I've been very careful, as you know, to not insert myself into this in any way and tell people what they should or shouldn't do. The one thing I and a lot of my colleagues and a lot of my associates across town at other agencies and management firms have done is to try and force communication. And what I hope happens is that everyone learns from this, and the minute this is over, that forced communication happens. I also hope that a negotiation begins immediately with IATSE, immediately. We cannot leave that union out till June of next year with the risk of the positioning that has to occur in order to achieve a contract. It will gut the business. Between the pandemic and where we are now, that would be a disaster. So anyone that's got any influence, encourage people to start an early negotiation. The positive thing I'll say, which is, again, not informed by either side, but my just observation, is that at least I feel like we're now in a place where there's an apples to apples dialogue going on about what the issues are, and there's common language. There's a massive money gap, massive, and that's going to be harder to bridge than I think people believe. But both sides, they both have to take a breath for 2 days and get back in the room.
You talked about the sort of calamity if IATSE also goes on strike, but even if that doesn't happen, one of the questions that just comes up a lot these days, sort of what, on the other side of these strikes, with companies already pulling back, what does the industry look like? What changes about it in the next 2-3 years?
I think it remains to be seen, and again, I think that one of the unintended consequences of work stoppages is that the company side of the equation find themselves with a lot more time to strategize, plan their businesses, get to know each other, and literally get to know each other in a way that they're competitive on a Tuesday and then they're in a room on a Wednesday and it's going long and they're sharing ideas about what they think does and doesn't work, which is terrible for our business because it homogenizes what gets made and where things are. But
you think, sorry to jump in, I'm just curious, you used the word homogenize, and one thing that has come up a lot, do you feel like this age of abundance over the last few years of just how much was being made, was that to the detriment of what was being made?
I think everyone's got a different opinion about what they like and don't like. For my personal taste, I am thrilled at what I get to find every night if I have time to look for something. So I personally don't think too much was made. I think the customer will tell us when there's too much made and they won't watch things. And I think part of the misalignment I talked about before is imagine if things didn't get picked up or movies didn't get made that people didn't watch or go to see. That's how it used to be. The customer decided. I do think there's going to be less made in the middle price range. I think there's going to be more made in the higher price range because when you get to global events like Barbie or Oppenheimer or Super Mario Brothers, it's worth the investment, and it's clear that the audience is there, and they just need to be given what they want. The middle, which ends up, quickly on one of the services in a way that we're watching movies that we don't know how they got made or when they got made and all of that. I think that will probably be curated better, and I hope there's more inexpensive things that give more people the chance to express themselves and have their work seen.
Are you at all worried? One thing that's come up a lot during some of the retrenchment is, there'd been a lot of investment, especially after the murder of George Floyd, in diversity initiatives, right? And then we had this batch of people who are overseeing those initiatives at different companies leave, and I think a lot of concerns that as companies try to be more safe, that they will view making stories of people from different backgrounds as less safe.
I think it's something we all have to pound the table for, and we at our company have been super aggressive about not just signing those voices, but making sure that their things get made. And the bigger companies that were really well-intended and got in and tried to create divisions like that, it becomes the thing they worry about last now because there's so many other pressures. That being said, I think there are more financing sources to finance movies like that, and I think that audience is dormant in there also. And again, it's a great business for someone to start that focuses on it. We're committed, our company is, to staying with it. And I mentioned to you, there's this little school we started, and there are a bunch of people here from Louisiana and New York that are starting schools like our school at Roybal. And it was George Clooney's idea that's a below-the-line school that IATSE partnered with us on, to their credit, so you can make deals with unions. I proved it. It's all about all the different 9 divisions of IATSE, and everyone's Black, brown, and Asian. And we're going to try and replicate that model in many places. But whether these companies continue to invest in that or not, the kids that we're teaching are going to tell those stories. And they're going to serve the audience. And if the audience is there, that business will grow. And I believe it's there.
Does that apply to your own company? When I realize
yes.
You're not going anywhere anytime soon, but when you think about the people who succeed you, Kevin, Richard, leading the company,
Yeah.
That's a priority? You can sort of say, I know that I will put at least 1 or 2 people of color in charge,
Well,
hopefully a woman.
I don't think. I think it's already happening, and again, I weirdly don't think I'm gonna have to worry about it or even have to consciously decide to do it. I think it's happening. I know it's happening, and the people that work at our place, and just how committed and how good they are. But of course, if you're not conscious of inclusion and doing your damnedest to make sure someone has the ability to succeed, then you're not doing your part, and so you got to do that. But yeah.
Okay, I have one last question, which I've been bad about doing the polls, so I'm going to ask everybody to get involved in this.
Polls.
Yeah,
I'd like to do a poll on whether I should have a pink backdrop on my photo, or if I should stick with the old man sort of bald
Unless I screwed
corporate
that up
thing.
and we don't have the poll for you.
Okay,
if
sorry.
Chelsea can wave it.
What's your poll?
No poll. Okay, I screwed it up. The poll was going to be about movie stars, and I was going to ask you to pick which of 5 movie stars you thought was going to be, like if you could represent one of them, who would they be?
I would never
Which one
answer
would
that question.
Okay, I'll put it, oh, there, I see, I get the trigger no poll here. I'll ask it in a different way then. Okay, who is you spot talent, who's going to be the breakout star of next year?
Lucas, I've learned a long time ago not to do that, and though there are many people who come to mind, if I say 3
If you
names,
single one out, you get in trouble.
well, I just it's not fair to the other ones, but you'll see in the work that's about to show up whenever we get to start seeing things again, because what this extended work stoppage does is disrupt the rhythm that we all have with what people make and when they're making it. And people that are great artists make things in their time. And so everything's a little delayed now in this way. But there are amazing things that are coming that have really fresh voices, new actors, and we're super excited about it. So I'm not going to do that.
I could ask you one more, but I feel like I know that your answer would also be, I'm not touching it. Brian, thank you very much. Stick around for 1 second if you can. This will be a very, very brief remarks. First of all, thank you to everyone here who came, even the people who are leaving right now. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you to everyone who worked on it. I get a lot of the glory, but it was... I wouldn't be doing my job if I did not thank our sponsors. So thank you, BMW of North America. Thank you to the Red Sea Film Foundation. And thank you to supporting sponsor Amazon Music. They have arranged a concert for us tonight. You should stick around for it. Lola Brooke, she's awesome. I hope I got that name right. You will be able to catch up with all of the footage on YouTube after it. I have learned a lot through this event. It's been great. Always start with Ari Emanuel, always close with Brian Lord. The good news is we will be back here a year from now, October 9th and 10th. I hope that you will all join us. And in the meantime, just like last night, we've got some great food, we've got some drinks, we've got a musical performance. Thank you so much. That's our show.